Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to King Khalid Racecourse, and welcome to King Faisal Cup Day, one of the big days in the Saudi racing calendar. My name is Callum Helliwell, and I am going to bring you the JCSA's YouTube coverage, covering only 8 races, but my goodness, are they full of quality. And I'm not going to be doing it on my own. I'm joined by the man on my right, a man who's been with me now for nearly 2 weeks, Rory Delaghi. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. Amazing to think this is my last day of my first stint here, and it's gone really quickly. It's been absolutely amazing. This race day is something else altogether. The last 2 races with £1 million Riyal each and £1 million in prize money across the card. A tremendous race day, especially when you compare it to what's going on in the UK today, for example.
Yes, absolutely. In the UK, we have Sandown and a few other meetings, but the quality that is on display here is unreal. £1 million Saudi Riyal up for grabs in our final 2 contests, and £1 million sterling up for grab across the whole card. Just fantastic. I can't wait to get into it. But let's see, just 3 horses, only 3, because we've got plenty more to look forward to. Let's see 3 of our headline makers today. Zayn Al Zayn is a superstar, precocious filly. She runs in our 3rd contest today. She caught the eye when winning on debut last week, and she's a really imposing type. She has so much potential, and Camilo Ospina takes the ride, and he knows what he's doing around here. Ashfan Al Khaladir goes in our penultimate contest, the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup. This is one of the highest rated Arabian horses in the world, and he was so good he broke the course record last time over an inadequate trip. And finally, Food de Pine headlines our feature race, our finale, the £1 million Saudi Riyal King Faisal Cup. The horse was brought here from Belgium and brought that Belgian form to Taif. Alex Moreno got on board after getting a hole in his face and then decided to ride this horse. The horse bolted up on Saudi debut, and they'll look to make it 2 wins from 2 Saudi runs. Rory, they're only 3 horses, but oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, we've got a nice low-key start to the card with a local horse maiden, but then we're into Taif Cup for the 2-year-old colts, Taif Cup for the 2-year-old fillies, Taif Cup for the 3-year-old colts, the 3-year-old fillies, the Okaz Cup, and then the 2 big Arabian races at the end of the card. And that is something to really look forward to.
Now, Rory and I will be taking you through the races today, but we are not the only ones here. We are joined by Shamila, who's down in the parade ring. Oh, we were down with Shamila, but we had a little bit of an issue there with sound. I'm sure we'll get her back sooner rather than later. But Rory, the Okaz Cup, or a race that comes right between our Arabian races and our thoroughbred races, the finale of our thoroughbred races, and the most valuable. That's another highlight as well. We didn't bring it up on our menu, but that's surely a race to watch for.
Yeah, 700,000 Saudi Riyal on offer for that race. That's the big open race for the older horses. There are 1 or 2 sort of make weights in there, if you like, but they're nice horses in themselves. You know, horses like Milani, who we quite like, looks to be completely outclassed. A load of horses with high ratings there, the likes of Just for Soul, who tops the ratings with a mark of 100. That looks a hugely competitive contest and one to look forward to, as pretty much as the whole card.
And I think that's the overall theme of today, is the fact that we were going through the cards last night. We've been going through the cards all week, just building up to this contest. But there were horses who we've seen who have won previously, and we're looking at them here. We've got horsepower of all shapes and kinds here. Look at this. These are some... Any of these yours, Rory? Any of these? Are these what's taking you back to the airport?
No, my wife drives a Mitsubishi. I drive nothing at all, so this is very much not my scene.
Yes, the yellow one at the back will hopefully be for me. I like to stand out in the crowd, and hopefully I can get involved in that one. It's just a stunning lineup of horsepower there, but we do have horsepower of the equine variety to get involved with. And as well, just look at some of the horses who have won, who we are giving no chances to today, especially in these 2-year-old races. Crazy.
It is, yeah. the 2-year-old races. The 2-year-old races and 3-year-old races are terrific, but particularly the 2-year-olds where we're only just finding out about them. A lot of these horses coming here after one maiden win, looking to have huge amounts of promise. And we've got we've got unbeaten horses in there. They've got to put a line through saying, this looks a bit tough for you. Really, really high quality races. You got, Lele Lem with a rating of 103 in the first of those. And in the fillies race, we got one with a rating of 105, Taif Fail. Incredibly high quality action. And, well, it's difficult to know where to start in terms of the quality.
It really is difficult to work out where to start, but we know where we end. It ends with the King Faisal Cup.
A dramatic evening of cup racing awaits, culminating in the King Faisal Cup, a fitting tribute to the beloved former Saudi ruler. Which horse will follow Flying Grey Asfan Al Khaladia in achieving ultimate glory? Don't miss all the action. Saturday, September the 2nd, live on the Saudi Jockey Club YouTube channel.
Ooh, as promos go, they don't get much better than that. But we do need to meet the third member of our team. Shamila, are you there? And do you have some sound?
Hopefully you can hear me this time, Callum. Thanks very much. It is a super Saturday indeed. We have 8 fantastic races lined up for you today, jam-packed full of quality. I really think the King Abdullah White Stables is going to do really well today. They've got 15 runners across the cards. We could see them in the winners' enclosure plenty, with Zain Al Zain in race 3, Shukran in race 4, Nafitha in race 5, Khartoum in race 6. Just brilliant. And we've got the Group 3 Saudi Derby winner, Commissioner King. Brilliant.
You're absolutely right, Shamila. Good horses from top all the way down to the bottom. I'm looking forward to it. However, there is one more member of our team. This is the voice from the sky, the man above. It's Mark Francis. How you doing, Mark?
Callum, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Rory, Shamila, and everybody watching from around the world. Yes, what a super Saturday we have here at Taif Racecourse. We kick off with a low-grade, local-bred horses maiden, but then we really, really do step it up for 4 straight Taif Cup races, of course, as the guys mentioned. For the 2-year-olds, colts and fillies separated, then the 3-year-old colts and fillies to the Okaz Cup over 2,000 metres, and those 2 listed races to book and the card. What a race card we have to look forward to. We kick off with race 1, which is a local bred horses maiden, 2,000 metres, a mile and a quarter, plenty of exposed runners in here, all seeking their first victory. They're headed by number 1, who is actually a non-runner rather, Efbat Dana, who's out. So they're headed by number 2, Rayat Ala Eliar. Number 2, they're ridden by Khalid Al Mimoni. Denver is the 3 for Luis Morales. Esmaheli Yel Garam for Mohammed Al Habib is the 4. Sadek Al Wafar, Azil Al Sahani, 0 from 9. This horse, Golden Dream, 0 from 1. Mohammed Saeed is in the saddle. And Al Fakar is ridden by Camilo Ospina. Amirat Ferez is next. Abdullah Al Saidi, clearly shown ability, clearly with the second last time out. That's number 8. And at the bottom of that list is Al Ahead for Alex Moreno. Turning the page, Kabrat the filly, Abdulaziz Al Musa is in the saddle aboard horse number 10. Zamzami is the 11, Sultan Al Mimoni. Al Minesa for Naif Al Nazi. Sayar Thurb Al Timyat, number 13. Moslat is number 14, Mohammed Al Daham. Looking forward to seeing that one in the paddock. Nuta Al Hijaz is the ride of Norwaf Al Feruz. Al Wajez, Ahmed Al Azari is number 16. Moaz is 17. Selman Al Rashid. Wada Always is the 18. And of course, with the scratch of number 1 means Rams Twake gets a run and inherits barrier number 1, the mount of Iyad Al Tarizi. So 18 runners for our first race. It's a local bred horses maiden. It kicks off at 4:10. That's 2:10 UK time. And the horses are in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis. And check out the hardware on offer here. Rory, this or a car? What are you taking?
Well, I can't drive a car and I can't drive a cup, so I'll have a cup.
You're taking the cup. You can't drive the cup home. You can certainly take it home. I mean, it'll be a nightmare to get through security, but certainly ones to watch. And these are obviously all 7 cup races, highlighted by that trophy in the middle, the King Faisal Cup, where I hope we'll see a really good race. Let's have a look at some of the runners in this opener contest. This is Esmale Yalgram, horse number 4, and it's swiftly followed by horse number 5, Sadiq Al Wafa. What do we make of this one, Rory?
Yeah, placed in a 0 to 75 handicap over 2,000 metres at Riyadh. but needs to refine that form, having been disappointing the last twice.
Getting a little bit warm behind the saddle too. Golden Dream, number 6.
Yeah, didn't show an awful lot on debut, but started slowly from a very wide draw and could easily be better than that.
Number 7, Al Fakir, who goes for the very, very powerful King Abdulaziz colours, and that's 0 from 2, but first run this season.
Yeah, first run this season, showed promise on debut over 1,600 metres at Riyadh, and although only 12th last time out, that was up to open company. This is an awful lot easier for Al Fakir.
Number 8 is Amaret Fares, 0 from 13, but showed promise last time out.
Yeah, second last time out, that was a career best behind Japat Ali over 1,600 metres there, but it was beaten 13 3/4 lengths, so beaten quite a long way.
Al Ahead is horse number 9, 0 from 2, 14th last time. We'll need to improve from that, surely.
Yeah, but did finish second to Mosharab at Riyadh over 1,400 metres in February, showing early speed. Faded behind Cabrat last time out, likely to have needed that run, could do better.
We'll talk about Cabrat, because that's horse number 10, 0 from 8. She hasn't shown much.
Well, she showed a fair bit in meeting 23. She led there into the straight and finished third. The worry there is that she flashed her tail when passed and didn't show as much next time out, so a bit of temperament with her.
Zamzami is horse number 11, 0 from 9.
Yeah, had lots of chances and was beaten almost 27 lengths last time out, so hard to fancy.
Number 12 is Al Natha, who is 0 from 7.
Yeah, beaten 10.5 lengths behind Yam Sanford last time out. That was over course and distance. That gives it a squeak.
Number 13 is Sayar, 0 from 3, 7th last time out.
Yeah, best effort, went 4 1/4 lengths. Third over 1,800 metres at Riyadh in March. If it can find that form, it's one with a chance.
Nuta Al Hijaz is horse number 15. We just missed Moslat, and Al Wajez is horse number 16.
Yeah, past rivals late, having got behind early last time out. That was a race won by Winspree, so a better race than most of these have run in, one with chances.
Moaz, 0 from 2.
Beaten 12.5 lengths with ace to Mojazoil over 1,200 metres last time out. Needs to improve for this trip.
Wyatt always drawn on the outside in stall 18.
Third over course and distance last time out, but was beaten 16 1/4 lengths, so that's not good enough, really.
And horse number 19, who will be coming out of stall number 1 due to being a reserve, is Rams Twake. What do you make of this horse? 5th last time.
5th to Misar on debut last time, on seasonal debut last time out, beaten 9 3/4 lengths. That's not a bad run and could be a player for stall 1.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and she's always got a keen eye. Who do you like, Shamila?
Well, Callum, there are a lot of good-looking horses in this race. However, one that stood out to me straight away was number 16, Orjez. His conformation is really good. Obviously, he's a lot smaller than a lot of the horses in the race. He's only 3 years old, so he could have a bit more growing to do. And not only that, but he has a beautiful chestnut coat and a lovely blonde mane.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And I think you're right when you talk about the confirmation of our Jez. That horse is certainly one to keep an eye on. And if you are watching us for the first time live on YouTube, please remember that Shamila has a very keen eye, and she had plenty of success yesterday as well. She had 2 winners yesterday. And just talking about YouTube comments, thank you for everybody getting involved nice and early. We've got 2 comments already. Abdul Mohsan and Tuaj as well, both getting involved in the comments early. Great to see you guys involved and watching this fantastic day's racing. A super Saturday on the track and a super Saturday off the track. We've got concerts, we've got fast cars, we've got an entertainment area. It's all happening here at King Khalid Racecourse, and we'll bring you plenty of action on the track. Rory, out of this little tricky little maiden to start with, who's your real eye catcher? I personally, I'm a big fan of Moslat.
Yeah, Moslat was a big eye catcher last time out. It was an improved effort to finish 2 1/4 lengths second to Yam Safir over this course and distance at meeting 32. And he made up a lot of late ground. Now, he's had a few runs. He's had 8 runs already. So maybe he was sort of running through beaten horses there. But he certainly did catch the eye. And had that been a second or third run, you'd be very sweet on him. The fact that he's had 8 chances and he's been there and thereabouts in most of his starts just gives you a slight concern. But on the ratings, he's the one to beat. It's just a case of whether you like to back horses in maiden races who've had lots of chances already.
Al Fakir, horse number 7, returns having run in Riyadh last season, first time up this season. These connections would have been looking for a quick start today, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it was in different colours last year as well, so I think it's very interesting he's been bought ostensibly for today's card. Was up to open company, went a little bit disappointing last time out. Given that he looked like he needed the experience on his debut when 5th, he's very interesting, and we're getting to see him here.
Let's have a look at Al Fakir here, finishing 5th. This is a good enough run, isn't it, Rory?
It is. You see that he just starts to lose ground on the leaders as the front 2 or 3 clear away here, but he keeps plugging away to finish 5th. It's not the most eye-catching run in the world, but this is a better race than today's contest, and he does show a willing attitude to keep getting there, and he's beginning to close them down again. Clearly wants a little bit further than he gets there.
And that's Riyadh form as well.
That's Riyadh form, yes.
Much stronger than some of the Taif form we see. This is the other runner, Moslat. This horse runs on for second. You mentioned maybe passing beaten horses.
Yeah, he's a long way back at this stage, but he does make a relentless late headway to finish second. And you got the idea on the day that, you know, maybe he started his run a little sooner, he'd have gone very close. His previous form suggests that's maybe not the case, but this is still a very good performance on the ratings in the context of this race, and he should go fairly close.
And again, we'll have plenty of race fitness on side. Rory, this is a bit of a rarity here, as we see with these beautiful drone shots looking over the grandstand here at King Khalid Racecourse, as the horses make their way down to the 2,000-metre start to start with. We usually see these races much later in the card.
Yeah, it's almost always a 1,200-metre race to start the card, because this is a special card, and these are horses who've got a little bit of stamina. And it's interesting to work out who's going to be suited by it. I think the horse who's going to be best suited by this sort of trip is Al Fakir, who didn't look to have much pace last season, but was, I think they saved his maiden status for this season, it seems to me, and he's going on well at the finish of his first start. He is almost certain to improve, and I'd have him as the likeliest winner just because he doesn't have that many negatives against him.
Would you be a massive negative against him, as we know how hard King Khalid Racecourse is on first-time starters? Would it be a slight concern, this horse making its first start here today, such a cauldron of atmosphere as well? Could be a lot to do for a horse who's only been at the racecourse twice.
I think just one qualifier to that. I think a lot of horses who maybe race in the spring and then come back midsummer here, our time, sort of UK time, I think they tend to need a run or two because they've been let down for a couple of months and then brought back, and he can't bring them back that quickly to full fitness. I think horses who are making their seasonal debuts here towards the end of the Taif season, they're usually sort of getting ready for Riyadh, and they've had more time. The trainers know when to peak them. It's not just a case of trying to get them ready for early races. So if, and I don't think there's going to be a big prize on Al Fakir's horizon at this stage, so I think he'll be fit for this.
Yes, and we do have to mention that all of these horses, a lot of these runners, will be aimed at Riyadh later on in the year as well. So you'll see a lot of these horses having first-time starts. The further we get into the card, the more prevalent that will be. Some of these horses have been busy. Number 4, Eshmeli Yelagram, is a horse that's been plenty of runs this season. Only 7 career starts, and 5 of them already this year.
Yeah, it started off well. Early promise on her first 2 or 3 starts, the daughter of Spanish Steps. But out of the first 9, and the last 3, and she just seems to have lost her way at the time being.
We could talk about the range of horses in this race. We've not managed to say much about number 15, Nuta Al Hijaz, who comes here off a lowly rating of 39. Is there any way you can give this horse a chance?
Didn't stay this trip last time out. I don't think it's going to start staying it now. One of the least likely winners on paper. Has a little bit of ability, but best form at shorter, and she just didn't look a stare when she was riding with this trip last time.
I'm getting more and more drawn to our Jazz, Shamila's selection in the parade. When we talk about horses with less exposure, less negatives about, 7th on debut, couldn't have been too bad a run, surely.
Was got wide there, and passed rivals late on, coming with a wide run in the straights. Didn't look to have an awful lot of speed that day, but there were 1,600. That was a race won by Winspree, who's a fairly useful performer. He gives the impression he will benefit from the step up in Trip, the son of Teletext, and again, he'll be very much on my short list.
Yes, I think he'll be on my short list as well as they circle down at the start of the 2,000-metre start. For those who haven't been with us before, it's clear to mention that it's a long run down the straight, passing the stand as they swing in to a sweeping left bend. But it's not particularly sweeping if you're drawn on the inside, because there can be a bit of a concertina effect early on in these sorts of races.
Yeah, it's not the easiest of bends to take. The one good thing about this track is it's pretty wide, and there's normally a fair bit of room. But if you don't have a lot of room to manoeuvre coming around the bend, you do have to check to stop swinging wide. And if you're drawn on the inside and you've got horses around you, that can see you lose momentum. Similarly, You can come from very wide over the 2,000-metre trip, a little bit harder over this trip because you're stuck out wide on this bend, and it's more difficult to tuck in. A lot easier over the 2,000 metres because of the shape of the first bend there.
The other issue with these 2,000-metre races is if you are posted wide and there's a lot of competition for the lead, you sometimes can't get in all the way around, so you end up running much further than everything else. So that must be a concern as well for some connections who are drawn out wide.
Well, the question is, I don't mind a horse staying wide in the early stages. What you don't want to be doing is getting pushed wide on the apex of the bend by other runners. That's going to cost you momentum because your energy is going in the wrong direction at that stage. Going wide is not really that big a deal as long as you're not compromised by other horses and as long as you're taking the right kind of route to maintain momentum. That's not always the case if you've got horses around you, but if you're taking your own route into those bends, then you can make that choice and go where you're less likely to be checked on your run.
Now, Rory, who are you selecting in this race? Are you going for Alpaca?
I was tempted by Jcsa, but I'm going to go for Alpaca here. Yeah, I think he'd be very well suited by track and trip.
Rory's going for Alpaca. I'm going to take you on early, and I'm going to join forces with Shamila and go with Jcsa. So Shamila and I are going to go for Jcsa. So it's Shamila and myself on horse number 16. Rory on horse number 7. Now there's only one man we need to ask to give us one final selection, to give us a clean sweep of the field. Mark Francis, who do you like?
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, for me it's Moslat, drawn in 14 here. Of course, the saddlecloth numbers correspond to post positions. Moslat, drawn in 14, was actually drawn on the inside, barrier 1, back at meeting 32 over 2,000 metres, today's trip, and was last, passing the judge for the first time. Of course, there's 2.5, maybe 3 furlongs to complete in the home straight before a full lap of the racecourse here at King Khalid Racecourse. But absolutely flew home last time to finish second. I think the jockey, Mohammed Al-Daham, judged that pace, I want to say perfectly. Of course, he was beaten by one, Yar Musafa. But in these big fields, to be second of 18 is strong form. And yes, he's 0 from 8 now. He's surely got to be a leading candidate here. Rating of 66. 1 or 2 others. You spoke about Alpaca. We saw on the VT, beaten 2.5 lengths on debut. And was 12th next time out. But did suffer some interference at a crucial point in the race, so you can probably forgive that run. First start here in Taif for the season. Rayat Ala Eliyar. Interesting, actually, with Emirat Perez, who were second and third to Jabba Allah back at meeting 33. They actually swapped stall positions. Emirat Perez came out of 2 and Rayat Ala Eliyar came out of 8. And they're in the opposite stalls here today. Rayat Ala Eliyar, certainly one of the more inexperienced runners in the lineup, just her second start. Whereas Emirat Perez has seen the racecourse on 13 occasions. Has shown some ability, as the guys said. But despite being drawn in 2 last time, was pretty slowly away. And despite running the rail, was beaten some 14 lengths. So for Rory, it's Alpaca. You can see the case being made for that one. Shamila and Callum have gone with Jcsa. I'm going to stick with Moslat here. Orange noseband for that one. Pretty easy to spot. Lots of these with headgear, as we won't see later on when the quality performers come out to play in those cup races. Really looking forward to getting stuck into those. But low-grade stuff to kick us off. We've got about 5 out the back here for our opening race. As Callum mentioned, an unfamiliar start here over the 1.25 miles, which we usually see a little bit later on in the card, but it's 10 furlongs to kick us off for a local bred horses maiden. They're all loaded. 2,000 metres. Set to start. Flags up. Treble in stall 3. It's Denver. Luis Morales, and they're off and racing. 1 or 2 pretty slowly away, including Rayat Ali Eliyar from stall number 2, and also the quarter colours of Zamzami. That one's pretty slowly away as well. In the first furlong then, blue cap on the inside of Denver was the first to show, followed by the green cap of Alpaca. These are the first 2 and already beginning to press on as they pass the judge for the first time. Back in third position is Allah Head in the black jacket with the checked sleeves, and those 3 have probably a full-length cushion on the next wave of runners, which are headed on the outside by Sadek Al Wafar. His black epaulets are on the outside of Esmaili Yel Garam. They're already very well strung out here, probably some 25-30 lengths top to tail. So Denver heads down towards the back straight, probably leads by about half a length. Luis Morales in the saddle. On the inside, green cap is Alpha Car, 3 wide is Al Ahead. These are the first 3. Then we have the orange striped sleeves of Nuta Al Hijaz, probably best of the rest at the minute. Then being headed by Sadek Al Wafar. Towards the back of the field, Al Manesa's got plenty in front than behind. Also back there at the minute is the green and white colours of Moaz, as the leaders are already turning towards the end of the back straight. And Denver has given up the lead here to Al Ahead on the outside of the green cap of Alpha Car. Next comes Nuta Al Hijaz. Then the white sleeves of Rams Twake. Also being bustled up for an effort is Moslat, who begins to take off 1 or 2 scouts back towards the inside. We have the white sleeves of Amirat Perez, but it looks as though these two are kicking on at the head of affairs. It's Al Ahead who is in front with the check sleeves. Towards the inside is Al Fakar. Then comes the orange striped sleeves of Nuta Al Hijaz. Staying on from out of the pack is Rayat Al Eliyah, but taking command is Al Ahead. Have they gone too quickly here as they enter the last 250 metres? It's Al Ahead for Alexis Moreno. Still in second is Al Fakar. Staying on from out of the pack is Rayat Al Eliyah, and then comes Rams Twake. It's Al Ahead being taken on once again by Al Fakar. Al Fakar goes on by a length, chased now by Rayat Al Eliyah, who will be the final challenger but won't get there. Al Fakar goes on to win, a winner for Rory. Al Fakar, the winner, beats into second Rayat Al Eliyah, and it was close for third place. Maybe Al Ahead held on for that one. Slow motion stuff in the closing stages, as we're likely to see in these local bred horses maidens, but Al Fakar showed plenty of ability on debut, was beaten a fair way next time out, but after some time off the track will get a rating, and with a rating off the back of a victory. Start number 3, and Al Fakar records win number 1 by 3.5 lengths, 1.5 lengths I should say. Back in second was Rayat Al Eliyah, and let's just wrap up the placings for you. Al Fakar wins, Rayat Al Eliyah second, Al Ahead in third. Very close for fourth. It was Al Manesa flying up on the inside of Amirat Perez. So a good start for Rory then. A winner with Al Fakar taking our first race.
Camilo Spina. Camilo, congrats. Their time with him, how is he?
Oh, Sally, thank you very much, you know. Thank you to the Primita in Abdullah, Talal bin Shara in Abdullah, giving very good word this horse. Yeah, lazy horse. No, he ran in Riyadh. Yeah. He ran in Riyadh, but she was a little bit green. I mean, this year. Yeah, thanks God this for that race is coming very good. Abdullah, he do very good, great job with him. And thanks God he's lazy horse, you know. I had to push him a little bit strong, but thanks God he respond very good. He can come by, yeah. Inshallah, we'll see after that race. We'll see, you know, it's the first race this season, and then we'll see in Riyadh. Yes, yes. I won with the mother also. Thank you.
Yes, Camillo Ospina looking forward to riding Zayn Al Zayn in our next. He did indeed win on her mother as well, so that's a family tree that he's very familiar with. But he is now our leading jockey. He's really pushed out in front this week ahead of Adele Alfaredi, who's now definitely chasing his shadow in second.
Yeah, it's 30-29 at this stage. Adele got one back to equal things yesterday, but Camilo's been riding really well this week, and now he edges back in front again.
He's come to the Boyle just at the right time, and the week before you arrived, he took some time off to spend it with his family, recharge his batteries, and it seems to have worked the trick because he is absolutely mustard riding at the moment, and that race was another prime example of his talent in the saddle.
Yeah, really interesting having spoken to both Camilo Ospina and Alexis Moreno. Alexis talking about not wanting to miss a single day, even when picking up a facial injury, because you don't want to miss a winning ride. Whereas Camilo said, you know, my family have come over, I want to spend a little bit of time with them. Happy to miss a couple of days to spend time with the family, and you can see how happy he was at that stage as well that they were over, and it just helps your mental health, helps recharge your batteries, and he's flying along.
He is flying along indeed, and they were flying along in this race. The pace was unreal and unrelenting throughout. Alda Head moved up on the outside with what looked to be a race-winning move, but as you saw at the top of the straight from our press position, we were saying they're slowing down, but I didn't think it would be Alfaka who would get back up after contesting the lead early and go on and win the race.
I thought he looked a real grinder on that debut, and Alda Head was running over shorter, looked the winner off the home turn, but didn't really stay the trip, whereas Alfaka only just dug in at that stage and saw it out thoroughly to win with a little bit to spare.
You may hear a little bit of music going on in the background. It is all kicking off with one of the traditional musical groups, singing, dancing, all happening behind us. But all singing or dancing is Camilo Ospina, and he's with Shamila.
I am with Camilo Ospina. What a fantastic start to your day, and what a fantastic way to break that horse's maiden.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Yeah, this horse he ran in Riyadh. He finished fifth and behind, but for that race he's coming very good. He has more experience now, and the trainer Abdullah Bahi is giving very good word, you know. And thank God he won. His horse one pace, you know. But when I saw the another horse in the 800 meter, I think my horse is coming. You know, I had to push him, but thank God he come back and he can win the race.
Closing stages, because it was a tough battle between you and Alex.
Yeah, difficult, you know, difficult because he has one pace, but when the last 200 meter, I saw he's coming again very strong, and thank God he keep going until finish.
And of form now that you're for the Jockeys Championship. Do you think you'll have a few more winners today?
Inshallah, yeah, I hope. I have very good horses. I hope they keep in sane, and we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Thank you very much, Camilo, as we get to watch these beautiful Jones shots from the beginning. And Camilo was keen to get his head in front, but he was taken on very early by Denver, who got out early and hard.
Yeah, Denver looked outclassed here with an official rating of 45, but he had his moment of glory by going to the front early and making it a little bit hard for Camilo and Alfaka. But the winners are stayers. It wasn't like Camilo wanted to dictate the pace, but those two went clear. We also had some early pace we had Zami slowly away, as we saw, and the front two really went clear in the early stages. You'll then see that Alayet moved up there from mid-division to try to put a bit of pressure on them, and as we saw it coming to the home turn, he turned the taps on but couldn't keep going as well as the winner. We're seeing them around the halfway mark now, and it's still Denver in front with Alfaka, who's up there the whole way.
But look at where Alda Head is positioned here on the outside, and again, you can hear the music kicking off behind us. It really is an atmosphere here at King Khalid Racecourse today. But Alda Head makes his pressing move here. This is where Alda Head goes, I'm going to try and win this race. They know Denver hasn't got the ability to stay there on the inside, and both of them press on with race-winning moves.
Yes, at this stage, Denver begins to weaken. Alfaka briefly in front, but Alex Moreno on Alayet really keen to get him to the front as soon as possible. He showed plenty of speed in his previous race, but weakened behind Cabral. He's turned the tables there, but again, he hasn't quite sustained his run. We see at this stage he's just got the lead, and you might have thought that Alfaka, having been up there early, would be in trouble, but he proves himself to be a fairly dour stayer. They've opened up a gap at this stage. The field begins to close them down, and it looks
It's
for
a
a
switch,
while.
though, isn't it? It's a switch. The switch on the outside. Then he finds the second gear again.
Well, Aliyad comes across them and gets to the rails. So the only thing Camilo can do is switch out wide. But it does help him to change legs, to get back after the leader again. It can be a blessing in disguise when you have to switch, as long as you've got a couple of 100 yards to do it in.
We see it an awful lot in jumps racing, don't we? In national hunt racing, horses switch back to renew their challenge. And sometimes they can pick up a total second wind.
And that was very much the case here. But I think also part of that was that Aliyad was probably tiring as he drifted across to the rail. And Al Fakir was certainly helped by getting clear daylight and having something to aim at again. And that's won him the race in the end.
And we see these beautiful camera shots of this home straight, and you can just see exactly what Rory's explained. The horse that eventually finishes third drifts across to the rail and is leaning on the rail. That's not something we often see here at King Khalid Racehorse. Horses tend to drift right towards the stand side, but on this occasion, this horse is eventually beaten, drifts towards the rail and is leaning almost on the rail for support in the end.
He is a little bit. Horses tend to drift out a little bit, I guess, because they've got the paddock and the parade ring on that side of the track. It tends to draw them in that direction. But when they get tired, they do tend to drift one way or the other. And in the case of Aliyad, it was drifting left.
And Allahead is owned by Atbar Racing Stables. They have Phil Depay, and they're the owners of Phil Depay. And now in training with Phil Collington, we had a lovely interview with Phil Collington in the Arabian News as well, which we saw earlier on this week, where he was saying this horse is at its maximum speed distance here. It's all or nothing in this contest for Phil Depay.
It is. Obviously, it's a course and distance winner last time, but he used his speed to win that race. I think Phil's concern would be that he's probably a natural sprinter with the stamina to get home over a mile, but if it turns into a burn-up, that might be tough.
And as you can see, the singing and dancing only continues, and it's an absolute banger. I don't know who's in charge of the bass here, but it absolutely slaps. I'm loving every second of this. And hopefully you don't bring us back in vision, because I'm having too much of a good time having a boogie as all the material goes up in the air here. Let's go, boys. Show us how it's done. Hey, we see them having a good time, and we hope you're having a good time watching this racing as well. It's all behind us here. The flag is in the air, the cameras have gone up too, and I'm trying to give you advice on the next race, but it's all about this right now, because I'm feeling it. Rory, are you feeling it?
Oh, I'm feeling it all right.
Oh, he's feeling it all right. He may not look like he's feeling it, but he's feeling it all right. Rory is the poker-faced assassin on this broadcast. You never know quite what he's feeling, but he always knows he's feeling it just as much as we're feeling it. But we swiftly move on to race 2, and this is the first of the really cracking contest. This is the 2-year-old race for the Colts, a fascinating contest on paper, Rory. Who jumps out at you straight away?
Well, it's a terrific contest with a few unbeaten sorts in it. The one who really catches the eye is Lila LM, number 6, who improved for a good second on his debut when absolutely running away with a contest over 1,600 metres last time out, winning at a time of 1:44.14, but by 17 3/4 lengths. We'll see a bit of that later on.
Yes, that was one of the impressive winners, but this race is filled with a host of really impressive winners as well, isn't it? I think you look down the field at some of the other runners who are featuring Al-Kawakabi, one of the hardest names to pronounce on the card. He's a horse that won 2 starts ago and wasn't too disappointing last time out in meeting 30.
No, a little bit disappointing that he couldn't progress again from that maiden win, but a perfectly respectable second in a non-winners of 3 last time out. Seems to mark him down as having a little bit to find, but clearly quite a classy colt.
Well, that's just a couple of the headliners in this, our second contest. Let's get the runners and riders with Franny. Are you feeling it, Franny?
Oh, absolutely, Callum. Yes, glorious scenes here at Taif, and we are just going to step it up a gear here. As you mentioned, the first of our 4 Taif Cup races. Cups all the way through now, of course, between now and the end of the card. I'm really, really looking forward to this next race. They're headed by number 1, Jcsa, for Camilo Ospina. Ibn Alarin is the 2, Mohammed Al-Daham. Al-Kawakabi, as you perfectly pronounced a few moments ago, Callum, is the 3, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Al-Azif is the 4, Alex Moreno. Fiber is the 5 for Ali Al-Mimoni. Lila Alem, another one for the owners. Abdullah Al-Farouz in the saddle. Abu Jarrah is the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Massa. We go without the 8 here, so we move on to the 9, Mo Ayla. Mohammed Saeed is in the saddle. Turning the page, Dalai Tawake is the 10. The 11 is Al Masir for Wigberto Ramos. Yartafel with a rating of 95 is number 12, Eddie Castro. Monbahar rounds off the runners for King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons, looking for a quick-fire double after their winner in the first. Rayan Outer Aish rides the 13. Maestro Pro is the 14th, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Farfad Al Faradi rides number 15, Barik Al Fuz. Batarik is 16, Abdullah Al Lorfi. And the field are completed by number 17, Ale Wagi for Mohammed Al Hubayr. So we have a field of 16 going to post for our second race. It's a 2-year-old race for colts. It's the first of our 4 Taif Cups. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mark, for taking us through the runners and riders. And it's just the quality has just stepped up a gear in this contest. And I really do think we could see Camilo Ospina try and get a quick-fire double. He partnered Jcsa, drawn in 1. Is that a concern for you over this 1,400-metre trip?
It's always a concern to be drawn in stall 1. As I said, I'd rather be drawn in stall 2 than stall 1 as a rule, because you tends to jump a little bit more naturally from the stalls. If you're coming from stall 1, there's a tendency for horses just to duck slightly to the left and lose not a lot of ground, maybe half a length in that jump, but the half a length can be crucial. But Jcsa looks really interesting. Made his debut over 1,600 metres and beat Sinar by 9.5 lengths. And the third from that race is won since to boost the level of the form. So he's one to bear in mind.
Another debutant winner come that stall number 2, Ibn Al-Areen, sorry, I should get that right. Beats Laila Aim, the really impressive winner last time, Laila LM rather, on his debut. That looks very good for him. Now, it didn't look particularly good at the time. It was a fairly moderate time, but obviously when Laila LM comes out and absolutely destroys his rivals up and trip next time, you've got to sit up and take notice of that form. I do think that the number 6 Laila LM did improve enormously from debut to second run. So I'm not entirely sure I would say that Ibn Al-Areen is the better performer there. Well, LM is by Premium Tap, and one of the things that these Premium Tap progeny do is they tend to step forward massively from their debut performances and go on to bigger and better things after that. So to see a horse Premium Tap beaten on debut, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, and as I said, this clearly has improved out of all recognition. Now it's possible that Ibn Al-Areen himself will take a big jump forward from his debut. He's stepping up a trip from 1,200. Laila LM and Jcsa already proven at a longer trip and a dropping back.
Now, we talked about Ibn Al-Areen. I want to just stick on to this horse because this horse last ran in meeting 14. We've spoken about it earlier. These earlier meetings might not have been as strong purely because the horse was going to Riyadh hadn't come out to play yet. Is there a concern about firstly the early meeting and secondly the gap between runs?
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of horses having this kind of break, stepping up into cup company. Similarly, back home, a horse wins a maiden on debut 6 weeks before Royal Ascot and then doesn't run again before the big meeting. That tends to look like a negative to me. They don't tend to win as often as they would if they made a debut closer to the meeting. But clearly Connections think that Ibn Al-Areen is good enough for this and have set him aside immediately after that debut.
We could just see horse number 14, Meister Pro, who is 0 from 4 and one of the more experienced runners in this field, playing up a little bit, clearly getting caught up in the atmosphere of the day. And that's not a surprise because I have been caught up in the atmosphere of the day and I'm not a red-blooded animal powering about to run 1,400 metres, so you can totally understand how that horse had really picked up and is feeling the atmosphere today. But you'd be slightly concerned that that horse, with all the experience, is running his race before they even get to the start.
I'd be a bit more concerned about what he did last time out on the track, to be honest. made a promising debut in third back in week 2, but hasn't progressed from it, and is one of the hardest to fancy in this field as a result.
Yes, certainly has an awful lot to find with a lot of these. Some of the other horses we've not yet mentioned. Dalai Tawake, horse number 10 in our race cards, was really promising with a second on debut, but again, that was meeting 1. These are much better horses now.
Yeah, that looks okay, finishing second on debut, but was actually beaten 17 lengths by the winner on that occasion. And given that he was only 7th last week, he's not the easiest to fancy in a race of this nature.
Eddie Castro is a jockey who is really one to follow, and he seems to be getting better and better the longer we spend here in King Khalid racecourse. He partnered Yatfal, who is horse number 12 on your race cards. He's 1 from 3, but that win came last time out, so it's clearly improving with each run.
You had to battle to beat Safa last time out over 1600, but Safa's gone on since that. Probably the better effort was when finishing second in open company behind Mashar at meeting 16. As I said, just that wasn't visually impressive last time out, but the forms worked out okay and looked a horse with loads of promise on that previous start.
We like to give every horse a mention, so number 5, Fiber, one of the lower rated horses, could be outclassed in this, surely.
Fiber has a rating of 67 and has not gone on. I think even the rating of 67 is probably a bit flattering to Fiber on recent evidence.
Abu Jarrah, horse number 7, 0 from 3, has improved with each run, but again would need a monumental step up in class to feature here.
Going the right way and would be the right type for handicaps. You know, a rating of 63 was 11.5 lengths of fourth over 1,200 metres in a maiden last time out. Looks like it's ready for handicaps, but not ready for this kind of race.
Yes, and this is horse number 1, Jcsa, 1 win, 1 run.
Yeah, drops from 1,600. That's a slight concern, but you know, if the championship races at 1,400 metres, that's what's got to be. So having won at 1,600, the mile is probably the ideal trip for Jcsa, but won by 9.5 lengths and showed plenty of speed there.
Ibn Al-Areen is horse number 2, another who is 1 win from 1.
1 win from 1, beating Laila LM, who's the form horse here. So the fact that Ibn Al-Areen has beaten that one on debut marks him down as a really interesting one. That was 1,200 metres, it's been an awful long time since, but a really fascinating contender.
I think this was going to look quite small in comparison to some of the other big, strong colts we see in the field. Al-Kawakabi is just one of those big, strong colts, a big, powerful type marching around the parade ring.
Yeah, won a maiden in meeting 21, but that 3 1/4 length second to Dubawi Najd in a non-winner to 3 last time out, while a very good run, doesn't show progress from the maiden win, so a little bit to do here.
And Dubawi Najd is not a bad horse himself. Alezef is horse number 4 on your race card, a little bit smaller, more juvenile, like for sure.
Yeah, 6th on debut and then finished 3rd to Zain Al Zain, who you like an awful lot last time out. Beaten 7 3/4 lengths there, so a fair bit more needed at this level.
Fiber is one of the horses we're thinking has a lot to find, but let's talk about it.
Yeah, Fiber's had 4 runs, isn't really going forward in form terms, and just looks outclassed.
And again, smaller type. I think it's clear to see from your television screen if you are watching us live on YouTube, the Fiber is a lot more petite and more feminine looking than some of these. One that's not is Layla Alem. This is a really exciting prospect and a colt with a big future.
Yeah, he was a promising second to Ibn Al-Areen on debut. Was beaten 4.5 lengths that day, but just looked a different prospect altogether when winning over 1,600 last time out, slamming his rivals by 17 3/4 lengths and looking a top-class colt in the process.
Abdullah Al-Farouz in the saddle, certainly a jockey not to be sniffed at. Abu Jarrah is horse number 7, jig-jogging around.
Yeah, 4th in a maiden last time out. Will win races, but not at this level at this stage.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who has caught your eye?
Well, just looking at the horses going round here, and there are 5 King Abdullah horses in this race. And as I've said before, and as you already know, the horses are always impeccably turned out. They look so nice, so brilliant. And the one that I'm going to go with is number 13, Monbaher. He's just strutting around the paddock with such confidence, and he's been super consistent this season, so I think today's the day.
Hopefully today is the day, Shamila. Monbaher, one of the King Abdulaziz horses we've not mentioned, but we will have a look at that horse later on, as hopefully we'll get a good shot of him in the paddock. This is horse number 11, Al Masia, 1 ridden from 3, and it was last time out.
Yeah, has improved with each run, and was a winner over course and distance in the maiden last time out, beating Bihav's Al Rahman, but that form was let down yesterday.
Yata Fell, a striking looking animal.
Excellent second to Mashur in an open at meeting 16, and battled well to beat Safa over a furlong further last time out.
Here is Shamila's eye catcher, Monbaher, and you can see exactly why Shamila likes this horse.
Well, he very much looks the part, but he's still a maiden, finishing 4th in meeting 9, and then improving a little bit to finish 3rd last time out, but was beaten 9 lengths by Al Suhal last time out over 1,200. Maybe this trip will suit him better.
He's another ginormous type, certainly one to get better with age. Remember, he's only 2, and he looks like this. Certainly one to watch. Just look at his ears, he's focused. Meister Pro, horse number 14.
Yeah, made a fairly promising debut, went 3rd at meeting 2, but that was a fairly weak race and has not progressed.
Yes, Maestro Pro right there, 14, not particularly catching the eye in the parade ring, walking around like a bit of a show pony, but I imagine once the jockey gets on board, we'll see this horse lift into life. One who has the jockey on board already is Barik Al-Frouz, who is horse number 15, Rory.
Yeah, won nicely over track and trip on debut, and then was 4th in a non-winners of 3 last time out, but no match for Lay Oyu Michel in that race. Is a pretty useful performer.
Yeah, that horse comes up later on in the car. Barteric is horse number 16. This horse is not from 3, but second last time.
Second last time, the second to Lila LM, which sounds fairly good, but was beaten almost 18 lengths in finishing that place, so has plenty to find with that rival and with others on collateral form.
As John Blance would say, in a different part of the Arabian Peninsula, that's where that horse finished last time out. Ale Waji is horse number 17, ran recently in meeting 31 and won on debut, but this is a big step up in class.
It is, and that was a pretty slow time for that debut win over 1200, but this horse did have a bad trip coming into it and ended up winning by a good margin, 3 3/4 lengths in the end from D. Maranea. Could improve a fair bit, but needs to improve a fair bit.
They're going down to the 1400 metre start, and this is a totally different type of race to what we saw earlier on over 2000 metres. These horses have a little bit more of a run before they get into the first bend, but don't let that fool you. There'll still be a good old scrum to get to the rail.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at some of the form in this one, and we've got plenty to look at, because this is Lily Alem, who is absolutely bolting up, winning by 17 lengths on most recent start.
Yeah, this is a massively impressive performance in a good time of 1:44.14, despite being eased up in the dying strides. This is a big improvement from that good second on debut. It was over a furlong further, but he was well clear at this distance anyway, and he just looks like a really good prospect. 17 3/4 lengths there.
Yes, a mightily impressive performance. Jcsa is the owner's other horse in this race, and this is a really powerful performance. Much less class, much more in there.
Yeah, again, over the trip. This is a slower time, 1:46.71 for the 1 mile trip. He beats Sinar by 9.5 lengths. The promising thing here is the horse who finishes 3rd in the end went on to win next time out. So that's boosted the form. And again, he had loads to spare here, so he looks like a good prospect.
Yes, Ibn Al-Areen is another horse who won on debut, and we'll have a good look at this horse doing the business here. Another very impressive debut performance.
Yeah, running in different colours to those he sports today. He'll be in white with a blue cap, but in this picture he's wearing the green sleeves, being challenged at this stage by Lila LM, who just gets tired, the runner-up. But Ibn Al-Areen clears the way. This is over the 1200 trip. The runner-up had shown ability, but probably wasn't fully wound up. But you can't take anything away from the winner, who's won by a biggish margin with a gap back between 2nd and 3rd as well. So very impressive. Been off for a long time though.
And finally, we get to look at Al Kawakabi, who is the best named horse in the race and has to come wide to win here.
Yeah, you see in the noseband, red sleeves, black cap. Al Kawakabi really turns on the turbo here, gets to the front just at the point that we're watching here, and clears away to win in pretty good style. Has run since then, was only 2nd, beaten 3 1/4 lengths in a non-winners of 3, but those tend to be much stronger contests, so you wouldn't take anything away from Al Kawakabi, other than to say that his form seems to have plateaued.
Yes, I think it's a great shout out to our video form guys as well to highlight Laya Alem was really soundly beaten by Ibn Al-Areen in Ibn Al-Areen's only start. We saw what Laya Alem then did later on. We suspect that horse has stepped up massively, but let's not discount Ibn Al-Areen totally from this contest.
No, we can't rule him out. All we know about him is that he's beaten a very good horse first time out over 1200. He could easily have improved an awful lot from that race himself. And it's interesting the connections have set him aside for this. I mean, we imagine he's set him aside. He could easily have had a setback, but I think he's proven himself to be up to this sort of standard. They will have seen that Lila LM bolted up next time out, maybe thought, right, well, we don't need to run this horse again. He's clearly good enough for this big cup race.
Camillo Ospina is looking for a quick-fire double, and he partnered Jcsa. Now, we know how Camillo likes to ride these races. He's going to go hard and fast early and then settle into that magnificent rhythm that he rides with. Tell us a little bit about that, Rory.
Yeah, he's got this natural ability to get horses going forward from the stalls. So you often see horses breaking from the stalls, the jockeys riding them along to get a pitch. You never see Camillo riding along coming out of the stalls. He sits forward, the horses jump for them, and then they're immediately into their stride. So they don't have to be taken out of the rhythm. They don't have to get off the bit. They don't end up racing freely either. It's a massive help to the horses, and Camilo is a jockey that a lot of other young jockeys could learn a lot from watching. He wouldn't be the easiest in the world to copy, though.
Yes, but young jockeys all over the world is keen to stress that the racing quality here is good enough to stand anywhere across the racing planet, for sure.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see that in the next year or so, that some of these jockeys who are only riding locally will get a chance to show themselves on a bigger stage. You have international jockeys challenges and local jockey challenges at the big race day in February, and that will be a window to the world. But hopefully the guys will get an opportunity to shine in Europe or in the US or whatever that happens to be, because some of these jockeys that are riding here are as good as. Well, we said we got some very good imported jockeys here. A lot of high-class Panamanian riders.
The Panamanian crew have arrived.
But you've only got to look at the jockeys table to see that it's really hard fought, and it's not like the likes of Camilo, brilliant jockey though he is dominating. You know, he's fighting hard to win that jockey's title.
Yes, it really is a tightly fought battle, and we can see here Yusuf is involved in the comments as well, and we also see Rashid is going for horse number 11, Alamsir, who is running in the yellow and brown colours. So best of luck to you, Rashid, and thank you, Yusuf, for getting involved in the comments. Rory, who do you like in this race? Who are you going for? I imagine it's Lila LM.
Yeah, it's a slight question that Lila LM is dropping back to the 1400 metres from 1600. But I would have said he showed plenty of speed on debut over the 1200. I'd have thought this trip would be absolutely fine for him. He clearly stays 1600. He will stay 2000 in time, I would have thought, as a 3-year-old. But dropping back in trip is just a minor concern. And the manner of his win last time out was very, very impressive. So he'd be my pick here in a tough race.
So Rory is going for horse number 6. I'm going to take you on with the owner's other runner. I'm going to go for Jcsa. I thought that was a mightily power-packed performance. And I've just heard that the video team behind the camera are fans of Jcsa as well. So that's clearly a sign. Is it a sign? Is it an element? Or is it just a coincidence? I'm sure it could be one of the three. So Callum and the production team in the background are going for horse number 1. Shamila likes number 13. Unlucky for some, that's Mombaha. But the only person we're left to hear from is the man in the sky, the voice from above. Mark Francis, who do you like?
Callum, thank you very much. Yeah, it seems like we're attacking the King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons horses here. Rory going with Lila LM. I'm going to side with you, Callum, here. I think Jcsa's got the pick of the form. It was a steering job last time out for Camilo Ospina. Was drawn 13. Won by the best part of 10 lengths, made all that day in a very good time. And as Rory mentioned a few moments ago, the form has been boosted with the second coming out and finishing a very good second again. But the third has come out and won. For Lila LM, I was beaten by Ibn Al-Arin, as we saw in the VT on debut, but certainly stepped that up, winning by nearly 20 lengths. I think I called Lila LM home that day. So should be there or thereabouts. Just a note as well that, of course, we have 4 runners from the King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons. There's one of them, that's Yartafel, who has the yellow cap. Mombaha has the blue cap. Jcsa has the green cap, the first colours. And Lila LM has the red cap. So 4 ways to distinguish between the 4 Abdullah bin Aziz and Son runners. But yeah, it's Jcsa for me. Lila LM, I think, should be there or thereabouts. Could be a 1-2 for the owner here. Ibn Al-Arin should be up there as well. New owners, as Rory mentioned, now with the white jacket, the blue braces and cap. Certainly found plenty on that debut, which was way back at meeting 14, so has been kept off for some time. As Lila LM is circling at the start. But for me, Callum, it's horse number 1, Jcsa.
Much, Mark, very good of you to go through some of the horses. M. Rashid has mentioned here that this person actually bred horse number 11. So best of luck to you, M. Rashid, who's got Al Masir, horse number 11. Best of luck. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. Al Masir with the pale and brown quarter jacket coming out of 11 with Berto Ramos. You wouldn't really want anybody else in the plate, would you? So final 3 to come forward. We're empty in 15, that's Barik Al-Fuz coming forward. We're empty in 7, which is Abu Jarrah. And also one of the inside runners, I think we're missing Ibn Al-Arin. Reminder, we go without the 8 here. This is the first of 4 straight Taif Cup contests. This is for the 2-year-old colts, the Saudi breds, over 7 furlongs. Last couple coming forward. Best of luck with your selections. Sir Ali Al-Mimoni, who rides Fibre. There are 7 maidens in here. Best of luck. 7 furlongs, 2-year-olds in the gate. Just rearing in 6 is Lila Alem. And again, so in 14 is Maestro Pro, who's playing up. 1 or 2 difficulties with Lila Alem. Black goes up a 3rd time. And they're off. 2-year-olds racing away then for the first of our Taif Cups. Rousted along for a position on the inside is Asa in the green cap. Also up there, the red cap of Lila Alem. So 2 of the Abdullah bin Aziz and Son runners are up with the pace. But going on now is the blue cap of Ibn Al-Areen. It's Ibn Al-Areen who has a very narrow advantage. Towards the inside is Asa. These are the first 2. It's a frenetic pace on here, 65 kilometers an hour they're clocking as they completed their first 400 meters in 24 seconds and 32. Back to 3rd is Lila Alem. Then staying on from out of the pack is Barik Al-Fuz. Just being bumped along for a stride or 2 was Ale Zif. Towards the back of the field, we have the likes of Al-Kawakabi, and also back there is the very pale silks of Al Masir. But turning for home, completing their first 400 meters, and in the lead in the center, the blue cap of Ibn Al-Areen now begins to shake off the attentions of Asa. Staying into 3rd now is Lila Alem, but being called upon for an effort to do so. Back to 4th then is Barik Al-Fuz, looking for 1 or 2 to stay on from out of the pack. Mombaha's blue cap towards the outside of Mo'ela, but this lead is kicking on here. Ibn Al-Areen is 3 lengths clear, approaching the final 250 meters. Lila Alem now comes out of the pack to chase in 2nd. Then comes Barik Al-Fuz. Inside the last 200, Ibn Al-Areen is just tying up a little bit. Lila Alem begins to chase and hunt down. Ibn Al-Areen leads to line. Lila Alem beginning to lunge, doesn't get there. Ibn Al-Areen has won race 2, the Taif Cup for 2-year-old colts, and did it from the front. What an attitude from Ibn Al-Areen to fend off the challenge of Lila Alem, who gave game and gallant pursuit in 2nd position. But I think it's in that order. Doesn't look as though Mohammed Al-Daham clocks that he's won just yet. We'll need the judge to confirm. But Ibn Al-Areen, I think, has got there and has. It's confirmed. He's won by a neck from stall number 2. Got a great early position. Fought off Asa. And then another of the King Abdullah bin Al-Aziz, or Aziz runners, I should say, with Lila Alem storming out of the pack. And a stride or 2 more. Look at the gap in time. Look, 1:30.53 is the winning time. Back in 3rd, Barik Al-Fuz. 1 or 2 didn't really get a name. That's Ali Wagi in 4th. And Al-Kawakabi, who was miles behind at one stage, back in 5th. Asa disappointing in 6th. And then Yata fell. Race number 2 then. The Taif Cup for 2-year-old colts goes to Ibn Al-Areen.
Well, I think we might have seen a pair of very, very talented colts. It's Ibn Al-Areen who comes back from a massive layoff to win a thrilling version of the Taif Cup. What a finish, Rory. Held on grimly.
Yeah, it was a great finale. He looked like he was going to win by a clear margin early in the straight, but his win had come over 1,200 on debut, so the question was whether he would stay the extra furlong, and the petrol tank did begin to read empty in the last 100 yards. But Laila LM just had a little bit too much ground to make up, finishing really strongly, but couldn't quite get there and went down by a bit of neck in the end.
Mohammed Al-Daham is a winning jockey, and if you've just joined us for the first time, you may not know much about this rider. One thing he is in red hot form right now. Rory, where is he in the Jockey Championship now?
He was nowhere when we wrote our list out a couple of days ago, but he's moved himself into the top 10. That was his 12th winner of the season and his 3rd in the last 3 days.
Giving the horse a gentle pat on the bum and making sure he's far away enough that if he was going to get kicked, he wasn't going to get caught. So the smart jockey as well. But talk about Laila LM, because for my opinion, the start played a really key part in that horse's race.
Yeah, Laila LM reared up twice and almost went up a little bit when the stalls opened as well. That clearly compromised his chance, and he ended up, in fairness, he got a very good position. I thought he might end up missing the break as a result, but he ended up breaking okay, and then moving up into 3rd place very quickly. But you'd have thought the fact that he was getting upset in the stalls, it must make a little bit of a difference to your end result, and he's only gone down by a diminishing neck in the end. So 2 very, very high-class horses, clearly. We knew Laila LM was good enough in the first place. We knew that Ibn Al-Areen had beaten Laila LM before. The question was what that form was worth. We now know that for an early season race, it was worth an awful lot.
Yes, meeting 14 may go down with a little bit of history, because we saw 2 very good horses take each other on then, and Laila LM is still unable to turn the tables on Ibn Al-Areen. 200,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. What would you do with 200,000 Saudi Riyal, Rory?
I'd probably drop it in the street.
Yes, Rory has a habit of leaving things lying around, no doubt about it. That's brilliant, that. Oh, no. But let's talk about this Taif Cup colt winning horse here. This was a magnificent performance, but they were set out in front by Jcsa, and I thought Jcsa and Ibn Al-Areen had gone too fast, but they proved Ibn Al-Areen has so much talent, was able to just shrug Jcsa off. Bye-bye, I'm not bothered about you at all.
Yeah, both Jcsa and Laila LM proven at the 1,600 metre trip, whereas Ibn Al-Areen has shown that he had lots of gears from winning over 1,200 on debut. But this was much faster when you compare it to the way that race was run. I think the final time was, I got a 1:30.53. Is that what you have there?
Yeah, 1:30.53. It's a quick time, but it's not super quick. The track record is a 1:23. So.
Yeah, the track record is a very old track record, and the track would have been riding a lot quicker back then. It's not like these horses can't go 5 or 6 seconds faster. That's a very quick time in comparison to what we've seen throughout the season. So we're really coming to a boil here and seeing the best horses being pushed to their limit in these good races, and it's great to see.
Now, I'm going to put your trainer hat on again, Rory. Are you dropping back in trip next time out? Are you going back to 1,200 metres?
I wouldn't mind dropping back to 1,200 metres. It wouldn't bother me. But then again, at 1,400, given an opportunity to dominate, he's clearly got the stamina for it. He had to win a battle first with a very talented horse in Jcsa to get to the front. So in a manner of speaking, he ran 2 races. If he can stay at 1,400 metres and run 1 race, then that trip will be fine for him. But he clearly has the speed to drop back if needs be. I'd imagine there's more quality races over the longer trip, really, though, isn't there?
We've got our winning jockey, and he's with Shamila.
Mohammed Al-Daham is having a fantastic weekend. 3 winners on 3 days. Congratulations. What did you think of that race?
Thank you, alhamdulillah. This is a good race, good horse. And alhamdulillah, lucky, and the God help me and I win, alhamdulillah.
And what did Hisham think before the race?
Yeah, Hisham, he say this is race not easy. Yeah, you know the horse, good break, and you see after, and alhamdulillah, my horse come very good.
And are you looking forward to anything else today?
Yeah, inshallah, I hope.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, as we see his full breakaway from the start. And it's still one, Jcsa, who missed the kick but was rousted to get in contention to go alongside Ibn Al-Areen, who got a much better break.
Yeah, you do get, as long as you go forward, there's a little bit of room because of the configuration of the track at the 1,400 metre start that you can rush up and get to the lead. And as we said, horses with stall 1 seem to, even when they show the pace to lead to the bend, they're almost always behind 5 yards out of the stalls, simply because of where that stall sits and the nature of horse racing. But he showed great speed to get to the front, Jcsa. We also see Laila Alem pushing up there in the early stages.
Moela is there right on the outside as well. What a run from Moela early speed-wise.
Yeah, given that Moela didn't show much speed at all last time out, that was a step in the right direction. But it's not long before Ibn Al Arena's pushed up to take the lead. The front two get in a real battle with Ibn Al Arena just getting the better of Jcsa, but Jcsa still pushing up the inside and making sure that Ibn Al Arena has no breathing room at all. And you see in third stalking them is Laila Alem, although having to be pushed along to keep up with them, knowing that his stamina will kick in the straight.
Now, if you look at the horse just behind Laila Alem, it's a horse that eventually finishes third, Barik Al Fuz. That horse had to come from a very wide stall in 15 and did masterfully well to get into that position, but then ended up getting caught in Laila Alem traffic as he came out wide, so had to come very wide and wasn't able to stick up with Laila Alem. But unfortunately, our second couldn't quite overhaul our eventual winner.
Yeah, you watch the drone footage above and you almost think that Laila Alem has got there, but not quite, sadly, for connections. Good run from the third Barak Al Fluz, and that's a pointer to the chances of Lei Oyun Mashael in the next race, who beat that one comfortably last time out.
Yes, a big form boost indeed, as we can see Connections and the jockey celebrating with the first of many, many cup races we have to look forward to. So look at them enjoying this moment. This is one for the mantelpiece for sure. We see an awful lot of these cup races coming towards the end of the card, but it's just great to think that we've got more to come.
It is, absolutely. Normally you've got one or maybe two cup races in the day, but to have 7 cup races on a card is something else. And we've had a tremendous start with a really close finish to our first Taif Cup for the 2-year-old colts. And we've got the 2-year-old fillies coming up next in a race that looks equally full of quality.
Oh, it really does. It's a fascinating contest on paper, and hopefully it can throw up a finish just like this. Although if Zain Al Zain is involved in a finish like this, I don't trust my heart will hold up in the finish, because I will be very, very excited. So I'm keeping everything crossed for that superstar filly. I know there's one that you really like in that race as well. But you can just see here our eventual winner, Ibn Al Areed. I'm really impressed by this horse's head carriage as well. The noseband is free-for-alling on the face there as well. That can't be helping. But look at the way the horse keeps his head bowed in battle.
Yeah, even though he was tired, often you see horses that get that tired, they wander around, the head will come up, but he's run an absolute cracker there.
And you can just see how much Camille Ospina was left at the start there from stall 1, and also our runner-up, Lily Alem, who was also left at the start, but both of them end up in first and third by the first bend. That's a lot of energy had to use to get there.
Yeah, they've got a hell of a lot of quality to be able to get up there early anyway, but as you said, you certainly forgive the horse drawn in stall 1 there, Jcsa, having to go up really hard after missing the break and getting involved in the battle and then weakening later on. He's clearly got tons of ability. He'd be a lot better over another furlong, even though he's weakened out of that, because he wouldn't have to get involved in that kind of speed duel. He clearly stays well. He's a good prospect, and next time he runs, people will look at the form figure and maybe underestimate him. But that was a better run than it looks.
Again, like a lot of these, making only their second star. Ibn Al Areen is only a baby. To show that much guts and determination without drifting or falling into the rail, like we saw in our previous race, is a real testament to the training quality and the ability of this horse, who is a potential superstar. But the fun does not stop, because we see more potential superstars, but this time in the shape of 2-year-old fillies in the Taif Cup for fillies. Again, 200,000 Rial to the winner here. So it's a fascinating contest and an exciting race on paper. Rory, talk to me about a horse you really like here. It's Tabor Fail, a horse you're fascinated by.
Yeah, beat 4 winners by a big margin when winning a 1200 open race last time out. I thought that was a very impressive performance from Tabor Fail. And so did the handicapper here, who gives her a rating of 105, which sets a very high standard.
Yes, a rating of 105 makes her hugely talented. Now, there's plenty of entertainment on course. Behind us, we still see the band, the singers and the dancers all behind us. The course is absolutely packed. I'm desperate to go down and have a look at some of those supercars that have been parked down on the race course as well. I wonder if that's a winning prize for someone, if anyone could try and get a supercar.
I think the owners might have questions to ask about that. We saw a few of those last night, didn't we?
We did see a few.
And yeah, listen, you love that scene as well. I heard you talking with the guys last night about the supercars and what you think is good and what you think isn't good. It leaves me cold. I'm never driven in my life. I don't intend to. I did promise my wife I would learn to drive when we got married, and she reminds me occasionally that the marriage is potentially void. But it's never ever going to happen, I'm afraid.
You put a ring on it, now you've got to drive. It's the only thing you can do. It's the only way you can go. But yes, it was great catching up with a few of those supercar owners last night. One of them was a three-wheeled machine, which I hadn't seen before. It looked like something out of a kid's cartoon. A fascinating car indeed. And they were not hanging around on the road either, were they? We were sitting in behind playing viewing party, really, watching those guys really show those cars what they could do. Now, as we look forward to the next contest, we'll see what Shamila is up to down in the racecourse.
I'm with the organizer of what's going on behind me, Rowan. Thank you for talking to us, Rowan. Just let us know what's going on.
We're here doing the Saudi Arda, Saudi International Arda. We have 60 people here. After every race, they do one show. So, yeah.
And this is like a traditional performance?
Yes, a traditional performance, exactly. It's one of many kinds of Saudi dances, yes.
And will they be performing a different kind of dance between every race?
No, for today it's only Saudi Arda. But maybe next day they were going to do another show, inshallah.
And it's so great to have you here to showcase the Saudi culture on a big racing day like this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rowan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shamila. And that Saudi Arda dance is something that Ronaldo did in celebration after he scored a goal at the weekend as well. So that was one of the coolest things. We saw a great reaction to that.
Yeah, we watched that, and the crowd reaction when Ronaldo did his always he's got his own celebration, but he decided to add a new one in there, the Arda, and the crowd absolutely lapped it up. It was really good to see.
Yes, they had a great time and they really enjoyed it. And it was a fantastic performance from Ronaldo. I think he ended up with a double, or did he end up with the hat-trick or not?
I think he ended up with two because he got one disallowed, which was
that was
unfair.
it. He had the double, but one disallowed. Franny will never have anything disallowed, will you? Take us through the runners and the riders.
That's very kind of you, Callum. Keep your eyes off those cars as well. Race 3 is the Taif Cup presented by Sports Boulevard. This is for the 2-year-olds, but for the fillies, Saudi breds again over the 7 furlongs. They're headed by number 1, Lei Oyun Mashayer, which holds a special place in my heart, this 2-year-old filly. It's the first horse I called home here in Saudi Arabia back at meeting 16 and followed up again at meeting 24. And I think she's certainly a leading player here. Number 2 is Min Barayar for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. The 3 is Hadabar for Abdullah Al Lawfi. 4 is Moktamar Nawaf Al Madiani. 5 Bin Al Jawad, Mohammed Al Hubail. Tabor Fail, I think will be Rory's selection, will be mine as well. There's just the 2 runners for the ownership here after so close in the last race. So it's 2nd and 3rd, and of course a winner in the first race. Sinar is the 7th. Bint Kasura is the 8th for Ali Al Matib. Turning the page, Bawashar is the 9th. Doa Al Fakrin is the 10. Where's the blinkers? Kafira is one of 5 maidens in this race, including Zayzar, which is the 12 for Tariq Al Mansour. Zain Al Zain for Camilla Ospina, looking for a double. Also one of 5 unbeaten fillies in this lineup. Al Wathkar is another for Luis Morales, and Awa Al Anayar, another Abdullah Al Farouz. Merba Alays, another maiden, is number 16. And the final 2 runners, Nafayil Wigberto Ramos and number 18, Auda Fla, the 18. Reserves 19 and 20 are not involved, so a full field for our 3rd race. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Thank you very much, Mark, for taking us through the runners and riders for this contest. This race for 2-year-old fillies, only 200,000 Rial to the winner as well. Rory, take us through just a couple of these before we get the close-up shots. Who are your headline makers here?
Well, we've talked about Tabor Fail already, but Leo Yun Mashayel, we mentioned after the first race, she was an impressive winner last time. I will get to see that shortly enough, but she had the 3rd from the Colts Cup behind her last time out, so you'd have to give her a decent chance. The handicapper gives her plenty to find, but I think that the form of that 1,200-metre known winners of 3 that she won last time out seems to be working out pretty well. I think she'll probably step forward again. She's trying to stall 1. If she can avoid bobbling a little bit at the start, as they just seem to do all the time from stall 1 there, and get up early. I think she'll play a part as well. But this is full of promising fillies.
Just noticed there in the parade ring, Boetta was proving a little bit difficult in the parade ring, but this is Leoun Machael. What do you make of this one? Big, strong type.
She is a big, strong type. She was a winner of her second start, and as I said, she followed up in a non-winners of 2 last time out. That looks like fairly strong form with Marie Galfouz back in 4th that day, and she should go forward again.
Not looking the easiest in the parade ring though. Minbaria is horse number 2. 1 win from 3, and that was last time out.
She won a non-winners of 3 last time out over the 1600 metres, beating 5 winners that day, including Sinar, who has ties into the Colts race as well.
Hadaba is horse number 3.
Hadaba is a fairly useful maiden, but you'd have to think that others are preferred in this race.
Moktama, number 4.
Won a weakish maiden on his second start by a couple of lengths. Can do better, but the overall time was modest there, and more is required.
Bint Al Jawad is horse number 5 in your race card. She's 2 from 4, and that win coming last time out in meeting 33. Quick turnaround.
Yeah, Bint Al Jawad has been impressive twice at the 1200 metres, but the one time she's raced at this trip, she's been disappointing, and that's a concern to me. And she also flashes the tail, which is also a worry.
She's flashing the tail in the parade ring there without even a rider on board. This is Tabor Fail, a real striking filly. She's got a massive chance.
Yeah, she won by a big margin last time out. The horses behind her were useful as well, and the time was very good. 1:15.65 for the 1200, a very, very good time.
Rocket fast indeed. Sinar is horse number 7. We mentioned this horse earlier.
Yeah, Sinar was ahead of Minbaria when second on debut, and was then second to her last time out, beat a length and a quarter. So it looks like Minbaria is just improving that little bit faster.
Yeah, they're having a flip-flop battle. As you can see, there's clearly some issues going on in the parade ring with some of these fillies going forward. But this is number 8, Bint Kasora, 1 win from 1 run.
Yeah, we saw her win with her tongue hanging out the other day at meeting 34. She showed a good attitude that day to win a locally bred 1200 maiden. She was very game there, but it didn't look a particularly strong race, and I think she's going to find this too tough.
Horse number 9, this is the one that's causing all the problems, and again we can just see she's really spat the dummy out. Boesta, who has 1 win from 3 runs, she's got plenty of experience, she should be better than this.
Yeah, she's had the 3 runs, runner-up at meeting 7, improved to beat Umal Fouz in a course and distance maiden last time out in a good time. She's not dismissed, but you know, you have to worry about attitude here, but not looking to want to leave the paddock.
You can see one of our outriders, one of the 3 musketeers, is just trying to get her to go along. Another who is having some issue is Doa Altacreen, who is getting really worked up with that saddle cross. They're probably going to have to take her into the naughty circle. In fact, she's already in the naughty circle. Horse number 11 is Carfera. What do you make of this one? 0 from 3.
Beaten 7 3/4 lengths by Bint Al Ajwad when second on her second start over 1200. This looks a bit too deep for her.
Ziazar is horse number 12, coming out of stall 12, 0 from 3 as well.
Yeah, 6 lengths third to Al-Kwakibi last time out.
Al-Wakabi, come on, Rory.
Al-Kwakibi over course and distance second time out. Tough ass, but clearly has a bit of ability.
And the next horse is number 13, and I want you to take a long, hard look at this gorgeous girl. This is Zain Al Zain. She's an absolute stunner, and she won very impressively last week. She's by premium tap. She'll get better with time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, her winning time of 1:48.65 is modest. She didn't beat an awful lot in that, but we loved her in the paddock that day, and she looks the type to improve enormously. The question is whether this comes too soon. I'd have given her another week or 2.
Al-Wataka is horse number 14, 1 from 1.
Beat Al-Frame and Taj Al-Anea over 1200 metres on her debut. The third has run well since, and is one to bear in mind, very unexposed.
Our Al-Anea, another one of these unbeaten runners, so many to keep an eye on, number 15.
Showed a really good attitude, kept pulling out more to win that day. Looked like she might be in trouble, but Al-Masir by 2 1/4 lengths over this track and trip first time out. Time is ordinary, but she does look like she will go forward.
Merba Alez is horse number 16. This horse is rated 71 and came second last time out.
Came second to a good filly in the shape of Judea, who won again the other day. But she was beaten 8 3/4 lengths that day over 1200 metres. The form has worked out, but she needs to improve again to take a hand here.
Again, another one that's not proving the easiest to go around the parade ring, just sticking her bum into the infield there. Horse number 17, Nafayal, 1 win from 3, third last time out there.
Yeah, 1 over course and distance, but was behind Minbaria and Sinar on her second start. She's got a bit of fun with those two.
Shamila is in the parade ring. You've got some silverware with you, I hear.
I am in the winners enclosure circle, and obviously I'm going to do my paddock picks. Zayn Al Zayn, obvious standout. We all love her. We were even talking about her last night, Callum, about how much we loved her and how much she actually looked like a colt. She was looking that great. But my paddock pick is going to go with number 2, Minbaria. She just looks stunning going around the parade ring. I couldn't take my eyes off her. And just behind me is all of the silverware that will be going home with somebody today. I just wanted to give you a look at all of the trophies for today. So it's not just prize money that's an incentive. You also get this huge trophy.
Well, thank you, Shamila. Tell us, what is your favourite trophy there? Which one do you like the most? Which one would you like to be going home with?
Oh, I'd have to go with the biggest one, the King Faisal Cup. I mean, I'm not here to play, Callum.
Not here to play at all. We're here. Take it all or take nothing at all. Thank you very much, Shamila. And you're right, Zayn Al Zayn was a real topic of conversation last night. She was a magnificent-looking animal. But the owner's other runner, Taiba Fail, the horse you can see just coming out of shot there, is another one who's very eye-catching. Now, Rory, a few of these played up in the parade ring. Is that a concern?
Yeah, it's always a bit of a concern, but of course there's an excuse for them playing up because of all the activity that's going on here today. Normally a lot quieter for these fillies when they come to the races, so it's not massively surprising that one or two of them are digging their toes in. Whether it affects their performance is another matter. I can see the fillies might be a little bit difficult coming out of the parade ring, but when they get to the start, away from all the action, they ought to be fine.
Let's have a look at some of the video form. The first horse we're going to look at is Taif Fail. This is Taif Fail absolutely bolting up in a time of 1 minute 15, which is just rocket ship.
That's really fast. We're usually seeing around 120 either side of that for the 6 furlongs here, but 1:15.65. She's not hard to spot here. She's already well clear. I think in commentary here, though, she might be getting tired later on, but she maintains her advantage over the runner-up. The form is... she's not beating bad horses here. The next 4 home were all winners. So I think this is a very, very good performance from Taif Fail, and she's hard to be against.
Leo Yoon Mashael is the next horse we'll look at, and this is some more winning form.
Yeah, she comes around the inside, and I'm hoping her inside draws is helpful today. She was an impressive winner last time out, but this is her winning her maiden race when she was winner by 8 1/4 lengths. This is a very impressive performance. She's improved again, and I think she's a very decent filly. Her rating of 85, I think, is lenient. She can certainly take that into handicaps. This is actually the non-winners of 3 that she won last time out.
This is Boesa. This horse was the horse causing trouble in the parade ring. She certainly wasn't causing trouble on the track.
Beat Al Fuz, and this is over course and distance in a locally bred fillies maiden. It's not a bad performance. The time wasn't bad, and the quality behind her wasn't terrific. You do see her flash her tail in front then. That's always a little bit of a concern, but the form isn't bad and she should improve.
The jockey was that excited by this. He was celebrating half a furlong from home. They were comfortably clear. They were very happy with their horse. I remember Connection being very, very proud. This is Zayn Al Zayn. Now, this winning distance won't be so shocking, but it's the way she goes about and wins this.
No, I don't think the second and third here are particularly strong performers. But Zayn Al Zayn, despite needing the run for experience all round, was very impressive, and she clears away very nicely in the last 100 metres. She's a very, very exciting performer, but this run comes only a week on, and that's the big concern for her.
It's a massive concern how quickly this race comes on the back of that performance, and I can totally understand if that were the reason why you or anyone at home would be against her. Great to see people continuing to get involved in the YouTube comments as well. Continue to chat in those comments as well. Remember to like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications. This is just one of many fantastic days we've got here at King Khalid Racecourse and in the future in Riyadh. And just look to the grandstand to our right, Rory. It is absolutely packed up there. There are people all over the shop today.
We're not used to seeing this at the normal meetings. A little bit of trouble there. That was Bint Kasura, I think, unseating her rider at the start. She was a maiden winner recently, did it quite impressively, but this comes quite quickly for her, and she seems to be struggling with the occasion, doesn't she?
Yes, the occasion has certainly got to a few of these fillies. Thank you very much for HJ6Y1419 for getting involved in the comments too. We love to see you guys continuing to get involved amongst the chat. Certainly for me, the thing I can take away from these early skirmishes is the fact that horses are definitely getting more wound up in the parade ring. We didn't see it so much in the Colts race, but then we saw it at the start. So I wonder whether we've seen it all in the parade ring and these fillies will load like lambs, or whether we're going to get even more issues at the start as well.
Well, we've already had a little bit of an issue at the start with Jcsa, so it'd be interesting to see if she's the only one. This is just a different atmosphere from our previous meetings. We do get quite good crowds here, but they're not on top of the horses. It's people don't shout and scream apart from you when you've
apart from me, yeah, apart from me. Yeah, that's one of my problems.
Therefore, the horses tend to stay fairly calm. But this is a different atmosphere. Much more people here. You've got singing, you've got dancing, you've got a lot of people milling around, and that's clearly having an effect.
And we've just heard from our trusty producer that Jcsa, horse number 9, the jockey is not on board that horse. That horse had a myriad of problems on the left-hand side of your screen. The jockey is on the other side of the rails there in the yellow and blue colours. This will be a big thing if this horse doesn't go. This was one of the key winning bits of form for this race, but she's not been comfortable from the very beginning. No,
she hasn't looked particularly happy. In fact, you do get a lot of fillies who look all sorts of trouble and then run their best races. It's just a sign that they're willful, but sometimes the fitter they are, the more willful they look. And if they put their best foot forward in the race, they can often produce their best performances. They're not and vice versa.
Yes, we've seen that before.
There tends to be no middle ground. It's either a massive performance or a massive disappointment. So we'll see what happens here.
If you're a supporter of Jcsa, you'll be hoping for a massive performance. You would have just seen from those beautiful drone shots that we've got for you that the horses circle around at the start. Now, those who are in the middle of that circle, you saw 2 or 3 horses in the middle of that circle. They're just getting their tack adjusted. It's nothing to be concerned about. What is to be concerned about, especially if you're a supporter of Jcsa, is that this horse is taken away from that circle. That's when veterinary and other adjustments are being made. And I think she's being checked over here, and she might be loaded without the jockey. That could be one thing we do see. Now, Rory, who do you like in this race? Give us a selection. You've been on flying form so far, a first and a second.
Yeah, disappointed not to get the double up in the previous race. Another 10 yards wouldn't have gone astray. I think there are lots of fillies I like in this race. Minbaria, for example, is coming on. I like her chances. I like Leo Yun Machel, who I've mentioned. But Taba Fail was just so impressive over the 1200 last time out. That time really stands out. And if she can repeat that over the 1400 metre trip, I think she's going to be exceptionally hard to beat.
Well, you like Tabar Fail, that's number 6 for everyone at home. Minbaria is Shamila's paddock pick, number 2, but I know Shamila and I are both very keen on Zain Al Zaid, number 13 on your race card. I'm hearing a lot of talk about how this horse doesn't win, and I would love it. I'm going to do my best Kevin Keegan impression. I would love it if she beats them. I would absolutely love it. She is a really good horse. She looks so good in the parade ring. I understand this is coming very soon after, and this is a totally different test, but certainly a horse to watch out for. There's also a lot of support I can see for number 1, Lei Oyun Mashayel. But Mark Francis, who do you like?
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, I really do hold Lei Oyun Mashayel close to my heart, as I say, with my first call here. But I do need to oppose her. And Tabar Fail, I think Rory's absolutely right. Absolutely hacked up last time out. Beat Monsieur on debut, and that horse has come out and won by the best part of 7 lengths. And Tabar Fail had about 5 lengths between her and Monsieur. As the crowds continue to flock in here, certainly not going to be too late to the racecourse today with so much good action to look forward to. The guys were right, Bawashar was kicking off at the start. The jockey not on, and Jcsa also on shipping Ali Al-Matib. So it's Tabar Fail for me, and one of 5 unbeaten fillies in this lineup. I do think this is as good, if not better, than the Colts race previously. But a first place prize of 200,000 Saudi Riyal here. 400,000 in total up for grabs. We're about halfway through loading. Minbaria is not yet in 2. That has the blinkers and the noseband. Smart winner last time. The horse she beat, which was Sina, was beaten 10 lengths by the top runner. So there's lots of collateral form here, and when you whittle it down, I just feel Tabar Fail will be too good for these. There's a rating of 105 there as well. It's obvious, doesn't it? Zain Al Zain for the same ownership as the red cap. There's Tabar Fail with the green cap. So stablemates load at the same time. But intriguing contest. So we've got 3 runners left to load, including Al Wathkar, who might be the last to come forward here. Just taking a little bit of ushering. All loaded. Set to race. Flags up, and they're off and racing. Race number 3 is the Taif Cup then for 2-year-old fillies. It was a pretty decent line. Towards the right of picture, Min Barriar got away well, so too did the check jacket of Hadabar. But coming across now is Tabar Fail to lead them a merry dance after their first furlong. So it's Tabar Fail, green cap on the inside. Al Wathkar is also prominent, so too on the outside is Our Alanayar. Back to fourth now is Min Barriar with the red and yellow halves. With the check sleeves then is Sinar, and also just off the pace at the moment is Bawa Shah. Looking towards the back of the screen, well, it was quite fast away, Hadabar, but has sort of disappeared. So too Leoyun Mashiel, who has got basically every runner in front, and also towards the back of the field is Doa Al Fakri. Turning down the side of the course, halfway in, and Tabar Fail is clear by about 5 lengths. Al Wathkar gives game chase in second. Then comes Our Alanayar. Staying on from out of the pack is Min Barriar coming off the rail, and then Sinar. But Tabar Fail is striding away with this, with 250 metres left to go. Has not seen another rival. Tabar Fail leads them by about 10 lengths. Al Wathkar is in second. The rest are absolutely miles behind, but Tabar Fail is absolutely no failure at all. Strikes success here in the Taif Cup for the fillies, and does it in a romp. Tabar Fail, far too good. Absolutely miles clear than of Sina, who may have just got up for second, and will wrap up third and fourth and fifth in just a few moments. Tabar Fail, gents, what a performance. Tabar Fail, quicker than the time of the second race, has absolutely destroyed them from the front. Got away pretty smartly, tapped across to the inside rail, and hasn't really been forced by the jockey to go away with this. This is such a good performance. Remains unbeaten, and we await the winning distance. It was a mile back to the second and third, but she has proved she is certainly no failure. She wins for Mohammed Al Sharima, who punches the air across the line. This is some filly, this. Look forward to seeing this one in Riyadh over the winter. This is one of the best horses in this part of the world, and absolutely scoots away in the Taif Cup for fillies. 200,000 to the winning owners, King Abdullah bin Aziz and son. We're still waiting for the second, which is Sinar. And then in third was Al Wathkar. So many of these didn't really get involved. In fourth is Aldaflar, and then Hadabar was fifth. Leoyun Mashiel hasn't even finished yet. So one or two really struggled to get involved. But the winning distance from Tabar Fail was 12 3/4 lengths. And it could have been even more. Tabar Fail, an almighty winner and one of the best horses in Saudi Arabia.
Well, 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 I think we've seen a very, very smart filly there, Rory. You were absolutely right. The clock didn't lie in the last run, and she proved it. And how has she proved it?
Yeah, she was given the perfect prep for this. A fairly early run in meeting 8, which she won, and then stepped up in class to win a 1200 meter open last time out. She was beating previous or subsequent winners there, a multitude of them by a wide margin in a frighteningly good time, and she's going to step up on that again. 1:15.65 for the 1200. She's just broken the clock at 1:29.16 here, but that's almost a second faster than the Colts in a really well-run race, the previous one. This is a serious, serious filly.
A serious filly indeed, and you are in serious, serious form. That's 2 winners and a second, Rory, making up for goose eggs yesterday and flying along today. That's what we want to see, always making progress.
Absolutely, Callum. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Very, very good performance in the selecting, but take nothing away from our winner, who is just an absolute rocket ship and seems flexible with trip as well. We talked about maybe in the previous Colts race, the winner with a 1200 meter horse. Could this horse do a mile?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. She has lots of speed, but she sustains that speed. She drives her rivals into the ground, so she may well stay further. She's not going to need beyond a mile, I wouldn't have thought, but she showed speed at 12, and she showed the same speed at 1400 and hit the line hard, so why not?
Let's talk about the winning rider, Mohammed Al Shumrimia. This jockey was probably one of the lesser-known jockeys of the King Abdul bin Aziz and Sons runners. But he's got an opportunity here. He's taken it with both hands, and he's not worried about any of the other rivals in this race. He's just ridden this horse to the best of her ability, gone from the front, and not looked back.
No, it's great to see. The jockey's ridden this race absolutely perfectly. Camila Ospina was on your selection, but she had a lot to prove turning out as quickly as she did. She's a lovely prospect, Zain Al Zain, and we knew she would improve for debut, but you do need a break. If you talked about how a lot of the premium taps tend to step up markedly from first run, but they do need to have a break so that they can actually build up from that debut. And Zain Al Zain didn't get that, and this was far too soon for her. The fact that Camila Ospina was riding doesn't necessarily suggest that he had the choice of rides. And as you've mentioned several times before, this is a proper team effort. All the jockeys are in there for each other. There's no jealousy involved. Camilo Ospina will be absolutely delighted for the winning jockey here that he's got the job done. And this powerful team is going from strength to strength this weekend.
Yes, Camillo Ospina will be absolutely buzzing for a success of one of his riding compatriots in the colours of his boss. So that's certainly one. There won't be any temper tantrums in the weighing room. There'll just be high fives and hugs all round. But Taberfeld put this race to bed so much so that the horses that came in second and third, Sina was in a different parish. The horse that came third, Al Watka, is another horse who I think is probably a very good horse in her own right. She was 1 from 1 coming into this. She couldn't land a blow on the winner. And look at the amount of press who are looking to see this horse. Everybody knows this is a serious animal.
They do, and it's interesting to see just something. We don't see the winners' enclosure quite as crowded as that very often, but this is a special filly. She could easily go. I mean, they're not going to, but she could easily go to Europe and run in some of the big group races. This is her service. There's not an awful lot of opportunity for that later in the season, but I wouldn't be surprised if she ended up being perfectly capable on turf. But these guys don't have any compunction to go to Europe and try to prove that their horses are good. It's up to the Europeans to come here and watch the racing and see exactly how it pans out. Plenty of European imports coming here and getting embarrassed by the local horses. And this filly is locally bred as well, and she looks like she's a superstar. And the performances we've seen from her today just prove that. And the clock never lies, as we say.
The clock never lies indeed, and as we see, it's Prince Bandar on the left of shot there, just leaving the shot now, who was presenting the other gentleman with the trophies. And this is one of the sons of the owners again. This is sons of Prince King Abdul bin Aziz, Abdulaziz and Sons. This is one of the sons picking up the trophy here. And the jockey, this will certainly be one for the mantelpiece, because this is a big, big winner for Mohammed.
It is, yes. Mohammed Al Shurima will be absolutely delighted to feature so heavily on one of the big race days of the year here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, and it is a big day for him, a big day for Connections. They've taken 2 of the first 3 races. They are flying along.
They certainly are, and just beaten in the other one as well. So it could be a very, very big day.
could be a big day for Connection. Indeed, as we watched this race, we saw two getting away very slowly. Bink Al-Jwad was one of them that got away slowly, and another horse towards the rail also struggled to get out.
Yeah, that was Leo Yun Mashayel, who was one of the more interesting ones. Again, horse drawn in stall one, completely missing the break. There's not really much to analyse here. The favourite gets to the front at the first bend and simply turns the taps on. The two who go with her early on are simply not able to sustain the speed that she's going at and end up dropping out. I would forgive anything that's shown speed here and been well beaten in the end, because they've run into a bit of a monster, and for her to keep going in a time of 1:29.16 is exceptional. She's about 2 lengths clear here. She eventually stretches that lead to 12 3/4, and I think we can probably see Sinar in about, is that her about 5th place at the moment?
Position there, and Mimbari are in front of her as well, and Mimbari is not a bad horse, has experience, and just couldn't keep up.
No, and they've met. Sinar ties him with some of the better 2-year-old form lines off the bridle here, but keeps plugging away to get second. But even as we look at her here, she's actually not closing the gap on the winner. She's just running past other horses as Teba Fail careers away in the straight. She's out of a mare called Blaga, which is certainly not flagging her place at the top table here.
Not at all. She is a superstar. And just look, the way she's gone away from those horses after setting a quick pace is just remarkable. You don't see that here at King Khalid Racecourse. This is deep dirt. This is deep, safe dirt. So they don't often pull away, but this horse is in splendid isolation. We've got to count to 25 before we see another runner. There they are, in behind Seabar, who is now second in all 3 of her career starts. So she's certainly a solid form line, but they can't get anywhere near. We see our eventual third, Al Waska, as well, just coming home on the rail there in the blue noseband, but nothing else gets into the race. She's run them ragged and done it in impressive fashion as well.
And bear in mind, some of the horses we see trailing here are good fillies as well. You know, they're 80, 90 plus fillies who've just been taken out of their comfort zone and monstered by something who is very special. It may well be that she's very precocious, always going to be best here and early next season, but it'll be lovely to see her go on and show herself to be top class at different distances as well. But this is a joy to see.
It really is a joy to see, and she is mightily impressive. One of the things that I love about this performance, and one of the things that just it's really got me, is her head carriage and the way she's straight as a die. If you compare it to maybe another sport, Grant Holloway is a triple world champion hurdler. When he hurdles, his head stays perfectly straight, and you can just see a very similar action with her. She's not looking around, she's not ducking and diving, she knows exactly what she's doing in her job, and she was mightily, mightily impressive. Now, one of the other riders who will be looking to do a big job today is Louis Morales. He rides Najim Al-Zaman, and he caught up with some of our reporters earlier on this week.
I believe I have a really good chance to win. Asfan Al-Khaldia. I think he's the #1 rated. I think he's in 125 or 126, and my horse is 124 or 125. He got 1 pound over, and he's doing really good. In the last 2 races, he win really good. I trust my horse a lot. I know the race is gonna be difficult. Inshallah, we'll be all right. I will be ready. How the race come up, nobody knows. So the next is to be seen on that. But I believe I have a really good chance to win. My preparation is not that hard. I take care of myself, my health, and my conditions for every week, not even for the big week. I'm feeling good. Actually, I'm feeling good. I'm riding a couple of horses, and they responding well. So let's see, they prepare.
That was Louis Morales, who rides Najib Al-Zaman. Can that horse beat Afsan Al-Khaldia? They are both competing side by side in stalls 6 and 7 in the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup, our penultimate race on the card. And it looks like a thrilling matchup between 2 unbeaten runners.
Yes, one's got 11 wins, I believe. One's got 3 from 3, but very impressive wins last season. As you said, they're drawn together. One is rated 124, one's rated 125. Those are very high ratings. and it could turn out to be an epic battle between the two. Very much hope it does. I don't mind who wins, as long as they're running to that kind of form. We were in for a very, very, very good race.
We could be set for a real humdinger of a contest, but look at this. I mean, we are getting a real show today, and the crowds have gathered this time. They're all a bit quiet to start with early on, but the crowds are now pouring in to check out the singing and the dancing of this traditional dance. Where's Ronaldo when you need him?
Indeed. Yes, it's we're only getting the one dance all day, but it is one of the most famous dances, the sword dance in Saudi Arabia, and it is quite something to behold, isn't it?
It really is something to behold, and the guys in the middle have a routine that works with the drums too. That's the coordination that I couldn't even dream of having. And then the swords, they are real swords. It's amazing they're trusted with them, because to be honest, that is a dangerous weapon in my hand.
Yeah, well, and luckily you're not there.
They're
leaving
professionals.
this to the experts.
Shamila, where are you at?
I'm in the winner's enclosure with none other than Talal bin Shreem, the racing manager of White Stables. Congratulations, Talal. You've won 2 races already. You must be very happy.
Alhamdulillah, thank you, Shamila. The first race it was maiden, but now Taibat Fal, alhamdulillah, this race, her race, I think that it's good quality, and all the horses, they are good fillies in that race, but Taibat Fal, alhamdulillah, she did it.
Were you expecting her to win, or because you had a lot of horses in the race?
No. She had a first chance to win, alhamdulillah, and she unbeaten, alhamdulillah.
And you were unlucky in the second race, obviously, but you have so many quality horses today, 15 runners. Was there a horse that you're looking forward to the most?
All the races, the white color stable, our horses, they run any race. For sure, it's big for us.
And what does it mean to you to run horses on a big day like this day?
It's big day. 5 cups, and our horses, alhamdulillah, they have a good chance, and hopefully, inshallah, they can continue, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Talal.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Talal, and that was a beautiful interview there, and I'm sure the White Stable will be hoping for more success later on in the car. Someone who doesn't need to hope, because he knows he's going to have more success, is Mark Francis, and he'll take us through the runners and riders for our next contest.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, race number 4 then is worth a whopping 500,000 Saudi Riyal. This is the Taif Cup presented by Boutique Group. This is for the 3-year-old colts, and the distance is a mile. They're headed by number 1, Al Jabre, for Farhed Al Faredi. Shokran. What a time that was on debut back at meeting number 1. Camilo Ospina seeking a double on one of 4 contenders, or 3 contenders rather, for the stable we just heard from. Commissioner King is the 3 for Luis Morales. Oshik Abdullah Al Farouz is the 4. Al Malhem is the 5 for Alex Moreno. With Berto Ramos rides Golden Line, the 6. Shawash is 7. Yusuf Al Hussein and Moshe Heb is the 8. Yarnar is 9 for Iyad Al Tarizi. The 10 is Final Destination for Mohammed Al Hubail. Taj Neom is the 11, Asil Al-Sahani rather. 12 is Brat for Mohammed Al-Habib. Halal is 13 for Eddie Castro. Time Najad is 14, Ali Al-Matib. Uncle, 15, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 16, Akfiq, Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. 17, Kind Spirit, Nave Al-Anazi. And Mr. Victor, number 18, Mohammed Al-Daham, seeking a quick-fire double, is number 18. A late scratch as well. Number 8 is out. Moshahihab is out. So 17 runners in the field for race number 4, the Taif Cup, presented by Boutique Group for the 3-year-old colts over the mile. Back to you, gents.
Thank you very much, Mark, for taking us through the runners and riders of our next contest. And Rory, as the 3 musketeers lead the horses into the parade ring, what do you make of this? I think there's plenty of horses you've got to give a shout out to. The first one being Commissioner King, horse number 3, walking through shot now.
We see him walking through, so we want to hear from Shamila just how fit he is for this. This is last year's Saudi Derby winner. Saudi Derby obviously over the 1600 rather than the 24 that we have in the UK. But clearly one of the top-rated horses from last season. Comes here with a handicap rating of 114 and is the standout in this race. But his owner has made it clear that his big targets are in Riyadh later in the season, not here. This is a prep race. He won't be fully fit. Will he be fit enough to win is the question. He can afford to drop his standards slightly, but not too much in a hot race.
A little bit of housekeeping to keep you on tabs with. It's Shokran, horse number 2. That horse has gone down to post early. And we can just see horse number 14 playing up a little bit. That is Taif Najd, who's just having a bit of a play about before that horse goes down into the parade ring. That's by Time Test, a stallion who had a winner yesterday with drawing clocks. But just a reminder there, Shokran has gone down early, so we won't see horse number 2 in the parade ring. But fortunately, our wonderfully talented VT team have got the video of Shokran's form last time out. So that's all we can talk about now. What do you make of Shokran?
Well, he's raced over a variety of trips. He won his maiden over this trip, meeting one in a very good time, as you heard Mark mentioned. He then finished 4th over 1400. That's a trip that's too short for him, and he was up to 2000 last time out. That's more like it for him, but he does drop to 1600 now, and I think, although as I said, he's got a very good time at this trip, I get the impression that 2000 might be his ideal trip somewhere down the line, but he's still one of the leading fancies here.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, you've got to tell us about Commissioner King. Just how fit did this horse look?
I am finally back in the parade ring, and I cannot take my eye off Commissioner King. You can just tell that he's a group horse. He's obviously won the Saudi Derby, and he is a little bit on his toes, but it's not unusual to see really fit horses and of a high quality getting a little bit worked up. But he's not hot or he's not getting sweaty. That's just how he is.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Commissioner King not getting hot, not getting sweaty, a little bit on his toes, but certainly goes against what the trainer says when the trainer says, oh, he'll need this run.
Yes, I mean, there's a horse will come on for a run. It isn't necessarily a horse who's going to get beaten, but it's a conundrum for us looking at this race, knowing that it is essentially a prep for him. Because he's so good, he has to prep in races of this nature. He can't run it in an open race or a non-winners or 2. It has to be a cup race he runs in. Yeah. He's certainly got the ability to win. I mean, I think Al Muhem is one of the most interesting horses in this race. Commissioner King had him back in 10th when winning the Saudi Derby last year. So if he's back to his best, it's going to be very, very hard to stop.
And Al Muhem's a really interesting horse we talk about first time up here at King Khalid Racecourse, because he won a cup race first time up this season in impressive fashion, put Final Destination well and truly in its place. And Final Destination isn't a bad horse himself.
No, we'll see footage of that. Final Destination have been in very good form. He beat Golden Line on his previous start and ran very well against Al Muhem last time out. But Al Muhem finished off very strongly, cleared away in very good style to win. And looks a player here, but when you consider he was well behind Commissioner King last year, you know what you're looking at in terms of the top-rated horse.
And with a horse like Commissioner King, if he was to win here, just how exciting would it be that a horse of this immense talent can go and do this first time up in a serious cup race against some horses who will be stripped fit for this affair?
Let's wait until he does it first before we talk about that. But yes, it could be a very, very exciting horse for the months ahead.
That's Alexi Moreno, who is on board. Al Muhem, the horse that won last time out, will certainly have a very good chance. And we can see some of the other jockeys getting on board. That's Taj, the Om's rider, just getting on board as well. And Final Destination, you can just see going out the back of shot 2. And in those blue colours with the star, it's Brock. And the horse right at the back of shot is horse number 4, O'Sheik, who wasn't in order. O'Sheik has to get away with not being in parade ring order for the White Stable, who are having such a strong run of things right now.
Yeah, O'Sheik's a hard one to weigh up. He's got 20 pounds to find with Commissioner King, but he's probably going the right way. He won a maiden over 2000 first time out, and then was thrown into the Ash Shafa Cup on his second start. That was too much too soon, but he clearly has plenty of ability. This is probably too tough as well, but he will clearly win more races.
This is a horse that could appear in a handicap next time and be very, very dangerous. Talk to me about Uncle, horse number 15 on the race card, a horse that I really struggled to understand the tactics of the last race, but when you told me about it, you talked about the horse being too free and pulling his way to the front rather than being sent out with a pacemaker.
Yeah, we may get to see him in that race where Al Muhem won, and we'll get to see a couple of these now.
Let's have a look at Commissioner King. This is Commissioner King dotting up in Riyadh, and the good thing is this is Riyadh form, this is red hot Riyadh form, and this is a winning performance. What did you make of it, Ron?
Yeah, he moves up on the outside here. The front two are already well clear. They get involved in a pretty good battle for the lead, and Commissioner King has to be ridden along to get the better of this ding-dong battle on the way to the wire. But despite getting slightly interfered with, he does stick his neck out, and the pair of them come a fair way clear. And obviously, this is a Saudi derby. This is a very good quality contest. Just getting reeled in by a few further back in the field. That's because they got involved in that battle.
Al Mudhem was right at the back of that shot. This is this same horse winning last time out here at King Khalid Racecourse. Comes on the outside of Final Destination.
Yeah, he's just hit the front now. Final Destination. The pair of them have had to make a run from back in the field. They probably went too hard in this contest. These two waited a little bit in mid-division, came wide and came clear later on. The margins between the winner and the rest of the field are flattering, but this is still a very good performance from Al Mudhem, who you have to bear in mind.
And we talk about horses that came behind in the previous form, and we're going to see them next time up. Uncle is exactly the same type. This was a horse that was well beaten on that day, but this is beforehand. It was a really impressive win. What do you make of Uncle?
Yeah, he beat a good yardstick at this run 2 starts back. I think it was New Destination. No, it wasn't.
New Kingdom. New Kingdom is the horse, yes.
Third Kingdom. And he gets past very easily. A horse that's shown plenty of ability and clears right away. But he raced too freely last time out in that race we saw. And his jockey had to let him go on. He ended up burning himself out and finishing 7th. He's better than that, but he must settle if he's going to give his running here.
And the final horse we like is Chokra. Now, this is a horse who absolutely adored the 2,000 metre trip. This could be a bit sharp.
Yeah, this is clearly a stayer. He's won at a very good time over this course and distance early in the season, but you can see that he relishes this trip last time out. This is the 2,000 metres, so it's a slight question about him dropping back to 1,600, given he got outpaced over 1,400 on his previous start. High quality horse, but I think he'll be at his best at 2,000 in the future, but a player here.
He was great to watch on that race because he just lobbed out the stalls. He had a really gentle, low-head carriage, was just enjoying himself. He enjoyed that. The pace really of the race that allowed him to settle and be comfortable. But what happened after that, what we're concerned about to happen here is 1,600 metres. They're going to go a step quicker. They're not going to hang about. And if this horse just gets caught off his feet and just is left with too much to do.
As long as he can find room to manoeuvre, he's got a chance here. As I said, he's shown that he can do a good time. He did 1:40.24 over course and distance in week 1. That's a good time for the time of year. For example, that really good run for Al Mudhem, he did that in 1:40.41. So Chokran's actually quicker over course and distance. It's just a case of whether he's able to find his place in this field.
Shamila is in the winner's circle with Prince Bandar.
I am with Prince Bandar for the first time on the English coverage channel, I might add as well. Thank you for joining me.
Oh, it's my pleasure, and I watch your program every race weekend. Very impressed.
Thank you very much. And today is a huge day, especially for Taif racing. What does it mean to you to have all these big races and have all the people here?
Well, you're right, this is the largest day here in Taif, and I think it's, as you can see, it's a festival type atmosphere. You've got a lot of enthusiastic people about racing. There are a few horses here that people follow, and they're here for that, including Commissioner King, who is about to run. Hopefully every year you'll see more engagement here in Taif, and the season now is over 4 months. So it's something that I think almost all trainers target Taif to prepare for Riyadh and to kind of connect with the season November onwards, so that as when the big races come in Riyadh, then they're all, at top form.
Is that your plan in the next 5 or 10 years that Saudi racing could be as big as racing in England or Ireland?
Well, the plan is that our season starts the beginning of June and ends the end of March. And I think we'll be able to do that. I think probably in the next, I'd say 5+ years, you might actually see the Taif season extend into the Riyadh season. And one day we might have races here in Taif all season long.
And obviously, hopefully you want these to be Group 1 races one day.
Well, we have a couple of rated races here, and I think they're all moving in the right direction, both on the Arabian purebreds, and I think on the thoroughbred side you'll start to see that. And I think it's a natural progression. When you look at the caliber of racing here in Saudi, we're really, really impressed with the number of new owners coming in. All the wonderful horses coming from all over the world that their Saudis are buying and coming. We see them for the first time in the season here in Riyadh and Taif. So yeah, it's exciting.
Do you think some of the horses could be racing internationally one day because they're so strong?
Well, that's the hope. I mean, there's nothing more I would like than to see a Saudi-bred horse to be able to compete on the international arena. I think it will happen sooner or later, but with horses, who knows? But definitely the caliber of racing here in Taif and Riyadh, and you'll see horses that start to move on a regional level. We're working very closely with our colleagues in Bahrain, in Qatar, and the UAE. To see how we can open up these seasons. There's obviously issues that we all have to sort out, and we have to coordinate our seasons, and that has started. So I'm really optimistic for the years to come.
Thank you so much, Prince Bandar, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you.
Thank you very much, Prince Bandar, indeed. And we've been lucky enough to sit down with him a couple of times and just hear where his vision of this racing in Saudi Arabia is going. And it is just wonderful to hear. They have plans, and there are strict plans in place, and they have protocols, and they have ways to fix issues if they arise. We saw it with the stalls only yesterday. 3-minute delay the next race. In other jurisdictions, that just wouldn't happen.
No, and we see that on a regular basis, and I was very impressed with how quickly we got back on track yesterday. But more important than having protocols and rules and stuff in place, you have a man of vision in Prince Bandar. Those of us who sort of tear our hair out with how racing is run in the UK and Ireland, we say, well, the people in charge, what is it they want to do with the sport?
What is the plan?
Yeah, what exactly is the plan moving forward? And you speak to Prince Bandar, and here is a man with not just a plan for the immediate future, but a man who's looking at a 1-year, 2-year, 5-year plan, a man with a real vision for the sport in this country going forward.
Now, you have been a man with real vision so far, selecting 2 winners already today. Can you make it a 3rd winner today? Who do you like in this one?
Well, I thought I might be against Commissioner King here on the basis that he might lack fitness. And even if he's the best horse in this race, I thought that might be an issue. But Shamila says he's the pick of the paddock, and I have to listen to Shamila on that because I know he's the pick of the form book. And much as I like Al Muhelm, I think Commissioner King, he's got the tactical speed to get himself in a better position than the likes of Shokran and Al Muhelm, and that's going to be crucial here. He may be needing the line later on, but I think he'll have the class to see himself through.
I personally am going to take you both on with Al Muhelm. I think he's got race fitness on his side, and to do what he did first time up last time, I think he can reverse the form with Commissioner King. So I'm going for number 5, Al Muhelm. Rory and Shamila are on number 3, Commissioner King. It's fantastic to see so many of you watching along on the Jcsa YouTube channel. Let us know whether you're Team Callum, Team Rory, or Team Shamila, or are you Team Mark Francis? Mark, who do you like?
It's going to be a very, very small fan club, Callum, I'm sure. But I'm actually with you on this one. Al Muhelm, for me, I think will upset Commissioner King. Commissioner King, the Saudi Derby winner from last year, of course. 3 wins in total, 2 at Riyadh, 1 on debut here back in September of last year. I think it's the 9th of September, so more or less this time last year. But might just lack that race sharpness, if you like. And the one defeat at Riyadh, he broke best, but just got loose on the front end and was just caught late. But that form has been boosted. So, look, Commissioner King he's rated 114 for a reason. It's a very, very good horse. And I'm sure Connections will be looking forward to sending him back to Riyadh. But will there be a rival today that might just be that little fitter than him? And I think Al Muhelm, drawn 5. Bearing in mind that he was drawn 17 last time. And got across and won by 3.5 lengths. I think that's got to be the one to beat here. Final Destination, well, it's integral to this race, really, from a form perspective. Always tends to make the frame. And Akfiq was another that made the shortlist, although that was very disappointing last time out. So 2 runners for King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons. Shokran has the green cap, Oshiq has the red cap. Yarnar has the blue cap for Al Asel Stable, whilst Akfiq has the white cap. And for the Amalek Al Sabah colours, Uncle has the yellow cap. And Final Destination, the green cap. A mile ahead of them then. The Taif Cup presented by Boutique Group. 3-year-old colts in the gate. Al Muhelm is the last. Flags up, and they're off and racing. One or two slowly away from a wide post. Kind Spirit just sort of bashed into Akfik out wide, but the action is through the centre. The all-green jacket of Taj Neom is certainly one of the first to show. Also up there is Golden Lion, the grey horse with the black blinkers, and towards the inside, Commissioner King got away well to probably just about head them after the first furlong. So tacking across and joining up with the round course, it's Commissioner King with the very grey pale colours towards the inside. The beige jacket, gold with the black epaulets perhaps of Golden Line, it sits second. One or two just being bumped along, may have just clashed in midfield. Time Najad is next in third. Then comes the white cap of Akfik, who's got across from stall number 16 to have a handy posse. Green cap there on the inside is Shokran, probably about fourth at the minute, just relegating Akfik to fifth. Then back on the inside is Final Destination's green cap. Stablemate on the outside is Uncle. The one that's very widest of all is Al Mulhem, green cap on the purple jacket, probably about 7th or 8th at the minute, but just caught a bit wide on the turn as they come into the home straight now with about 2.5 furlongs left to go. And Commissioner King, last year's Saudi Derby winner, is kicking on with things here, leads by about 2 lengths to Final Destination, chased up in second. Golden Line maybe given his running back in third now, and then Uncle back towards the inside. Shopran is staying on but needs an out, and Al Mulhem is next. Inside the last 200 metres, Commissioner King now, what's he got left? Deep inside the last furlong, 150 to go. Commissioner King chasing hard his Final Destination. Nothing from the rest. Commissioner King leading. Final Destination. Commissioner King is back. Last year's Saudi Derby winner is back with a bang and wins on return. Just what the doctor ordered for Commissioner King. The king of the 3-year-old colts, it seems, and got away smartly and led them pillar to post, more or less, to score in game fashion. 1 or 2 question marks with the fitness completely answered by Luis Morales, and Commissioner King, this 3-year-old, who has bigger and better targets surely in front of him. Not that he's only collecting £250,000 for winning today, but 1.5 lengths the distance between him and Final Destination, and the jockey knows that this is a serious horse. Golden Line was back in third. Commissioner King, the winner, 1:41.44 the winning time. Final Destination has run really well in second, it must be said. He's had an excellent season here in Taif. First, second, and a second again. Golden Line third, and it was very close for fourth. Shokran maybe just edging that one. But Commissioner King is the king of the 3-year-old colts, and he wins our 4th race.
Tabarak Ar-Rahman, Commissioner King. Well done, Louis. Louis, tell me about the race.
Well done, Commissioner. He did great, you know. Today he was more relaxed than ever. And Alhamdulillah, you know, he got a nice pace. So he responded very well before the last 200. He go very quick in the last 200. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Big race, Lewis doing it again. He is the man for the big occasion. Luis Morales has done it all over the world, and he continues to do it at King Khalid Racecourse. Rory, I think we've seen another very, very good horse.
Well, we knew he was a good horse coming here. The question is whether he would be as good as he was in the Saudi Derby, and he might have been as good. He might have been slightly better. He did have that edge on the ratings. He showed his lack of fitness in the last 200 metres. He definitely got tired, and he's a big, heavy-topped horse, and obviously he's not easy to get fit. That will help him with his campaign. But yeah, you can see why he was Shamila's pick of the paddock. He absolutely stands out here, and he's getting a tremendous reception in the winners' enclosure.
We thought the winners' enclosure was busy for the last race, but this is unbelievable, Steve. Everyone is here. Faisal Muhammad Al-Khatani, these are his silks, and you can see the racing manager as well. We spoke to him, Shamila spoke to him earlier in the week, right at the front, the racing manager. He's made the decision to run this horse first time up here, and he is truly an absolute beast. I have not seen a horse like him here in King Khalid Racecourse yet, and he really takes the eye. What an animal.
Yeah, he's not like most of the local breds here. I'm not sure whether Commissioner, his sire, actually stands here now. He was a very good, although just short of the very top level in the US. He ended his career winning the Grade 2 Hawthorne Gold Cup over 10 furlongs. Clearly stamps his stock. And you know, if he's producing horses like this on a regular basis, we want to see more of them here in Saudi Arabia.
We certainly want to see plenty more. I just cannot get over the size of him. And shout out to Shamila, and shout out to yourself, Rory, for sticking with Shamila. And that's 3 wins and a second for you. You are absolutely flying, my man. What an effort.
I say I'll be able to eat tonight without feeling any regret about it.
No, you certainly will be. And Shamila, again, this is why we have her down in the parade ring. She just sees these horses, and it's easy to say this was the Saudi Derby winner. On paper, he's the best horse. But we were discussing before, the trainer has been very open in the press. This wasn't the main target. This is just the beginning. So it would have been very easy to just all assume this horse was going to win, but actually to see him be strip fit, ready to go. And what could he do next? He's just all in front of him.
Well, we saw a 100-plus horse in an open race. Was it yesterday or Thursday? Who'd won in the July Cup, had won a strong listed race in the UK, who was well clear on form and didn't figure in the finish at all. So, you know, it's not a given that just because you got the rating. If you haven't run recently, you've got a little bit to prove against race-fit rivals here. And fitness does get tested on this track. The deep surface means you're not going to get away with being very short of work. But this horse is exceptional and showed it there today.
And you know what's great about these scenes is that you've got the groom is involved in the pictures as well. I think it's far too often you see on British racecourses when the groom is leading in the horse that they look after day in and day out, and it's swapped away by the owners. You get here, you see the groom is leading in. The groom is allowed to be in the shot. He's in the racing colours. You've got the jockey on the horse. It just leaves for me a much better aesthetic, personally, when you get these winning moments.
I'd agree. I've got no problem with owners joining the groom and walking in with the horse. But yeah, as you said, it's too often that an owner comes along who wouldn't even visit the horse, maybe once a year, pushes the groom out of the way and leads the horse in triumph himself or herself. And it's nice to see the grooms getting the credit they deserve here.
And talking about getting the credit they deserve, Final Destination has run another absolute cracking race. What a performance from that horse. Again, that's probably building on the last run last time out.
Yeah, that's a very good race. Been very consistent this season, Final Destination. And he doesn't know when he's beaten. You know, he keeps running to the line here. He's obviously behind Al Muhelm last time out, but turned the tables here. And, you know, give the winner something to think about. I'm not entirely sure that Commissioner King was aware of the runner-up, but the lead was being whittled down all the way through the last 200 metres. And you have to applaud the runner-up's gameness.
As they jump away, Commissioner King, who's that big, he looks like he could eat Final Destination, comes away from stall 3, gets to the rail. We knew Chokram was going to find this a step too quick, and it was clear to see early on that Chokram was in a bit of trouble straight away.
Yeah, Chokram just is a horse who is happier going a slower pace at a longer trip. Is effective at this trip, but needs room to manoeuvre. He's run a good race in the end, but he can't match the early speed of Commissioner King, who's all about early speed and sustaining it over this 10 furlong trip. Taj Neom in the middle goes up early. He's been in terrible form this season, but does flash some early speed. And then we see in the middle there the grey horse who ends up finishing third.
Golden Line in that position there.
Golden Line, and he stays there for most of the race. They see Time Nudge then makes a move out wide. Shokran tries to make a move up the rail, but you see he has to be pushed along to get into that position. And your eye just gets drawn to Commissioner King, who kicks on in front here. Jockey doesn't want to ask too much too soon, Luis Morales, because he knows there is a bit more conditioning to do with this horse. But he nicks. They queue up behind him here, but off the turn he nicks a couple of lengths.
Oh, here we go.
You see the natural speed he has. Quickening into the bend and quickening away. That wins the race for him there. As we said, Final Destination keeps trying but can't quite get back on terms again.
And here we see some very, very happy connection. Faisal Mohammed Al Qatani ownership, and we see the racing manager here. He's the man in the wheelchair in front. He is one of the best interviewees we have here at King Khalid Racecourse. He's also one of the really great minds of racing around here in Saudi Arabia, because he has set this horse up perfectly. But it's not just the good horses they do, it's the not so good horses as well. Whenever you see these colours, you always have to keep an eye out.
Yeah, and they're remarkably eye-catching colours as well. We talk about silver colours in the UK. These are really silver colours, and they glint in the sunshine.
Yeah, they almost blind you when they're in the sunshine. If they win earlier in the afternoon, pulling away. And here you see the racing manager getting that trophy and getting the recognition he deserves, because it is all about planning with these horses, and it's all as well to plan on paper, but for the horse to do it on the track is even more impressive.
It certainly is, and Faisal Mohammed Al Qatani will be absolutely over the moon with this performance, knowing that there are other big prizes ahead of him at Riyadh through the season. But it's wonderful to see a horse like this doing this at Taif. He won his debut at Taif last year before going on to glory, and he's going to do it again.
Yenar was the horse that you see just having some tack issues at the back of the pack. Got a bump coming out the stalls, and we think the saddle has completely gone on Yenar. So if that was a horse that you liked, it was very clear to see very early on that you weren't going to be involved in the finish.
Yeah, we got two in similar colours there, Yana and Akfik, so I'm not sure which one it was, but the saddle did slip quite badly, and that was the end of the race for Connections. Again, we join them again. We've seen this replay before. Commissioner King shows just really natural pace. He's not being pushed along to get to the front there. That's his natural gait.
Do you know what we said about a horse like Shokran earlier on when we looked at the form, the way he lobs along in front, and it's all easy for him over 2,000 metres? Commissioner King is very similar in the way he's going along, and it's all very easy. Even to the untrained eye, you can see this horse is just going along in third gear, just going through the motions, rolling along nice and gently. And it's when he says go, when you can feel Final Destination, try and get there, gone. It's over in a matter of strides. He's put 4 lengths between himself and the rest of the field.
Yeah, and that the way he quickened, he's maybe gained 2 lengths from where he was with that instant acceleration. Now the horse isn't able to go on again in terms of quickening. He's done his job. If he was hard fit, he would have picked up again if something had come to him. But he's not quite fit, so you see that the lack of condition begins to tell. Now he rolls around a little bit, comes off the rail, comes under pressure to keep his mind on the job. But essentially his class is won on this race 400 metres out, and then the lack of fitness just threatens to close the gap. But the quality shines out in the end. Luis
Morales has taken 1, 2, 3 looks behind him. He's so confident in the saddle here, and you could just hear in that post-race interview with the Arabic TV that he was just discussing how well done to this horse, because he clearly never felt under any pressure.
Well, I think he felt a tiny bit of pressure here when he gives the horse a couple of reminders, because I'd imagine sitting on him here, you can feel him just begin to empty a little bit, and it's always a concern when you're being chased down. He wants to check how far clear he is. He knows the Final Destination isn't too far away, and he wants to make sure that his horse doesn't idle, because he can easily get caught on the line if he does that.
One group of people that aren't idling are the band in the middle, and the crowds just get bigger and bigger, and we've got our winning jockey, and he's with Shamila.
I'm in the winner's enclosure with Luis Morales. Congratulations. How do you feel after that race?
Well, awesome, because the horse come back very well after the Saudi Cup day, and he performed well. He was working well also, but you know, the distance, the first time out, it was a lot of question marks, you know, but alhamdulillah, everything was well.
Were the Connections expecting him to win, or did they want to treat this just as his first run out, give him an easy run?
We're going after win. We don't want to lose, you know. And especially because he was the best in Saudi Derby. So for me and for him and for the team, it was very important to win.
And he's such a big, imposing horse. Like, even in the parade ring, you can tell that he's a star, can't you?
Oh yeah. He's definitely superstars, and I love the way that today relaxed himself. Usually he pull a lot, but today don't. He did it crazy, great.
And what are the plans for him for the rest of the season?
Well, I'm not concerned about it, but I'll keep in touch with him, and if you are on, I'll let you know.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Louis Morales in good form, and Prince Bandar is clearly in good form as well, getting involved. Look at these wonderful shots. You can see him in front, really getting involved in all the festivities. Rory, how good is this to see?
It is wonderful. This is the Arja again, and Prince Bandar right in the middle of it, getting involved in the traditional sword dance. That crowd has probably doubled since we last looked at it. The noise is something else.
Yes, great to see these shots as well, and great to see him being involved. It's the dancers in the background who do it for me. Now, with plenty of people on the racecourse here at King Khalid Racecourse, and one big name is former, very big name Irish trainer Tom Taif. He caught up with Shamila.
I'm with legendary Irish trainer Tom Taif here in Saudi Arabia, of all places. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, it's great to be here.
And what brings you out here?
I suppose two hats really. One would be Goff's Sales in Ireland, which does a lot of business here in Saudi Arabia, and we have upcoming sales, and we've, one has to look at Saudi Arabia, and it's the only place in the world that's growing at the potential it has. It has huge potential, both for racing and breeding, and it's getting a grasp of it, and I like coming here to see it and get a handle on it. I like to be part of the development going forward and helping in any way we can. I mean, there's some great racing here today in Taif. I mean, you have the equivalent of €250,000 races in the last, which is huge prize money. I mean, the last race we've just seen is won by Prince Saud, MBS's brother, and the King's son, and a very good 2-year-old, and a very good 2-year-old race. So I think it's going the right direction here, and it's great to support it and maybe help it.
And you said you're here with Goffs. How do you think that will help the future of Saudi Arabian racing grow, obviously bringing quality bloodlines in here?
Well, you've just said it. Quality is, I mean, when somewhere is growing as fast as Saudi Arabia and its racing is growing, it's going to need to develop both its breeding program and its race program, and having good fillies to come on to breed from with stallions, and a bit of help there. And obviously we would have a lot of experience in that area, and we would love to help, and we'd love to come and spend time, help the people. As it is, as I said, we have a lot of people from this country that come and buy horses, and thankfully they've been running well in the last few days and winning. So I think it's all about networking and support, and helping in the little things. The big things help themselves, but it's helping all the little things that are very important to people.
And is that your mission, you being here this weekend? Is it encouraging people to come to sales like Goff?
I came for the sun, Shamila. Yes, one of my missions would be absolutely, and I'm a businessman and a horseman behind it as well, and I've ridden and I've trained, and I know I have a fair idea when I look at tracks and look at the horses and how to help and advise, and there is a lot of potential here in all areas, and it's great to see the likes of yourself and the teams around and that are helping and supporting it. I mean, this is, as I said, it is the growing most country in the world in this industry, and I think it needs support from everybody to get there.
And as a horseman yourself, what's your experience been like here, hospitality-wise and racing-wise?
I've had great hospitality here from day one. I've been at 4 Saudi Cups, missed one with COVID. And the hospitality and the people are fabulous, and all they want to do is get an interest in you and to learn more, to embrace it. There are some very clever people down here who know how to breed horses, know how to buy horses, know how to race horses, and make no mistake, and they will lead the challenge going forward, and there's great help then from the jockey club here as well, that's trying to advance its program and go forward. So I would have said that the hospitality in Saudi is on a par with anything that you will get worldwide.
And Prince Bandar has expressed his passion for international racing and want more people to come here. So as they hope to look at a carnival season, that will take them to the next level, won't it?
Absolutely. I mean, Prince Bandar has travelled a lot of countries and visited a lot of areas in the industry, certainly all over Europe. And I see him I met him in Saratoga, and I'm sure he's harnessing all of the things that go on in all those tracks, and we're going to use those to the benefits, hopefully, of the people here and help grow Saudi Arabia in that area.
Thank you so much, Tom, and I hope you have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you very, very much.
Oh, Shamila is the hardest working woman on our team because she is back and found someone else. Shamila, over to you.
I am with our winning owner of Commissioner King. Congratulations. You must be so happy after that race.
I am very happy about his performance. As I mentioned before to the news, this race was his first race after 6 months of break, and it was to get him more fitted. Usually, as I mentioned before on the news, that usually the horses take them after a long break to an allowance race, but he's above average and he's a champion. So that's for him a regular race, and we are aiming with the team with a special program for him to get him to the Saudi Cup.
So that's your mission, to get him to the Saudi Cup?
That's his target, definitely.
And what will you do with him after this?
After Saudi Cup? After this one, there is, the King's Carnival in Riyadh. We will take him, maybe if he's hopefully in a good condition, to one of these races. And then we don't want to tell you all our cards so the competitor doesn't know what we're going to do, But he's anyhow a champion, and his target in the end is to get to the Saudi Cup. And his rate is very high. We'll see what will happen.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, and my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And let's talk about Commissioner King going for the Saudi Cup. That's a fascinating rudder, surely.
That is big news, and it'd be great to see him go there and be competitive in the Saudi Cup. Also really interesting to hear what Tom Taif had to say about Goffs getting involved here, and obviously there's an awful lot of work to do and an awful lot of people who want to get involved, and we talked about both Goffs and
Tats coming over here as well.
Tats in the UK selling more and more to Saudi owners. Really, really exciting times.
Plenty of exciting people here, and Tom Taff said it himself. They know how to breed, they know how to buy, and they know how to race. Someone who knows how to commentate is Mark Francis. Over to you.
Not sure who you're referring to, Callum, but that's very, very kind. They're headed by number 1, Thakati, for our next race. This is basically the same contest as our previous one, except this is for fillies. And again, we're over the mile trip. Taif Cup presented by Altan Thithi. And as I say, Thakati heads them for Nath Al-Anazi, and there's lots of interlocking form which the guys will unearth in the next few minutes. Wacky Dar, who was beaten by the top horse a couple of starts ago, is the 2 for Camilla Ospina, still seeking that double. But Tritska, Ryan Outer Ash is in the saddle. Number 4 is Sana Nura for Khaled Al-Mimoni. Eddie Castro is aboard Nafitha, which will be certainly my selection for this contest. Jumana Al-Rayam is the ride of Fahed Al-Faradi. 7, Just for Soul, a grey filly, rated 100. Luis Morales also seeking a second winner this afternoon. And Mamlak completes that page for Alex Moreno. Turning over, Mazuna, Mohamed Al-Hubail rides this one. Number 10 is Jasmine for Abdullah Al-Kridis. Smoky Courts is ridden by Wigberto Ramos. Alphas Ayla is ridden by Idiad Al-Tarizi. Obayat Al-Mohammadiyah is ridden by Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 13, Nasayem Al-Riyad. Mohamed Al-Daham also seeking a double. Melanie, number 15, much easier name for Melanie. Number 15, number 16, Jarios is ridden by Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. And the final 2 over the page, Rim Al-Riyad, Azil Al-Sahani is number 17. And Awali Najad completes the field of 18 runners, ridden by Abdullah Al-Khamis, number 18. Big field once again for the Taif Cup. For the fillies, over the mile. Gents, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis, for taking us through the runners and riders. Just a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. Horse number 14, Nazayem Al Riyad, is a horse who has had a few issues and found herself in the naughty corner. She has just been mounted by her jockey, and she will make her way out with the rest of the runners. 1,600 metres, fillies, and just like the last race, when you compare it to the fillies and the colts, I think this race is just as competitive.
Tremendously competitive. We do have top rated in Just for Soul, who's rated at 100. And while there's one or two Milani's rated at 68, but an awful lot of horses rated in the mid-80s to 90s who you can make a case for here.
Shamila is in the paddock looking for back-to-back eye-catcher victories.
And I think it could be a quick double for Louis Morales. I didn't have a huge amount of time to look at the runners for this race. However, I didn't need to, because horse number 7, Just for Soul, completely stood out to me. He's not the biggest or the most imposing horse in the race, but he just looks like he knows what he's doing, and he looks super fit.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Just for Soul is the highest rated filly in this race as well, so it's good to see the reflection of the highest rated horses looking so well in the parade ring as well.
Absolutely, this Just for Soul is a proper performer. She was a cup winner over 1,400 metres last year, and most recently on her seasonal reappearance here, she won the Kura University Cup over course and distance, beating Minwa 5 1/4 lengths. That's a very, very solid piece of form, and it'll be hard for most of these to match.
Yes, Pat Cosgrave was on Minwa that day, and that was sort of the peak of her power. She wasn't able to convert any of her chances after that. Mark Francis mentioned a horse, Nafea, sorry, I'd have to pronounce that correctly. Horse number 5 on our race cards. He saw that horse had a chance. Do you share his opinion?
Yeah, Nafta, I would say. She won the Taif Flower Festival Cup last time out, over 2,000 metres, making all the running. She looked really genuine there. She had to be pushed along to get to the lead. She looked like she was a sitting duck for a stable companion on that occasion, but she found plenty. She's got class, but a drop back to 1,600, I think she'll find it hard to lead, and that has to be a concern.
The famous green and white colours that we see both in the UK and here in Saudi Arabia are on number 9, Maziuna, who is a horse that I think you're very keen to follow, because we've just seen how strong these owners' horses are running today here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, they're got a couple of solid efforts behind her, Maziuna. She was 3rd for Just for Soul in the Kura University Cup, beaten 7 1/4 lengths, and she ran 3rd again to the very highly rated Sunset Flash last time out. Sunset Flash, I think, was rated 109 coming into that, so that was an even tougher ask for her. I think she'll hit the frame again.
Sunset Flash is definitely a serious animal. Let's have a look at some form. The first horse is Just for Soul, and this is this win back in July, and this is Louis Morales looking for a quick fire double.
Yeah, Just for Soul has got an awful lot of ability, wearing the second colours of the owner here in the red cap. Comes under pressure at this stage, but has built up quite a decent lead, and she keeps going all the way to the line to beat Minwa by a comprehensive 5 1/4 lengths. The runner-up doesn't like it, flashes her tail in second, and then she doesn't really run through her form after that. But this form is very solid. That was a cup race as well. She's beaten them easily.
Naftar and Wakida featuring 1st and 2nd at the end of July in our next piece of form, and this horse pulled all the way to the front and stayed there.
Wakida is in the first colours in the green cap. Looked like she was going to come and take her stable companion here, but it's amazing what Nafta finds in front with the yellow cap. She looked a sitting duck on the home bend, but she keeps digging in and finds more and more. But I think the key here was the trip. She really relished it. Even though she went hard, she stayed on very well in the finish. I'm not sure she can show the same form over 1,600, but she's a classy filly.
She absolutely loved it on that day, didn't she? Maziuna is the next horse we'll take a look at. This is a performance that is really good behind Sunset Flash, who's just a monster.
Yeah, Sunset Flash, we see go to the front. She was miles clear of her opposition in terms of form here, having a rating of 109, but Maziuna runs on solidly down the outside here to grab 3rd place. She was beaten a fair way, but she was entitled to be beaten as far as she was on the ratings. It was still a solid effort. Now, it's hard to make a case for her actually beating Just for Soul on the collateral form, but that was 2 solid efforts she's put together, and she should be thereabouts once again.
Yes, I think that run is better in reality than it did appear on screen there, because the winner was just far too good. And the final horse we're going to look at is Jcsa. This horse goes for the white stable, who'll be looking to get back into the winner's enclosure after suffering a rare defeat in the last.
Yeah, 3rd in the Al Hada Cup, and one of non-winners of 2 over 1,400 metres here. We see Jcsa trying really hard here in a 4-horse war to the line. This is that that cup race last time out. She's a trier, there's no doubt about that, but she'll find it tougher here. She's got the speed for this race though, but it's run poorly on both starts over this trip.
I thought that was a really good performance, though. The horse who was beaten there in the yellow colours on the inside is Akdar, who's the horse we saw win last week in a cup race. And again, all those horses involved in that race were then involved in the cup race and all ran to a very good level again. So I thought that was good form, but you're absolutely right. Yeah. The trip is a massive concern.
I mean, it's not much further than she's very good at 1400, but for some reason, when she stepped up 1 furlong, she's run below form both times. Maybe it's coincidental, but it has to be a concern.
Have to also mention that the owner, just for Seoul, Prince Sultan bin Mashil bin Abdulaziz, these owners are very powerful. They're very similar to the table silk for the stripes on the sleeve. They're one of the more powerful owners here in Saudi Arabia.
Well, there are plenty of powerful owners on show today, and some very traditional owners and breeders going back a long time in the game. So it's good to see them competitive on this biggest day in Taif's racing year.
And again, you just talk about what Tom Taft was saying earlier when he discussed the breeding and the buying and the racing. That's all down to some of these original owners coming in. But as people have said early on, all the way throughout the racing we've seen here at Taif, more and more owners are coming into the game, and that's only healthy for a sport like racing.
Yeah, exactly. You can't always rely, as we've seen in the UK, you can't always rely on the old families keeping going. I think you're in a better position in Saudi Arabia for the owner breeders to keep going, but we've seen one horse away from the others.
That's Naftar is away from the others. Mark Francis will be shaking in his boots as Naftar is without a rider. I'm pretty sure that's horse number 5. Naftar just having a few issues at the start, and this is definitely an issue because it's being done away from the runners, away from the circle. They tried to create a more peaceful environment if adjustments need to be made beyond tack. So it'll be interesting to see if Naftar gets a jockey on board and gets a chance to take her chance in the race. Again, just hoping that is Naftar. It's a bit of a long shot to see, but I'm thinking that is horse number 5. Oh, what great eyes! It is Naftar. It is Naftar indeed. So Mark Francis, we're sorry. Hopefully, jockey gets back on board and Naftar can get back in. Eddie Castro on board looking for his first winner today. Rory, who do you like? I think this is such a tough one.
Yeah, I like Just for Soul. I know it's a reasonably obvious shout here, but I do like 2 or 3 of these fillies, but a lot of them have concerns. Either this trip is a cut back in trip or it's a step up in trip for them. I think Just for Soul, although her winner was over 1400 last season in the cup race, she was very impressive over course and distance at meeting 15. Been set aside for this since. I think she's going to be hard to beat.
I am going to take you on again, Rory, because there's no point in following you. I know you're doing so much success, but I'm going to leave you to have the success by yourself. I'm looking at Jcsa. I know the trip is a concern, and I'm the first one to say it is a massive concern, the trip for Jcsa. But I thought that run last time in the last race was a really good performance, and I think if she can repeat that level of form and show enough pace to get into this contest, I think if she's up there, she'll be very hard to pass. So just to recap, that's myself, Callum, with number 3, Jcsa. We also know Shamila and Rory like number 7, Just for Soul. And we know Mark Francis has played his card early with Naftar. We're just hoping that Naftar can get a run. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Race number 5 then, just moments away. Yeah, I did like the 5 here. Both runs this year over 2,000 metres, so has to drop. Was a 12th length winner of her maiden back at meeting 3. And beat the likes of Wacky Dart back at meeting 21. But there's loads of form here that sees 2, 3, 4 of them involved. Just for Soul, we saw beating Mazuna back at meeting 15. Just for Soul has obvious chances. Faces fresh challengers here today. Possibly be vulnerable, I'm not too sure. Just for Soul, rated 100. I do think the boys' race was better. Race number 4 that we've already seen. Just for Soul leads the ratings here. But the loading process has begun. So it's Nafitha for me, the 5. Shamila and Rory with Just for Soul, and Callum with Matritska, who has the red cap and the white blinkers. Wakidar has the green cap, the first colours of King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons. And Nafitha has the yellow cap, although when we last saw jockey Eddie Castro, he was not aboard the filly. So it looks as though we've got about 8 loaded. Next one coming forward is Awali Najad, who has the hardest task of all, it seems, from stall 18. Jumanat Al-Reem comes forward. So half the field are in. Here comes Nafitha. noseband and the yellow cap. As racegoers are watching on, probably as far away as possible, the mile start here at Taif. Mamlak is next. The same distance as our previous contest. Wacky Dar is next. Stall 7 is empty, as is 11. We're waiting for Wacky Dar to come into 7. Just for Seoul is next into 7. Sorry, Wacky Dar into 2. Just for Seoul into 7. There they are. And I think that's about it. Flags are raised for race number 5, the Taif Cup, the fillies, and they're often racing in Just for Seoul, anticipated the start and sort of leapfrogged out of gate number 7. She's got away okay enough as they race away after their first furlong. Towards the right of picture, Picati got away well from the inside post and chased up for a position as Matritska in the red cap. Back to third on the inside is Wacky Dar as they begin to join up with the round course. It's Ducati then, the low numbers certainly dominating here. Big white-faced and fluffy noseband on the inside of the white blinkers of Matritska, and these are the first two. Just behind these then we have Wacky Dar's green cap, further out wide then to the first colours of Almalek Al Sabah of Mazyuna, probably about 4th at the moment. Also out wide is Alpha Salia as the runners continue to turn towards the far end of the racecourse, and they're inside their last 800 metres. Red cap on the outside is Matritska, laying down the challenge to Ducati. Back in third is Nafitha with every chance. Then comes Just for Seoul, who jumped out of the gates but is handy enough here as they enter their last 600. Wide at the moment is Alpha Salia. Just in behind these runners then we have Nasayem Al Riyad, and back towards the inside is Reem Al Riyad as they're turning for home then. And Mazyuna has taken it up here. Mazyuna goes into unknown territory into the home straight, chased by Just for Seoul. Back towards the inside is Matritska. Now Reem Al Riyad is making eye-catching progress down the centre of the course, but is running out of time to do so as Mazyuna enters the last 200 metres with a commanding advantage, and Mazyuna is skipping clear here. We're looking at another smart performance as Mazyuna is going on and will land race number 5. Number 9, Mazyuna, wins easily. Reem Al Riyad, a promising run up in second. Just for Seoul, disappointing, back in third. A winner for Mazyuna, maybe a surprise to 1 or 2, but had the form in the book. Was 5th to the likes of Akfeeth and Final Destination, who fought out our previous contest. Shock ran in there as well. And Mazyuna boosts that form with an excellent run here to take the Taif Cup, presented by Alton Fithi for fillies. The mile is the distance, and that really was effortless in the home straight. The pace looked strong, didn't it? As Mazyuna took it up on the crown of the bend and skipped clear. Reem Al Riyad has run pretty well in second, come out of stall number 17, finished second last time, finishes second again, and the winning distance of 9.5 lengths celebrated on the line by Mohammed Al Hubail. Mazyuna has won. Reem Al Riyad second. Just for Seoul, not her day today. I'm sure she'll be back again in third. Jumana Al Reem 4th, and the never nearer Awali Najad was best of the rest in 5th. Our champion 3-year-old filly is Mazyuna.
Well, there's a very jubilant Mohammed Al Hubail who is guided Mazayuna, got to get that right eventually, Mazayuna to victory in our most recent contest, and she is now the champion 3-year-old filly, and she's bringing some UK form to the table. Rory, take us through it.
Yeah, she was we didn't mention this on the run through. I'm not sure that her Southwell 7 furlong win is particularly relevant in the context of this race. In these colours, of course, the owner has lots of runners in England. Kevin Phillip Artafoy trains a few of the horses, but a lot of them are always already earmarked to come to Saudi Arabia. They just start off in the UK for a little bit of experience.
Yes, they do begin in the UK, but then they come out to Saudi and they tend to do the damage. And it's great to see the owner having this winner having come so close in recent race final destination with a very close call in the last race. So it's great to see them having a winner here. And this horse was very good. And again, finished behind Sunset Flash, but that performance was good because Sunset Flash is in a different league altogether.
Yeah, Sunset Flash, 109 races going into her last race and won very easily. So Mazayuna's been third in her last 2 starts. She's been beaten by, I think, 5 1/4 and 7 3/4 lengths. But she's run really solid races. She keeps running to the line, and she found a better spot here today, better opportunity with Just for Soul, who beat her 2 starts ago, just missing the break a little bit, and perhaps getting slightly upset in the stalls. She's run well to be third, but Mazayuna, for once, got a chance to get out in front before the home turn and showed what she can do.
Yes, there was plenty of speed from the inside with Sakati and Jcsa taking each other on very, very early in a ding-dong battle, and it remained a ding-dong battle all the way around the home bend. Sakati faded, Jcsa tried to stick on, but then sweeping around the outside with Mazayuna, who took a very, very comprehensive victory and wasn't stopping crossing the line either. Seems to be really relishing every step of this.
Yeah, she clearly says that the 1600, the mile well, she was a 7 furlong winner on home soil. I don't think she wants to go any further than that on pedigree, but she was just in her comfort zone. She was trying to chase, top class fillies, having their own way on her last 2 starts. Things just worked for her today, and she showed what she can do. She's very genuine.
But unfortunately, Rory, you didn't have a winner. Shamila didn't have a winner. Mark didn't have a winner. Callum still hasn't had a winner. But the video team, the production team, the team behind the scenes, the flying, they've had another winner. So good for them. The Sunset Flash form working out.
They had about 9 shots at it there. In fairness to them.
They did have plenty of darts to throw.
It's excellent that in most cases, even with winners you don't particularly expect, we get to see some video footage of them beforehand, and that's excellent work for the VT team.
Yes, they are doing really good job, and Mohammed Al Hubail is really over the moon there. One of the smiliest guys in the weighing room as well. Probably not one of the best known jockeys, but does well with the chances that he's given, and he's always chipping in with 1 or 2 winners every week.
Yeah, again, we said if you look at the jockeys table here, there's a couple who clears are 30 and 29 at the top of the table. There are a lot of jockeys in between 10 and 14 winners, and they're all riding at the same sort of level. It's a really, really competitive environment here. You don't have to watch too many races to realise no one gets it easy in Taif, and we do see great quality racing and great quality riding at the same time, and I think that's misunderstood by a lot of people, possibly including us before we came here.
Yes, exactly. We certainly didn't have high expectations upon arriving. We thought that it was only going to grow as we got here, but as soon as we arrived, we saw the quality on display by some of the local and some of the overseas riders coming here and really doing the business. It's great that if you're watching this Saudi racing for the first time on tonight's coverage, please really understand and respect the fact that these local jockeys can seriously ride, and they've got great judges of pace. They ride very much like an American style. They train like an American style. One who showed no pace early on in this race was Alway Naj, who really struggled out the gates, and we see our eventual second, Reem Al Riyad, is also there at the back in the back third of the field.
Yeah, we saw speed from the 3 drawn lowest, Kati, Wakida and Jcsa, who all went forward from the inside stalls. We also saw a bit of early pace out wide from Obayat Al Mohammedia, but the inside trio really wanted to push on. They've gone pretty hard, probably too hard for their own good, but the winner isn't too far behind. You see in the green sleeves and green cap, tracking the first 3 here, getting a good spot in 4th, whereas tracking her about 2 lengths behind her, and probably not exactly where she wants to be, is Just for Soul, who just has to be pushed along to get into a better position. She came out of the stalls okay, but she sort of anticipated the start, and I don't think she got into the stride pattern she wanted early on. She kept running, but she wasn't quite there. And as you can see, the winner in the perfect spot here, given a really good ride, but Mohammed Al Hubail gets her onto the outside as the leaders begin to weaken. In the perfect spot now, kicks for home at just the right point. And although Just Rasul stays on after her, it actually ends up being Reem Al Riyadh from a tricky Sol 17, who you see running on best of all down the wide outside. That's a tremendous run from her. She's only had the 5 starts coming into this, was a course and distance maiden winner last season and ran a good race last time out to be second to Bakil. She's built on that again, and there's better to come from her given how lightly raced she is and how badly drawn she was in the context of this race.
And just to put more context to this race, Bakil is owned by the same owners of our race winner here as well, so just more form and more success for these famous green and white colours. You'll see from the start here, just for Sol is a horse that broke poorly, anticipated the break, the grey, in those similar to the table silks, similar to the Coolmore silks, I should say, with the white stripes on the sleeves, but also bumped into the rival next to her coming out the stalls as well. So there was a lot going on early on in that race and had to get rushed up to find a position.
Because she wanted to get a good position and she anticipated at the start, she moved forward. She's then got out of the stalls, not that far behind the others, but not on the right side and not on an even keel, and she therefore lost ground, and she had that little bump coming out of the stalls as well. That's cost her, you know, a lot in terms of track position, and while she's run her race, she didn't want to be where she was in the early stages, and she's a bit better than that.
Keep Reem Al Riyadh in your notebook, because that horse showed no early. You can just see in shot now right out the back of the field, but absolutely flies down the back straight, round the bend, passes beaten horses and continues to power on well for second. She's actually pulled away from the horse that finished third, Just for Sol.
She
trying
has
to cut out the early running.
I've occasionally told you to be wary of horses who start badly running through fields later on, but it's not the case with this runner. This race is running a good time at 1:41.65, only 0.2 of a second slower than the Colts race.
More happy connections, and they'll be over the moon with their success in the Taif Cup for 3-year-old fillies, and it was a dominating, powerful success for Mazayuna, who is our race winner, and a round of applause indeed. Taif Cup 2023 winner is Mazayuna, and hopefully she can go on to do some more things in the future. But Rory, we can only move on to the future now because we've got our most valuable thoroughbred race on the card here, over 2,000 metres. It's the Okaz Cup coming right around the corner, and they won't be as tightly packed in behind in this race. They'll be strung out like washing line.
I would imagine they will be. This is a very strong contest over the 2,000 metres, but with no quarter asked in the early stages of these races, and the 2,000 metres demanding a bit more stamina, we will see a few of them crack early on, however good they may look on paper, and we should see them pretty well strung out.
Now, we weren't quite as excited about this race winner than we were about Commissioner King. Is that because Commissioner King obviously has very big targets ahead? This horse is slightly exposed. We kind of know where we stand with her form. Could she move up further? This is the cup race, obviously she can't get any higher than this, but is she going to be the one to compete in these all-age grade fillies races over this type of trip, or was this just a very easy target for her?
This was, I wouldn't say it was an easy target for her, but what's happened is she's got the ideal run through the race. I'm not suggesting she's massively flattered by it, but the placed horses haven't had a good run through the race, and she's been perfectly placed with a lot of speed on the inside to take her through. That's counted against the wide runners, and she's managed to get a really good spot. She's clearly better than her mark, and she's going to go up in the handicap, but it's going to be tougher for her from now on, but she's going the right way.
Yes, she is going the right way, and winning breeds confidence, and I think not only are the owners going to have plenty of confidence, I think she, the horse herself, will have plenty of confidence. But as we move forward, we move towards the Okaz Cup, and if you are a viewer from Europe, if you are a viewer from Great Britain, and you are a watcher of Sky Sports Racing, you will know all about horse number 1, Media Extreme, who was a conditioned winner for Andre Fabre.
Yeah, won 3 times for Andre Fabre, one at a mile, one at a mile and a furlong, and one at this trip, the 2,000 metres or a mile and a quarter. He hasn't hit the same sort of... he wasn't hitting massive heights, in fairness, for Andre Fabre. He was well placed to win conditions races, and he's run pretty well here as well.
Now we understand that Shamila is with our winning owner from the previous contest.
I'm with my winning trainer and one of my favorite trainers in Saudi Arabia, Thamar Al-Dahani. Congratulations.
Thank you. The filly, she's a good filly. Her name is Mazayuna, that's mean in English pretty, and she's pretty. She brings the cup for us, you know. She's a good filly, She progressed all her races in the place or winning. Today I'm happy with her in the work, the last work. I know she will do a good job. You know, the race is with good horses, you know, but she progressed too good for this race.
And she's a previous winner in the UK in Southall. Did you ever think that she would come here and win a big cup?
No, when she is in Southall, she was a small baby, you know. She's just run, she didn't know anything. She progressed here because in Southall her rated is 69 or something. But today she beating good fillies, more 100, you know. And I hope for her the big cup in Riyadh, inshallah.
And obviously you were unlucky with Final Destination, but it was still a fantastic run from him.
Yeah, Final Destination, he's a trust horse. All the time he do the good job, you know. Each time, if he didn't win, he comes second. But any horse beat him, a new horse. When new horse come and beat him. But today, the #1 in the world, he beat him. I'm happy with him to run a good job, you know.
Well done again with Mayzuna, and I hope you have a few more winners again. Congratulations, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our winning train, and I think that's a very good point to make. There are cup races in the future for our most recent winner, and Final Destination never runs a bad race, but it's a fascinating way they do this with their horses. You just look at the owner saying, well, we're going to start at Southall as a baby, we're then going to come to Saudi Arabia when the horse has grown up and matured, so it's almost like they can get to a course like King Khalid Racecourse, and they can handle the toughness of that journey.
Yeah, there's a little bit of criticism of Sheikh Abdullah Hamud Al Malik Al Sabah in the UK press because, he moves his horses around. But he actually doesn't. He has a plan for his horses. He knows they need to get experience in the UK. And often what he's planning is to bring them to Saudi Arabia for the main part of their career. So he's asking guys like Kevin Philip Artafoy, you're not going to be keeping this horse, but I want you to give him his early education, bring him on, and then I will take him to where I want him to go in the future. So there's no problem with that. You've got an owner who knows what he wants to do with his horses. He's not throwing his toys out of the pram. He's just got a plan.
He has a plan indeed, and we have a plan too, because our plan is to throw to Mark Francis for the runners of riders for this valuable thoroughbred contest.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, it's our biggest thoroughbred contest of the night. 700,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs for the 3-year-olds and upwards. Fillies and colts this is open to. And we kick off at 7:05 local time. This is over the mile and a quarter, as we saw in our opening contest, which seems an awful long time ago now. Media Stream is the top one, ridden by Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 2 is Wild Rhythm, Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 3 is An Alawan for Eddie Castro. The 4 is a non-runner, Star of Winds is out, so one of the reserves gets in, which we'll come to in just a moment. La Casa Tarifa is in for Azil Al-Sahani, is the only filly actually in this lineup, and she stands at the great old age of 9. At the other end of the spectrum, Ajar, the 3-year-old, is in here, and interesting that he didn't run in our previous contest or back in race 4 for the Colts. Tathbeat is the 7, Naif Al-Anazi, 8 is Man of the Night, and 9 is Starcat. Turning the page, Go Fast Troland, Abdulaziz Al Musser rides this. Asian Angel is the 11, Mohammed Al Daham. Al Hatib is the 12. Badir Al Eliyah for Khalid Al Mimoni is number 13. Hesselwood 14 for Ali Al Matib. 15 Year of the Dragon. 16 formerly with Aidan O'Brien, Khartoum, ridden by Camillo Ospina. And 17 is Houghton of Youth. Tricolor is 18, Abdulaziz Al-Faredi, and Cliffs of Fury gets a run and inherits stall number 4, meaning we don't need the reserves 20, 21, 22 or 23. A full field of 18 then for our feature thoroughbred contest of the night. It's the Okaz Cup for 3-year-olds and upwards.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis. Then we go straight to look at number 10. It's Go Fast True Land. This horse is 6 wins from 11, but they weren't all here in Saudi.
No, Go Fast True Land is an interesting one. 3 wins over a mile in France. He's got, according to the handicap, the best form here, but he's inconsistent, and I'm not entirely sure that he will show his form in this race. Beating Pepperoni Pete last time out, not good enough on this occasion.
Asian Angel is next.
6th in the Maca Cup, we're going to call it, making his bids very wide on the track. Clearly better than that. Now, this is a horse that you won at Southall on the fibre stands over a mile and a half. So this couldn't be enough of a test of stamina for Asian Angel and should run well.
Asian Angel will love it around here. Al Khatib is horse number 12. What do you make of this one? And we'll move straight on to Badr Al Araya is horse number 13.
Won the, we're going to call it the championship final over 2000 at Riyadh last year, Badr Al Araya. And then got back to form to win, beat Moss Hill here last time out. So hard to rule out on the figures. This is a very tight contest.
Hesselwood was doing his best work late last time. He needs to be much more forward to feature here, and he looks a little bit chubby.
Well, he was beaten 9.5 lengths by Year of the Dragon last time out. Ran well to be third, but didn't get near the winner. He's a dual winner over 2100s on turf here last season.
Cartoon.
Turf at Riyadh last season.
Yeah, turf at Riyadh, not here. Khartoum is horse number 15. Is the horse Year of the Dragon. Sorry, Khartoum is horse number 16. 15 is Year of the Dragon. This horse won last time out.
Yeah, won by 8.5 lengths and a neck. A horse who was a winner over a mile at Naas for Aidan O'Brien. Really hitting his straps here. Last season's form at Riyadh was poor, but going well now and looks a player here.
The White Stable bring out another last time out winner. It's Khartoum.
Sorry, that was Khartoum I was talking about there, the Aidan O'Brien horse. Apologies. We'll move on to the next one after that.
That was Khartoum, that was the ex-Aidan O'Brien recruit, and Year of the Dragon was the horse that won last time out. And Horton of Youth is horse number 17. Now, this horse has a fascinating story, Horton of Youth. This horse looked all set to be the winner last time out, only to be reeled in by Aja in the dying strides. John Blant's in commentary said Aja needed a miracle, and a miracle is what he got.
He got him. He must have had 8 lengths to make up from about 150 metres to go. Horton of Youth ran a massive race for a long way there. Looked the winner everywhere bar the line.
This is number 18, Tricolor, who had 4 wins in the career, and one of them came last time out.
Absolutely bolted up at a 0-85 handicap last time out, and that looks good form, which we'll get to see. But I thought there's a bit of a pace collapse there that flatters him. Bit to see if he can do it in a stronger race.
Horse number 19 is Cliffs of Fury. This horse jumps out of stall 4 due to getting in as a reserve.
Best efforts went second to Year of the Dragon over course and distance last time out, but Year of the Dragon was well on top of the line there.
Yes, Year of the Dragon was certainly the better horse out the two of those. We didn't get to touch on some of those earlier up in your race card media stream we spoke about. Talk to me about Wild Rhythm, a horse who did have some running in the UK but showed no form.
Yeah, had very poor form in the UK and in the UAE, but has taken off since coming to Riyadh. Won a 2400 metre Jockey Club Cup and was 7th to Aja in the Ash Shafa Cup. On that form, he's got a little bit to find, but obviously stamina is no issue for Wild Rhythm.
Yes, Wild Rhythm will enjoy every step of the way. Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, have you got an eye catcher for us?
Actually, I have a few eye catchers for you. It was quite hard to narrow them all down. My initial thought was An Alawan, but he might be carrying a bit too much condition for my liking. So my paddock pick is going to be Asian Angel, number 11. Hisham and Mohammed have already had a winner, so they'll be looking for a double. The horse looks really fit, and I must say that horse number 16, Khartoum, looks really well as well.
Very much, Shamila. So that's a positive for Khartoum, a positive for Asian Angel, and a positive look for Ain Alwan. However, might be carrying a bit of condition. Talk to me about Ain Alwan.
Alwan, we haven't seen him since meeting 18, so that might be the issue in terms of fitness. He won a Jockey Club Cup in 2022 over, I think, 1,800 metres. Was a half-length third to Bamar Allah in the King Abdulaziz University Cup last time out. That's solid form, but he'd need to be at his very fittest over this 2,000-metre trip.
La Casa Tarifa is horse number 5. Comes in with a rating of 97, but this is first run this season.
Yeah, her rating is 97, but she was higher in the past, 101 at her peak. And the signs are last year that she was just going over the top. She was a Group 1 winner back in the day, a couple of years ago, but only, I think, won from 16. Very busy last year, but only won once.
Aja is horse number 6, the horse that came from the clouds to win last time out. Can Aja repeat the feat today?
It's possible. I mean, it drops and trip, that's the problem, because he came home very strongly to win that Ash Shafa Cup from Horton of Youth. But drops and trip here. In fairness, he does have form at 1,600 metres, so he should be able to handle 2,000 perfectly well. I think he was held up further off the pace than he might have been because he was unproven at the trip last time out, and that meant he had to come from further back. So it wasn't so much a staying performance as a horse being able to quicken as the leader tired. So it's a combination of two things.
The video form team have been on fire so far. Winners after winners after winners. I think they're 5 from 5. They're looking to make it 6 from 6, and they've got 6 stars to throw at this. We've got 6 pieces of video form to check out, and we just see some royalty and some dignitaries coming in alongside Prince Bandar, who is the president of the Jockey Club here in Saudi Arabia. A horse we haven't spoken about is Tasbeat, horse number 7, British-bred animal, 3 wins in the career, and one of them came back in meeting 14.
Yeah, one of them came at Windsor over a mile and a quarter in a novice for William Haggis. third to pin your hopes in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championships and in a Jcsa contest behind Uncle and Third Kingdom last time out. That's not bad form, but probably needs to step up slightly to win this.
Can I talk to you a little bit about the horse Pin Your Hopes? That was the Saudi national anthem as we continue the build-up to our final 3 races here at King Khalid Racecourse, and it just builds the atmosphere even more. I've never seen this racecourse so busy. There's so much going on, Rory.
There is, yes. It's certainly busier than I've ever seen it. You've been here a bit more, but this is the biggest day of the year. It's not surprising that it's got such a carnival atmosphere about it.
It's so busy that they've overflown the grandstand to our right, and now everyone is pouring through to the grandstand where we're positioned, and we've now got about 3,000 people walking past the camera kit. So we've got our sound men and all the cameramen doing their best to make sure everything is staying in form. You haven't managed to talk about man of the night, the jockey and the owner going for a quick-fire double.
Mile and a quarter winner at Doncaster for Richard Hannon, also winner of a 6 furlongs early in his career, so adaptable trip-wise. Best ever this term, went second to Ford Maddox Brown in the Makkah Al Mukarrama Cup last time out. That was over 1,600, but we know that he stays this trip, so must have hopes.
Now that form behind Ford Maddox Brown is really strong because that horse won a cup race and has been one of the true consistent performers in cup races here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, Ford Maddox Brown has progressed through the ranks this season. Beaten a couple of times earlier on, but doing very well at the moment, so that's a good form line.
He's another ex-Brit as well. And we were just discussing Pin Your Hopes before the national anthem started, and that is a horse who has got tons of ability, but doesn't like to start. So sometimes Pin Your Hope starts and all is well, and sometimes Pin Your Hope says, nah, not today. So certainly that form behind Pin Your Hopes is always good to see. Let's have a look at some form here. In the first one we're going to take a look at is Khartoum, the ex-Aidan O'Brien trained runner, and this is Khartoum winning in early August.
Yeah, won by 8.5 lengths here at Khartoum, and you'll see that Media Stream in the Prince Faisal colours with the yellow cap runs well but finishes third on this occasion. But Khartoum clearly going the right way, having had a poor season in Riyadh last year, really adapted to the environment in Saudi Arabia, and this is a good performance, one of the most likely winners based on that piece of form.
Yes, Tricolor is the next horse we'll have a look at. This is another winner, and this was also in early August, the day after Khartoum.
This looks enormously impressive, but we don't get to see the whole race. I thought they got involved in a real war up front, and those who were towards the front earlier on really fell away. Tricolore was ridden off the pace and has come through to win very, very impressively. I just think the margin of victory flatters him somewhat, and the balance of his form suggests he's got a little bit to do here. But if he builds on this, he could do anything.
Now this is the form we're really looking forward to show you. This is Ajar and Houghton of Youth, who are both coming clear here, and it's Houghton of Youth in front, but Ajar is going to spoil the party.
Yes, this is the Al-Shafa Cup over 2,400 metres, so a longer trip here last time out. Houghton of Youth travelled best through the race, kicked clear off the bend, and in commentary we hear the commentator say the horse in second needs a miracle to get on terms. But you look what happens in the last 100 yards. Houghton of Youth gets very tired, and we see that Ajar gets up to win narrowly. I think that might be different at this trip.
Yes, it could be. Ajar might be a bit tapped for toe. This is Year of the Dragon, another winner, this in July.
Yeah, this was impressive. He found absolutely loads, having come off the bridle before the home straight, to beat Cliffs of Fury and Hesselwood back in third on this occasion. I thought this was a very, very good performance, and I liked it. This horse I'd like to be with.
The James Jerkins fan club are on YouTube in the comments and they're cheering for Media Stream. Hello, Doc Shell, welcome to the party. And Media Stream, we wish you all the best of luck. This is Ain Alawan. This horse is coming round the outside in the white stable colours. Good for the third place finish in July. Would have to step up from this to feature here.
Yeah, but this is a decent contest. This was finishing half a length third to Bamar Allah in the King Abdulaziz University Cup. This is over 1,600 metres. He just doesn't have quite have the pace to get on terms. He's won over 1,800 metres in the cup race, so the 2,000 metres ought to suit, and you can see he's going on really well at the finish.
He shapes like he wants further, and we've got one more bit of footage for you. I tell you, the team on the video department are working overtime. There must be fire coming out of those computers as the Badr Al-Alaya win last time out.
Yeah, this is Badr Al-Alaya winning 2 starts ago, meeting 15. When beating Moz Hill. Was also a winner of the championship final at Riyadh last season, over 2,000 metres. So this trip holds no fears for Badr Al-Alaya, and you see he's eased down to win comfortably there. So yet another who's within 2 or 3 pounds of the top rated. This looks the most competitive race of the entire evening.
Talk to me about Badr Al-Alaya. This horse won so impressively 2 starts ago, but last time, 4th in meeting 20. He had a break after that. What happened in that meeting 20?
This just wasn't a bad performance. That was a Jcsa award contest, which is not far short of cup standard. He ran pretty well to be 4th. Maybe not as impressive as he was when he won a non-winners of 4 on his previous start. This is obviously a step up in class again. So if he's only 4th at Jcsa, this might be his limit.
Yes, and the key thing to note from that Jcsa race is that race was won by Hadfek Allah, who has not done anything since. That horse's form has fallen off a cliff. So I'd just be slightly concerned about how strong that form is, because I think that was Hadfek Allah's peak. And if you can't beat Hadfek Allah at the peak, I think you're going to struggle later on.
Yeah, again, but it's worth mentioning that Badr Al-Alaya was a winner of a good cup race at Riyadh last season. They have the sort of championship finals for the similar race day to this, and he won one of those races over this trip. So if he's bringing that form forward, if he's coming forward from his last contest, then he's a player.
And we know how important Riyadh form is, certainly not to be sniffed at. So that horse is one to keep on the shortlist. Now, I know Shamila likes Asian Angel. I know you mentioned this horse's form at Southall. Now, we've already seen a winner from Southall, but talk to me, this is fibre sand Southall form, isn't it? This horse will relish this surface.
Yeah, this horse was trained a few years ago by Mark Johnson in Yorkshire, and he was a winner of a 1.5 mile contest on the fibre sand at Southall, which is it's the one surface in the UK that was quite like dirt. If you handled the fibre sand surface, you had a chance of racing on dirt. And Aidan O'Brien actually took his team over 1 year to gallop at Southall before going off to the Breeders' Cup. So the fact that he handled that and stayed 1.5 miles means that if this turns into a war of attrition, and it very well may, given the run styles of some of these horses and the competitiveness of it, you would expect Asian Angel, although not top rated here and more exposed than most, that will just keep galloping to the line. Looks really well there as well. Stamina will come to the fore if he can keep in touch in the early stages, which is a big if, in fairness.
Now, this for me is a really tricky contest, but my selection is going to be horse number 14, Hesselwood. I thought this horse finished really strongly last time, and I think this race will turn into a war of attrition, and this horse can pick up the pieces in the end. It's a little bit left field, but that's all I can go for now, because I'm still desperately searching for a winner. Rory, what do you like?
I'm not entirely sure he was finishing quite as strongly as you thought he was, because he was still beaten 9.5 lengths by Jcsa the Dragon. And as I said, Jcsa the Dragon went fairly hard there. Looked like he was vulnerable off the bend, but I thought he found tons to pull further clear in the final furlong. I thought he was going away from Hesselwood in the end. And if you're going with Hesselwood, I am going to go for the Jcsa the Dragon. Despite that draw, we're drawn in full 14 and 15. You might want to be a little closer to the rails.
We know Shamila's also gone for horse number 11, Asian Angel. So that's Shamila with Asian Angel number 11. It's Callum with Hesselwood number 14. And it's Rory with Year of the Dragon number 15. We've all avoided Khartoum. We could be in trouble there. Mark, is that who you've gone for?
It's not Callum, but I do go with a different selection. I'm with Go Fast Troland here for Abdulaziz Al Musa. Who was a winner back at meeting 11 from barrier number 2. Made all that day. Got a bit tired late on, but can probably be excused given the fact that he had been off since March. And I think the step up in trip here, there should certainly be more to come. Step back up in trip, of course, was trained in France before. Go Fast Troland, and he's the top of my shortlist I think Ajar warrants respect, although I don't think he's the easiest of rides. And as I said in the race card section earlier on, that interesting that he's the only 3-year-old in this, given that we've had the 3-year-old races now over the mile, but Connections clearly fancy him over 10 furlongs. And that excellent call from John Blance last time, he certainly needed every yard. I think it's a very hard ride. So I wouldn't be getting too stuck into Ajar. Khartoum, you've already mentioned, I think would probably be second on my list. Was a facile winner last time out, wasn't he? I think this horse was a £1 million yearling, you know. And interesting that in this contest, you guys have gone for horses that are drawn in 14 and 15. I think there's going to be plenty of pace from out wide here. Khartoum shows plenty of early pace. So too does Houghton of Youth. Tricolor as well. I think there's going to be a big dash on to the first turn. We're back at the mile and a quarter start in the home straight. So it's about 2.5 furlongs before an entire lap of the racecourse, as we saw earlier on in our maiden back in race 1, which, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, seems like a long time ago now. But back to you guys very quickly.
On the YouTube comments, Doc Shirl said, "Let's go media stream." That's the Jimmy Jerkin fan club. And MD Wial Mia gave us a waving emoji, and we're waving right back at you. So enjoy this race with Mark Francis.
So last few coming forward, looks as though we're all safely loaded. There's La Casa Tarifa, a 19-time winner, oldest horse in the field and the only filly. Pathbeat a little restless in 7. Should be more or less ready for the Okaz Cup 2023, and they're off and racing. La Casa Tarifa hasn't come out the stalls. Probably the most experienced in the lineup has not come out of stall number 5. So a field of 17 then dash past the starter with a full circuit to go. A reminder they're out number 5, La Casa Tarifa, who refused to come out. In the early stages, Houghton of Youth, as expected, has got across and got out from stall number 17 to apply some pressure at the head of affairs to Go Fast Trowel Land. It's Go Fast Trowel Land who leads the field, probably by a neck, over Houghton of Youth in second. Probably about 3 lengths back then to the maroon and yellow halves of Al Khatib, who has challengers on either flank. Towards the inside is the blue cap of Cliffs of Fury, and towards the outside is the pink jacket, blue sash of Hesselwood. These are the first 5. Just in behind these runners then, and probably in midfield, is An Alawan. Also there in the green cap is Man of the Night, looking towards the back of the field early on. Wild Rhythm is certainly one of the back markers as they go halfway down the back straight. And still, Go Fast Trowel Land under Abdelaziz Al Musa, now just kicking on now. Kicked away from, in second position, Houghton of Youth. Al Khatib now is just being bumped along for the first time. Hesselwood travels strongly into the race, and so too does Tricolor. Probably hard to see at the minute, is 5th on the outside. Being chased along from an early stage is An Alawan. Making eye-catching progress is Man of the Night. Sweeping a little wide is Badir Ala Elia as they come round the crown of the bend, and it's still Go Fast Trowel Land. What a battle it's been up front with Houghton of Youth. These two still 4 lengths clear of Hesselwood, who will have first crack. Down the outside is Tricolor, and back towards the inner is Man of the Night. Al Khatib comes next. Go Fast Trowel Land still just in front with 200 metres left to go. Go Fast Trowel Land still being hunted down by Houghton of Youth on the outside. Hesselwood has a clean sweep through down the centre of the racecourse, and it's now Houghton of Youth that goes on. Houghton of Youth now leads by a length to the inside. Go Fast Trowel Land. Hesselwood better than third. But this is all over. Houghton of Youth wins the Okaz Cup. Houghton of Youth, a double for Luis Morales. And what a game effort as well from the front. Fought off Go Fast Trowel Land and stayed there. Houghton of Youth the winner. It was close for the places. Go Fast Trowel Land has gone by the line with 1 or 2 others that begin to stay on. Tricolor was there. And Al Khatib ran a good race. Hesselwood has definitely finished in the places. But the winner, Houghton of Youth, headgear working for this one. So unfortunate back at meeting 30 when hunted down by Ajar. No sighting of him today. He certainly needed a miracle from his position. Houghton of Youth, same tactics deployed, but had enough in the tank to get over the line in front. Al Khatib was second, whereas Houghton of Youth wins. Al Khatib second. It's tight for third, won by Go Fast Trowel Land on the far side. Next came Hesselwood, and it was tight for the minor placings after that. 3 1/4 lengths then for Houghton of Youth. A deserved success, gents, you must say, after that agonising defeat last time. But he takes top prize honours in the Okaz Cup of 2023.
Well done, Luis. MashaAllah, Tabarak ar-Rahman, Luis. Well done, Luis. Tell me about the race, Luis.
What can I say? I'm tired. This horse killed me. You know, he's a pretty tough horse to ride. He has stamina a lot, but he's very lazy. You have to go all the way forward, you know. But Alhamdulillah, he responds well in the last 400. I thought he was going to start a little bit, but MashaAllah, he's strong. Thank you.
Redemption for Houghton of Youth, who was so cruelly beaten last time, but the drop and trip has worked. And Louis Morales, who's on the double, looks very much like he could try and get a treble in our next race as well. He was hard at work from a long way out on that horse. He's lazy and he keeps finding for pressure.
Yeah, although he's won at the 2400, he just found it half a furlong too far last time out. And I think most of us would have fancied him to share the tables with Jcsa. And it's a bit disappointing that none of us actually stayed with him after that run last time out, which was heartbreaking. But he's got his just rewards here.
He looked so legless in defeat then. It wasn't a slow turnaround. And look at all the scenes here in front. You can barely see the horse. All the lads are out in front getting a wave. Great scenes. Wonderful to see everybody invade. Fantastic to see. Go on, boys. Enjoy it. Enjoy yourselves. And we can see Louis Morales channeling his inner Gerard Mosse with those white gloves as well. And this man is in red hot form. He's certainly a jockey to follow for our final couple of races.
Yeah, first jockey to hit a double on the day, and he'll want to get his breath back before the next, but Luis Morales is a man with a smile on his face at the moment.
He's given us a smile and a thumbs up. Good for you, Lewis. Enjoy this one. It was a very good feeling, and you've netted connections. 350,000 Saudi Riyal. Not a bad day at the office at all.
That is a very good day at the office, and I think all of us wouldn't mind that kind of day's work. Thank you very much.
Would not mind it at all. Certainly not what we're getting paid for a day's work, that's for sure. But Houghton of Youth, look at the way this horse runs. It's battled for the lead, but he seems like a horse who thrives under pressure, and he wasn't left in front this time. He was always troubled all the way around by some of the other early pace setters.
Yeah, there were quite a few who got taken off their feet here and didn't run any kind of race. Well, at this 2,000-metre trip, they went a strong pace. That suits Houghton of Youth, who can maintain a gallop at this trip. He's got no issue with that. But a few fancied horses really strong. You know, the Dragon I thought would run really well. He's hopelessly tailed off. We didn't even get to see him finish. He was so far back. But some good performances in there. Very good run from the second. I wasn't massively keen on Go Fast Trolllands on the basis that I think he's a miler. And he was clearly running out of stamina late in the day. but he kept plugging away and managed to get a share of the prize money in third, and that's not to be sniffed at. So that was a very, very good run from Go Fast Trowlands, who will benefit, from a break after this, but for me will benefit from a drop back to 1,600 metres for his next start.
Just a drop back through the YouTube comments media stream. Ran a good enough race, broke a little bit slowly from stall one, as you can see, and wasn't able to get that posse and got shuffled back a little bit, but ran a nice enough race in defeat. Haja Ghulam Razul selected number 6, who is Ajar, who couldn't turn the tables on his old rivals this time, was unable to bridge that gap, and was unable really to get in the race. He's a prime example of a horse who was just taken off his feet with the early pace.
Yeah, we can see that at the bottom of our shot, you see on the outside in the brownish colours, that's Year of the Dragon, who's really struggling to keep up at that stage. And just in front of him, another of the VT horses, Badr Alaleya, unable to keep up. But Asian Angel was right out the back, as we expected. We thought that would stay on, but it needed to keep in touch early. And in the early stages, Go Fast Trowland is doing just that, going fast on the inner, having broken from stall 10, but immediately on the outside, and always very handy, was Houghton of Youth. And this pair essentially have made the race. They've always been up there, and they have dominated proceedings from the start.
And I think the trophy has made its way up to the royal box as well, which is wonderful to see, and I'm sure Connections will really appreciate this moment where they get to share the royal box and get presented with their winning trophy. This will be one that's 100% going aboard the mantelpiece, like we've seen so many other results so far today.
Yeah, some fine trophies today, and that would take pride of place on any mantelpiece, I would say. Tremendous performance from the winner, and 350,000 Rial in the bank to go with it.
And it's great to see some Kuwaiti owners getting involved as well, and more prizes being handed out, and a massive round of applause. I'm amazed they didn't try and get everyone up from the photo into the royal box and really swamp it, but it's certainly good to see that some of the biggest connections and our winning jockey, Luis Morales, who's at the double, do so well, and he's in flying form right now, and he's got a massive chance at an unbeaten runner in our next.
He does indeed, yeah. We've got an absolutely cracking contest coming up for the purebred Arabians. What promised at the start of the day to be potentially the clash of the night. Two very, very highly rated horses, a pound between them on official ratings, both of them unbeaten, and we'll see. He had to squeeze through there, didn't he, Luis Morales, to get his trophy. He'll be very keen to get the treble, and I wouldn't want to say that I could stop him.
Yes, and Luis Morales may be smiling now, but let me tell you, if his horse wins and upsets the so-called good thing of the meeting, then he will be doing cartwheels in the winners' enclosure. He'll be over the moon.
Yeah, he certainly will. Listen, you talk about it as the good thing in the meeting, and plenty of people do think that, but there's 1 pound between these two unbeaten rivals coming up on the next race, and that's a really fascinating clash.
And we go back to this race where we see Houghton of Youth, who has now given up the lead, is now taking a lead from Go Fast Trowland, who has cut out the early running and done all the hard work. But Louis mentioned when he was on board, he said he's a really hard animal to work. He's got to keep him involved. And that's what he does here. He says, right, we've let you settle, now we're going on to take it early. And at this point, I saw Hesselwood in what I would call the pocket, prime position to strike.
Yeah, and I can hear you in my ear cheering on Hesselwood. Hesselwood, you see in the pink, going up into third place at this stage, and tracking Hesselwood through is number 12 there, Al Khatib, who then keeps on very well to get second place, I believe, on the line. That was a very good performance. We see also with them is
Tricolore. Yeah, Tricolore is there and doesn't get home in the end, had to come wide throughout.
Yeah, I mean, he was sitting in roughly the same place he was when he won a handicap last time out. This is just a different grade altogether, and he wasn't able to pick up nearly as well as he did with that pace collapse. No pace collapse here.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning rider.
I've just managed to catch Louis before running back into the weigh room. Congratulations, Louis, on your double.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It was a tough ride because the horse is pretty tough to ride. You know, he need to go in the lead or close, and every time you try to catch him or make him a little bit comfortable, he just quit. He wants to go back. So I was all the way pushing forward, and mashallah, he got good stamina. In the last 400, still going, you know. So.
And Nasser Fawaz, the trainer, keeps his cards very close to his chest. He doesn't like to say too much before the race, but was he confident with you?
Well, he said that he has a good chance. He ran second last time, just got beat at the end. But it was a mile and a half, you know. Today my start was 17, tough to, break hard and keep going. But he was pretty fit.
And you mentioned that this horse was a bit lazy during the race.
Yeah, all the way, all the way. If you see the race, I was all the way pushing forward. And even the pacemaker, he was pretty tough till the last 400, so make it more hard for me.
Halfway through, did you think you were going to make it to the end?
No, really. To be honest, in the last 600, I said, come on, at least he hit the board, you know. But he got stamina.
Well, congratulations again, Louis.
Appreciate it.
That is a great interview with Luis Morales then. You just see it says halfway through, he must be thinking, oh, come on, this is still going, he's still pushing and scrubbing along, but he's earned his riding fee there. We are getting even better racing on the horizon because race 7 is an absolute humdinger of a contest, Rory, and it looks like a straight shootout between Najib Al-Zaman, who is going to be the mount of Luis Morales, and Asfan Al-Kaladir, who is going to be the mount of Abdullah Al-Lawfi. These are two top-class jockeys. These are two top-class horses. They're both unbeaten, and there's only £1 between them. Rory, how do you separate them?
I'm just looking down here. There are 9 of the 10 horses rated 100 plus in this race. So in terms of official ratings, I know we're dealing with the purebred Arabians there. It's a slightly different scale, but we're looking at some very good horses. You're talking about this as if people are talking about it as if it's a one-horse race. You say you're now putting it forward as a match, but there are some very, very good horses in there who deserve not to be ignored completely. But yes, you're right. I mean, the headlines have really been, can Najib Al-Zaman, who's been unbeaten in 3 runs, at a high level as well, can he put it up to Asfan Al-Kaladir, who's an absolute superstar here, has won all 11 career starts, was an impressive win, winning by 11 lengths last time out. So that looks like a big clash, but I don't think they're going to be miles clear of the rest of them here, and they can't afford to put a foot wrong because there are some useful types in here to take advantage of any mistakes made by the front pair.
I think tactically this race is going to be fascinating. One of the things that really catches my eye is Asfan Al-Kaladir. For those who are watching for the first time, if you're not used to Arabian races, please don't worry. We were not used to it either, and now we're slowly beginning to understand it. And one of the key things that we talk about when we talk about Arabian races is momentum. If you're able to keep these horses going at a good tempo in that beautiful going rhythm that we saw with Commissioner King earlier on, is that you're able to keep that horse going forward, you will be able to maintain that momentum, maintain that speed, and stay in front. Stamina is the order of the day. One horse that doesn't have that stamina is Asfan Al-Kaladir, because he is all speed. He's got one gear, it says go. He doesn't show any other gears because he doesn't need to. His cruising speed is phenomenal. What he has to contend with a horse called Najib Al-Zaman is gears. This horse can go from slow to fast, can step up in different goes very much like a thoroughbred, and has all the opportunities to get past this supposed good thing. I know Tom Collins will be watching at home. He's a huge supporter of Asfan Al-Kaladir. I have my doubts, but I don't think there's a horse in this race that can beat him. But if there is one, it's Najib Al-Zaman. Franny, take us through these runners and riders.
Yeah, the first of our 2 Arab contests. This is the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup. It's a listed race for 4-year-olds, 4-year-old Arabs, indeed that is, and upwards. A mile and a quarter is the trip. And what a fascinating tactical clash this is between the 2 horses you've just highlighted there. But don't forget the others. They're headed by number 1, Durgam Afbar for Alex Moreno. Number 2 is Al-Qasa for Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 3 is Kaswarat Al-Kaladir for Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Romani is the 4. Number 5 is Sa'ima, the mount of Mohammed Al-Hubail, seeking a double. Najib Al-Zaman, 3 from 3, unbeaten so far. Luis Morales looking for the hat-trick. I feel like he's up against it here against Asfan Al-Kaladir. As Rory said, 11 from 11. I think this has to be the horse to beat here. Abdullah Al-Lawfi rides Asfan Al-Kaladir. Very, very straightforward, as Callum says. 1 gear, go. Bint Galiat Al-Kaladir as well, a 16-length winner last time out at meeting 27, is number 8. And over the page, the final 2 runners, Murshid Isa, Mohammed Al-Habib, and Hamdani Khaled Al-Kaladir for Naif Al-Anazi. 10 runners for the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup, our listed race coming up shortly.
Thank you very much, Mark, for taking us through the runners and riders for this fascinating contest worth a whopping 1 million Saudi Riyal, 500,000 going to the winner, and it just shows the investment going into the Arabian races. And Rory, number 1 is Durgam Atbar. Is that the horse that can spoil the party, rated 115?
Probably not, but it's only beaten a nose in the Al Diriyah Cup by Hamdani Khaled Al-Kaladir. That's a very good performance. All 3 wins for him have actually come in the UAE. He was beaten 5 3/4 lengths by Mutawakil Al Khalidiyah and will probably benefit from the longer trip now.
He was only beaten a nose in the Al Dreya Cup as well, so it wasn't exactly like he was pumped on that occasion. It was a very tight finish, easy to see him turning around the form with number 10, Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah is a 7-time winner and a very high-class horse at his best. He doesn't seem to be quite as good as he was, and his official rating has fallen from 122, so he looks vulnerable.
Yes, his form is trending in the wrong direction. We can just see number 5 in shot. This is the Aimer, a horse who I really, really like. He showed plenty of gears coming around the outside, despite being plenty green last time out.
Yeah, Sir Aimer has had 9 runs, was behind both Bint Galiat Al Khalidiyah and Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah, with a good 5th in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championships on his latest start. But he's going on earlier in the season. He's going in the right direction, but he's biting off a bit more than he can chew here, I think.
Yes, this will be a tough ask for him. But as we talk about these Arabian horses, we've watched a few of them now, and we've really got into the racing here, and it's been one of the real highlights of our time being out here at King Khalid Racecourse. Talk to us about the mentality of these horses, because it's all fine and well having the ability, but sometimes that form goes straight out the window.
Yeah, listen, they've got a reputation of being a little bit tricky temperamentally, and you've got to keep them in the right condition. They're harder to keep. They're easy to keep sound. Soundness isn't really an issue with your Arabian runners, but they do tend to lose a bit of condition very quickly.
Shamila knows all about Arabian horses and Arabian races, and she's in the paddock to find us an eye-catcher.
I am so excited because now the real racing has begun. We have the Arabian races, the last 2 races, and you're going to think I'm absolutely insane. Not only am I taking on Asfan Al Khalidiyah, but I'm taking on all 4 of the Al Khalidiyah horses today. My paddock pick is horse number 5, Sir Amr. He's sporting blinkers today, and he just looks really, really well. Even better than Asfan Al Khalidiyah, I don't know about that. He could be a close second.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and it's great to hear that Sir Amr is a horse that you like in the parade room, because I like him in the form guide as well. I don't think he's quite good enough to win this today, but it's good to know that he looks in great shape, and Shamila knows all about these horses and how quickly they can lose condition.
Yes, exactly. I mean, she's got a lot of experience with the Arabian horses, and they are harder to train. We spoke to a winning trainer a few weeks ago. He said, I've only got 1 Arabian horse in training. And Shamila said, oh, will you be looking to get more? And he said, no, 1's enough for me, thank you.
Absolutely, 1 was enough. But we do see these Al Khalidiyah names. And for those that don't quite understand what the Al Khalidiyah name represents, it means they were all born on the same farm. We actually only have 1 runner going for the Al Khalidiyah stables. In fact, we have a couple now. We have 2 going for the Al Khalidiyah stables in this contest. That's Bint Galat Al Khalidiyah and Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah. Now, these are horses that they've decided to keep on board, having seen them at stud and seen them being born, and Kaswat Al Khalidiyah as well. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Rory. These are horses they've seen at stud, they've bred them themselves, and they've decided to keep. If you see an Al Khalidiyah such as Asfan Al Khalidiyah with a different owner shape, with an inverted V on the silks, with the black V inverted, that means that they've seen this horse at stud and they've decided that they don't wish to carry on the ownership. And that's what makes this race so politically fascinating, because Asfan Al Khalidiyah was in their hands and they let the horse go.
Yes, I don't think it necessarily means that they don't think these horses are going to make the grade. They're a commercial operation, and they will end up selling some of the best horses. And these inverted silks are the silks of Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz Saud. And they tend to be very high-class horses as well. So don't get the idea that these are the sort of the throwaways. they're not the cast-offs by any manner of means. And Asfan Al Khalidiyah is the proof of that. Arguably, and probably the best Arabian performer in the world.
Yes, let's go straight to Al-Qasr, horse number 2. 7 wins in the career, but has struggled so far this season.
Yeah, 4 of those wins have actually come in the UK and 1 in Oman. Struggling for form at the moment. Was 3rd to Mutawakil Al Khalidiyah and Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah over 1,600 and beating 21, but that's not good enough to win this.
Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah won this contest last year.
Yeah, won this contest last year, beating Mutawakil Al Khalidiyah, who ties into all the form lines by 2 1/4 lengths. And it was the next second to that same rival at meeting 21. Clearly been prepped specifically for this race, and one to bear in mind despite the fact she's got £6 to find on the official ratings.
Romani is horse number 4. That's a horse who's done most of his winning in the UAE.
He's won 3 races in the UAE. He's only won from 15 in Saudi Arabia. And although he's been running pretty well, he's behind 3 of these in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship over 1,600 metres last time out. Hard to fancy here.
The Aimer is horse number 5. This horse has a winner in France, but is yet to find the winning thread here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, hasn't won here as yet, but ran well in that King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship, but was still behind both Bint Galiat Al Khaladia and Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladia, so seems to be held on form.
Yes, it does need to find a little bit more. This is the first of our unbeaten horses, Najib Al Zaman. What do we make of this 124 rated runner? 3 wins from 3 starts, looks mightily impressive.
Looks really good, has been lightly raced but has been keeping top company. Won the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship by a wide margin from Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladia last season. That horse had decent form last year. To beat him by that kind of margin marks Najib Al Zaman down as absolutely top class. And he's going to throw it up to Asfan Al Khaladia, who's everyone's favourite here.
Yes, there's Asfan Al Khaladia in shot as well, looking calm as you like around the parade ring. The next horse we're going to talk about is that animal, Asfan Al Khaladia, horse number 7 on your race cards. 11 wins from 11 starts. Oh, he's just so impressive.
Yeah, made his reappearance at meeting 24, winning, and then followed up by beating Own by 11 lengths last time out. Visually massively impressive, and as you said, holds a track record at the wrong distance for the horse.
They dropped down in trip just to get this horse a run under its belt as preparation for this, and the horse only went and broke the track record. He's got so much early speed. Number 8 is Bint Galiat Al Khaladia. What do you make of this one?
Well, Bint Galiat Al Khaladia, we see here, is actually the course record holder at this trip, so should not be underestimated. Beat Farid Al Jazzy easily by 16 lengths last time out in a Jcsa contest. Farid Al Jazzy, not the hardest to beat though, but that will give Bint Galiat Al Khaladia plenty of confidence. And again, she looks a player given she's the track record holder.
We can just see Alex Moreno on Dargem Atbar. He'll be looking forward to riding Fou de Pine in our finale. Mashid Asa, horse number 9, 2 wins from 16, looks totally out of her depth here. Out of his depth here, sorry.
He's won a maiden and he's won a non-winners of 2, but as you said, looks wildly out of his depth, despite having a rating of 85.
Yes, the rating of 85 would usually throw him right into the mix in most of these normal Arabian contests that we'd have here, but not today. 85 is not going to be good enough to cut the mustard. And finally, number 10, Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladia, 7 wins and 1 not to be sniffed at.
7 from 19, very high-class performer, but recent evidence suggests he's just deteriorating slightly. He ran well last time out, beaten 3 1/4 lengths by Butchwakel Al Khaladia, but I think repeating that just puts him in 3rd or 4th place.
Yes, he could struggle a little bit here. We see some of the runners coming out into the parade ring. It's not the easiest to spot, but that was Asfan Al Khaladia just coming by. Look for the inverted V with the dashing bright grey, certainly one to watch. Here is Asfan Al Khaladia, and here is Asfan Al Khaladia smashing the course record here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, there's not much you can add to this. This was his prep race for this, possibly not his ideal trip, racing over shorter, but wins by 11 lengths. And as you said, he smashes the track record in the process. This merely proves that he is a horse to beat in this contest and is an absolute superstar. As you know already from the record, 11 from 11, mostly in top company, marks him down as the icon in this division.
Najim Al Zaman is the next horse we're going to have a look at, and this is another winner. And this is what I talked about gears. Asfan Al Khaladia does it all with early speed. This horse shows the turn of foot.
Yeah, he ends up beating one of the Al Khaladia horses in good style here, and he's only had the 3 career runs, but he's hit a very high level very quickly, and he's rated only 1 pound inferior to Asfan Al Khaladia. And you see he hits the line really hard here. Looks like he's in for a battle, but he stays on really strongly, and stamina is clearly no issue for him.
Stamina will not be a concern at all, and Louis Morales on board will be looking for the hat-trick, and he'll be riding full of confidence. Next horse we're going to look at is Bint Galiat Al Khaladia. This horse was the winner in early August.
Yeah, this was an easy win for Bint Galiat Al Khaladia in slightly lesser company. This was a Jcsa award race, and he ends up clearing right away to beat Farid Al Jazzy by 16 lengths. really impressive, but it's worth bearing in mind that this is a lesser quality race than some of those we've seen in earlier VT footage. But this is your track record holder, so you do not take her lightly.
No, that horse had a very good chance, and Faritz Al-Jazi went on to win back-to-back races after that. This is Suraima coming on the outside in the green sleeves. Looks really challenging to ride here, but seemed full of ability, just maybe the mind isn't in the right place.
He's got slightly awkward head carriage, and he's not going to get to the winner here, but he does keep on. And again, we know that this horse stays well. We know he's going in the right direction in form terms, but he's held by 3 or 4 of these on various form lines, and the best he can hope for, we think, is a place. He does hit the line hard in most of his races, though, so he could hit the frame.
Yes, I just think he needs to mature a little bit from that effort. And this is Kaswarat Al-Kaladir coming second in July 22. So this is the back end of July.
Yeah, we don't see footage of this horse winning the race last year. He gets into a real battle with Mujwakal Al-Kaladir and ends up being beaten a neck by that rival. Had beaten that rival 2 1/4 lengths in this race last year. Just got worried out of it close home here, but that will put Kaswarat Al-Kaladir spot on for this. And again, a horse that's hard to rule out, despite the fact that you're up against the 2 best horses in the division. It's a wonderful, wonderful race with lots of depth.
Yes, so much depth to look at and so many angles to explore. We can just see attack adjustment going on with horse number 9, Merched Isa, a horse that had an awful lot to find. Just a quick colour check there. On your race card, those colours may be down as dark green with a yellow star. It's actually very light green and a yellow star and yellow cap. That's Merched Isa in light green and a yellow diamond and yellow cap. Rory, you're going to have to make a choice here. Who do you want? Are you going to go with a good thing, or are you going to go in a slightly different direction? Oh, I can see the poker face is broken there. You are genuinely thinking about this. You have no idea.
I think this is really tight. But I can't talk about value here. It's just a head-to-head. And I will just favour Asfan Al-Kaladir, who simply keeps getting the job done. But I do think Najib Al-Zaman is capable of pushing everyone's favourite horse here to even greater heights. So I'm hoping what we see is those 2 break clear and we get a new track record. I think a new track record is odds on in this contest.
Yes, I think it's certainly ones to watch, and we've already got the stage set up for the after racing entertainment too. Our cameramen are already peeping that out. They're getting very excited, aren't they? They'll surely be parting away into the night. But as we see the horses circle around at the start here, this is Afsan Al-Kaladir, and what a beautiful animal he is. He's only 4, he's a colt, he's done all his winning early, but I'm going to take you on here because I know this is your selection, Afsan Al-Kaladir, Rory. I know that's who you like, but for me, I'm going to go for Najib Al-Zaman. I'm going to take him on with the other unbeaten horse. I think it's only fair. You've been in flying form so far, so you're going to stick with that form, and hopefully you get yourself a winner. Hopefully I get myself a first winner.
What I really want is a great race. I don't mind losing if we get the great race. So we'll see.
That's what you say when you support the good thing early on. I don't mind the result as long as the race is good. Shamila likes their aimer as well. That's horse number 5. So we're covering 5, 6, and 7. That is Shamila with Sir Aimer. Me, Callum with Najib Al-Zaman. And finally, Rory with Ashfan Al-Kaladir. As the atmosphere continues to build here, it's crackling at King Khalid Racecourse. Over to you, Mark Francis.
Callum, Rory, thank you very much indeed. We're very nearly set then. 2 minutes to the official off for our 7th contest, worth 1 million Saudi Riyal, 500,000 going to the winner. The Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup, a listed race for 4-year-olds and upwards, and I think we're looking at the best Arab bred possibly in the world. Asfan Al-Kaladir, I don't think is for stopping here. I don't see Najib Al-Zaman posing really much of a threat to him. But we shall see. This is why we love horse racing, stories and opinions like this. We're all sort of picking different horses and we've all got different views. And let's just hope, as Rory says, that we're in for a great clash here, because it is a fascinating tactical battle between these 2 unbeaten stars, both 4-year-olds now. But they've beaten plenty of the horses they're actually up against. Najib Al-Zaman beating Kaswarat Al-Kaladir, of course, back at meeting 15. But this really is a top race in the Arab world. And of course, we have another listed contest coming up at 8:20 local time, 6:20 back in the UK. So the loading process is certainly underway. As Callum highlighted there, Murshid Isa in much paler green colours. Spot the green blinkers going into stall number 9. Here he is, Asfan Al-Kaladir with the inverted V. So with the first colours with the black cap, Kaswarat Al-Kaladir with the first colours of the Al-Kaladir stable, meaning the standard V. The chevron, if you may, with the black cap as well. Romani with the somewhat Newcastle-looking silks goes into 4. 3 left to load then. In comes Bint Galiat Al-Kaladir. With 16 lengths last time out. Certainly merits respect here. I think we could be looking at an Al-Kaladir 1-2. But in which order? Which Al-Kaladir? There's 4 of them in here. 3 for Al-Kaladir stables. There's Asfan Al-Kaladir moving up to his name. They're off. Racing away then for the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup, a listed race and a very, very sharp beginning from Asfan Al-Kaladir through the centre. The inverted V, black cap in the middle of picture has got away pretty smartly, but has given the lead away to Kaswarat Al-Kaladir. It's Kaswarat Al-Kaladir that leads with a circuit to go. Asfan Al-Kaladir sits second, looks pretty settled as well. To his inside, Najib Al-Zaman has probably just nicked second now. So these big two are sitting second and third at the moment and are getting a lead of Kaswarat Al-Kaladir. Back to 4th position is Durgam Akbar with the check sleeves black body. Then comes the red colours of Al-Qasa. They're already very well strung out. Next is Murshid Isa in 6th position as the leaders begin to enter the back straight here. Murshid Isa is being followed by Sa'ema. The back 3 include Bint Galiat Al-Kaladir. Also Romani is back there. And also Hamdani Khaled Al-Kaladir is the back marker, but probably some 25 lengths top to tail. And it's still Kaswarat Al-Kaladir, but here come the leading protagonists. First to challenge is Najib Al-Zaman. To his outside is Asfan Al-Kaladir. There are some 10 lengths on them from Durgan Akbar. Al-Qasa is in 5th, and then comes Sa'ema in 6th, and the leaders are beginning to press on here. Kaswarat Al-Kaladir, what's he got left? The challengers are still there, but being shaken off for a moment or two. Al-Qasa has moved into 4th, then comes Durgan Akbar, staying on from out of the pack is Bint Galiat Al-Kaladir, but some 20 lengths behind the leader as it stands at the minute is Kaswarat Al-Kaladir, but here comes Asfan Al-Kaladir to the outside. 400 metres left to travel. Kaswarat Al-Kaladir digs in. Asfan Al-Kaladir moves alongside. Najib Al-Zaman has given his running third and looks to continue at the 1 pace. Asfan Al-Kaladir roars alongside Kaswarat Al-Kaladir. It's 150 metres left to go. Asfan Al-Kaladir is going to make it a perfect 12 out of 12. He's a superstar. The best Arabian bred in the world wins again. Asfan Al-Kaladir has won the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup. 12 from 12. Excellent ride from Abdullah Al-Orfi. Shook off the early challenge from Najib Al-Zaman and then had 1 horse to beat, which was Kaswarat Al-Kaladir, who's run an almighty race in second. But it's second again for Kaswarat Al-Kaladir. 3 in a row for this 5-year-old. But the headlines will be ridden by Abdullah Al-Orfi and Asfan Al-Kaladir. Big smiles on the winning jockey's face. He knew the job was done once he brushed past the long-time leader, who gave an excellent race in second. But it's an Al-Kaladir 1-2. Asfan Al-Kaladir wins. Kaswarat Al-Kaladir in second. It's a 1-2-3 because Bint Galiat Al-Kaladir has got up for third. Asfan Al-Kaladir in 2:21.76 by 2.5 lengths. A smaller winning distance today, but another win. He is a superstar, and he is Asfan Al-Kaladir.
Oh, stop it. Just stop it. How good is Asfan Al-Khalidiyah? It is a joke. He has proven all the doubters wrong. He's still keen as mustard coming into the winner's enclosure. Rory, I can't breathe. That was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal. Listen, we talked before the race about not underestimating the other runners. Bint Galiat Al-Khalidiyah was the course record holder here over this track and trip. She beat her course record of running 2 minutes 23.97. That's almost 3/4 of a second faster than her old course record, and she could only finish third.
Stop it.
The winner has smashed the course record by 3 seconds.
The winner has beaten the course record. Put it in perspective, the third place horse beat his own course record and still couldn't land the blow within a different parish to our winner. I just can't get over that. That was genuinely poetry in motion, because things didn't go the way we thought tactically. They didn't take the early lead. They didn't use their early speed. They were taking a pull on the bend. They sat alongside Najib Al-Mazam, and they both waited, and they lined up to tackle the leader, but they just couldn't get by Kaswa Al-Khalidiyah, who was fighting them all off. But then when given a second runner thing, Asfan Al-Khalidiyah didn't just beat her, she destroyed her. It was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
I think if you had a moment of doubt, perhaps that she didn't go to the front straight away. But Kaswarat Al-Khalidiyah won this race in good style last year by 2 1/4 lengths from a strong field. The favourite was happy to sit in second place. I think the only second moment of concern was he sort of blew the final bend a little bit. He went wide in the final bend for no reason. Not terribly, just made you go, ooh, has he given the leader another chance? But when they straightened up, that run was very, very strong, and this is a remarkable race, a remarkable performance, and a truly remarkable result.
Absolutely, and don't forget, this is a remarkable, remarkable horse. I am convinced we are looking at the best Arabian racehorse in the world. If you are anywhere else in the world, send your best. Send your best to Saudi Arabia, because they currently have an absolute superstar in the shape of Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, who would put all my doubts about that horse to bed. He's not just got one speed, he's got plenty of gears. He just hasn't need to show them, because he's been able to outrun his rivals. Today, he hasn't been able to outrun his rivals, but he has shown unbelievable speed and turn of foot to once straightened after he shows a little bit of issues on the bend to go away and win the race. And Abdullah Al-Orfi, well, you were just a passenger for most of that race.
Yeah, Abdullah Al-Orfi, a very happy man now. He proved he wasn't just a one-trick pony. For the few people who thought that still might have been the case, doesn't have to at least. But when you're that good and you like to go forwards, why not keep it simple? But this time it was slightly complicated by the fact that they're all triers, and Kaswarat Al-Khalidiyah wanted to go and make it on the rail, and has kept on really well in second. Broke the old coast record by a fair bit as well. But this winner, Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, in 2 minutes 21.76, has shown himself to be absolutely out of this world.
Just to put that into perspective, the winner was Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, the second was Kaswarat Al-Khalidiyah, and the third was Bint Galiat Al-Khalidiyah, which means it was a 1, 2, 3 for Al-Khalidiyah bred horses. They are the true powerhouse in the Arabian racing scene here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, wonderful to see. That's the first thing I learned when I came here. If you don't know much about the Arabian racing, just stick with the Al-Khalidiyah horses, and you can't go too far wrong.
And that's exactly what I didn't do. I didn't stick with the Al-Khalidiyah horses. I wanted to take that horse on, and I thought the eventual fourth, Najib Al-Zaman, ran a very smart race. We'll watch it from the start here, because the horse, our eventual winner, jumps out really smartly, but doesn't take the eventual lead. Abdullah just takes a hold and lets his horse get back onto her haunches, and they settle in to fight it out back to back. But we see this ginormous trophy being presented to our winning connections, and they must be over the moon with the win of Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. Drink it in, take it in, enjoy it. I think Abdullah Al-Orfi, who we can see in here, this is a massive moment for him. He wouldn't often get on these superstar horses, but he's given this one a superb ride.
Again, as we said, Abdullah Al-Orfi, a very good jockey. I think he's on 13 or 14 for the season so far. Riding with a lot of confidence. It's easy riding a horse like this, but he had to make the decision not to go to the front, even though she broke best when Kaswarat Al-Khalidiyah pushed up aggressively on his inside. He had to make a call. He didn't panic. He rode a very cool race.
And there's a beautiful moment here. This is a beautiful scene. They're leaning over the balcony. They're waving at all the crowd. Everybody inside the winner's circle as well is going absolutely mental. It's wonderful to see. It's great scenes here at King Khalid Racecourse, and I think everyone knows they've seen a good horse. And this is Afsan Al Khalidi jumping out well, but allowed to be held back by the jockey here, and the horse on the inside, Kasawat Al Khalidi, is the horse that takes the early lead and sets a brutal pace.
But a brutal pace that he was able to maintain almost all the way to the line. It was only the class of the winner that got him past. You saw that Najib Al-Zaman got a little bit of a bump with Asfan Al-Khaldia coming across. That maybe lit him up a little bit. He sat in second place with the eventual winner on his shoulder. We thought he was the one that threw down the biggest challenge. He hasn't quite come up to scratch here on the day, on just his 4th career start, but he showed a bit of inexperience in the race with that bump early. And as I said, it looked like he might have over-raced a little bit. He was under pressure before the turn into the home straight and couldn't maintain his run as well as the winner did. But as we said, the winner is out of this world. It is just one of those horses. 12 from 12 now. Whatever you throw at Asfan Al Khaldia, he overcomes it. And even though we didn't see the usual run style here, and he does get a little bit messed around. He's got you know, that main rival Najib Al-Zaman on his inside, always pestering him and making sure that he doesn't have the clearest run into the bend. We said he sort of blew the last bend a little bit, but he's being forced to take a line he doesn't really want to take by the fact that he's got that horse constantly pushing up on his inside. It's not travelling as well as him, and you can see there that Najib Al-Zaman and Asfan Al Khalidi both coming off the bridle in pursuit of the winner, who's still going the leader rather, who's still going very well at this stage. Kasparat Al Khalidi, the 2022 winner. But now Asfan Al Khalidi has finally shaken off Najib Al-Zaman and can concentrate on the real battle, and that's the battle with Kasparat Al Khalidi. Gets within 3/4 of a length just for a second.
There it is.
Yeah, we see him veer slightly off the bend, and the gap is still 3/4 of a length. But now Abdullah Al-Lofi sits down in the saddle and says, right, stop messing around, go to the front. And he gets the message and takes him to the front within a couple of strides. And soon he's 2.5 lengths clear and making the best of his way home. Kasparat Al Khalidi has run his heart out. Gets a bit tired there, as you see. He moves out to the centre of the track. Maybe looks to get a second win, but he can't get back at the winner again in a terrific race.
Yes, it was a fascinating race tactically, and a wonderful conclusion with a superstar of a horse taking victory. One thing I do notice from that performance there is the fact that on the bend we had 3 Arabian horses going flat out, side by side. And for me, that was one of the best things I've seen here at King Khalid Racecourse since we've been here. 3 top-class horses going in a discipline that we weren't too sure about or keen to know much about. But as soon as we've got it, we've really invested ourselves in it. And just to watch those 3 horses going around the bend together it was magic to see. Such a thrilling finish. And you can just see Afan Al Khalidi here just drifting off. The stick was in the left hand. He reacted to the stick. He does it again the second time. You'll see the stick come up, come down, and he drifts again out to his right. You could just see him having a look around, having a look at the ears. And Abdullah Al-Lofi decides, you know what, I'm tired of this. I'm going to stick my bum in the saddle and drive out hands and heels and watch the response.
Yeah, we said this before. It's when he decides to sit into the horse that Asfan Al Khalidi goes forward. It wasn't the use of the whip that gets him there in the first place. It almost got him in trouble. It's when the jockey decides to put the whip down and sit into the horse and say, right, let's go, vamos. And that's exactly what happened.
Indeed. And you just see changes the stick hand, and the horse drifts straight to the other side of the rail. So he's certainly not reacting well to the stick, but what he is reacting to is the urging.
Yeah, in fairness, his jockey, any jockey in that scenario, more than happy for their horse to drift across the rail when you've just passed a rival, because it kind of shuts the door there. You don't want to be doing it 200 yards out where you might give them a chance to rally on the outside, but that was killing the race by doing that.
We saw it earlier with the switch in race 1. The horse switched to the outside and then powered away to win again. So it's certainly not something you want to do at the top of the straight, but when you're clear in this position, and just look how much this means to Abdullah Al-Lofi. He's absolutely over the moon, and this is a pressure ride. There's no getting away from it. Everybody here expects you to win. How much pressure is it to come out on top?
Yeah, this is no easy task. For all this horse is unbeaten, as you said. Everyone expects, and therefore, even though this is the best horse around, you're not going to be forgiven if you're the guy who gets beaten on Asfan Al Khalidi. So yeah, the pressure has to be there, and all the other jockeys are shooting for you as well. So there's no easy ride here in any race, even if you're riding a superstar like this.
Now, Al Kaladir is a fast horse, but Shamila loves in life in the fast lane.
Absolutely, I do, Callum. And I'm just here with some nice Porsches and McLarens, and I just wanted to showcase the festivities we have here at Taif Racecourse, because it's not very often we get such a big crowd, but this is the biggest day for racing in Taif, and we've got everything from coffee to ice cream to everything you can imagine. There's a stage behind me where singers will be on after the last race. We've got a gaming area, virtual reality, everything you could ask for and more. So even if you're not that into horse racing, there's some horsepower here for you.
Shamila, don't go anywhere. I want you to take us through what is your favourite car down there. Take us to look at your favourite car, because I want to have a good old look at it. I know you're a paddock pick expert. Give us your other horsepower.
The guy we were having dinner with yesterday, he is the president of the Saudi Sports Car Association, and this is his car, and the roof is removable.
Okay.
So it's a convertible car. So that is definitely my favourite.
Now, Shamila, those who wouldn't know, when you were driving away from us at some speed, you waved at us in the background and let us know out of that convertible rooftop. So it's great to see you having a good time, Dan, Rory, that there's just so much stuff going on outside of the racing. King Khalid Racecourse and those that are involved in the organisation of this course have really doubled down on how important today is. The crowds are unbelievable.
They are, and actually there's an awful lot going on. But the interesting thing is that the horses are still very much at the centre of things. We've seen a display of the Arda dancing here. We've seen the cars up there. We've got the entertainment for afterwards. But no one's advertising this meeting as, don't worry about the horses, come for a good time. The horses are absolutely key to this, and they've been front and centre all through the day. Everything else is secondary.
And they have been the stars of the show for sure, and I think we've just seen a serious star there in Afsan Al Kaladir, and I've said it once and I'll say it again, the world, bring your best. See it. Come and take us on, because Afsan Al Kaladir is a serious horse. If you've got an Arabian that you can think can beat this horse, dirt, turf, wherever, we'll take you on in your back garden. It doesn't matter. Come and see us. We'll take them on, because Afsan Al Kaladir is a serious animal.
Certainly is. I mean, we've already heaped the superlatives on Afsan Al Kaladir. As I said before that race, don't think it's a one-horse race. These are really talented horses up against them. The second and third, last year's winner, the course record holder, also from the same breeding operation. They've brought their A game today. They've run right up to their best, and Afsan Al Kaladir has shown that however good the performers are here and however well they run in the races, he's just that little bit better.
Now we move swiftly on to our finale. This is over 1,600 metres, and this is the feature race, the King Faisal Cup. This race is for younger horses. Afsan Al Kaladir won this very race last year, and look at what that horse has just gone and done. Do we have a future Afsan Al Kaladir amongst our ranks here?
We may do. Obviously, these are younger horses, and we're running over the shorter strip, the 1,600 metres. But there's a lot of potential on show here. I've not been able to shut you up about Food of Pine. I wonder what will happen when you ask me for my selection and I say Food of Pine. So we'll see how they do.
Let's see Mark with the runners and the riders.
Oh, Callum, you've taken my line. Winner of this last year, Afsan Al Kaladir. You've already heard it, of course. Final race then, race number 8, the King Faisal Cup, a listed contest for 3-year-olds, open to fillies and colts, and as the guys say, we're back to the mile. They're headed by number 1, Al Najim Al Manir for Eddie Castro. Probably the longest name I've ever commentated on is Nadem Al Mulk Al Kaladir for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Fudapine is the 3, Alex Moreno. Kahila Al Dahim is the mount of Mohammed Al Daham. Angad Al Kaladir is one of the 3 maidens in this lineup. Number 6 is Hafadak Allah Al Kaladir, Farhed Al Faradi. And 7, block capitals, Vizhir, Camilo Ospina. 8, Shamak Al Riyad. Turning the page, number 9, I promise you, isn't the 2014 Oaks winner or the King George winner from the UK. That's Tagruda. This is a 3-year-old filly. Mohammed Al Hubayl rides. Mubarazat Al Kaladir is number 10 for Wigberto Ramos, who's had a quiet evening. Yamzi Athbar is the 11 for Luis Morales, looking for a hat-trick. Rakud Al Ansari is the 12. Shibul Gudar is the 13, Rayan Al Ta'esh. Bayrak Al Hizam is number 14, Naif Al Anazi. And number 15 is Sakir Al Zalemiyar for Khaled Al Mimoni. 15 runners then for our final race of the night. I have to say, gents, it's been a privilege to be here this evening. We've seen some special performances, most notably in our previous race with Asfan Al Khalidi, but Houghton of Youth, Commissioner King, we've seen some great stuff tonight, haven't we?
We have indeed, Mark. We've seen some great stuff. And I just want to shout out to Keith, who's been on the YouTube chat, and he's made a very good point. Ahsan Al Khalidi and Kisarat Al Khalidi are both full brothers. That just shows the strength and depth of breeding upon the Al Khalidi farm.
Yeah, and of course, I think the point there is the full brothers won both races last year. The older full brother, Kisarat Al Khalidi, winning our opening race, and the King Faisal Cup going to the younger full brother, and the pair of them had to race against each other tonight and finish first and second. Great to see.
Just fantastic to see, and so much strength and depth. Let's have a look at some of these in the paddock as we line up for our lucky last and our feature contest. Here we go, Rory, and this is an exciting race, and there's two horses I absolutely adore in this first race. This final race, sorry. The first is a horse that's very close to my heart. It's Tagruda, an Arabian race mare. She always tries her hardest, but unfortunately, she will not be good enough to win today.
She is a course and distance maiden winner. She was 3 lengths behind Angad Al Khalidi last time out. Hard to see her turning the tables, but she is pretty consistent and she is genuine.
And that was a career best effort that time. And then we have Food de Pine. I'm going to get you on a pronunciation call up there, Mark Francis. It's Food de Pine, not Food de Pin. But Food de Pine is another horse I'm very, very keen on, and took that form from Belgium here to King Khalid Racecourse and dotted up on debut.
Yeah, beat Nadim Al Mulk Al Khalidi, I think, which is called Nadim Al Khalidi in that contest by the commentator, if Mark wants to take note of that as well. But I love the longer name. And in that race, you had a couple of these further behind. Vizier was further behind. He's a very consistent model, and so was, right at the bottom, Bayrak Al Zaham. So a solid piece of form. He's got loads of speed. He'd be perfectly happy short of the 1,600 metres. 1,200 metres would suit him perfectly well. His trainer has said this is probably as far as he wants to go, but he is a course and distance winner and did it impressively there and should be better for that run.
Yes, and just a reminder to all those that haven't been with us all the way through our time here at King Khalid Racecourse, Alexis Moreno took a really nasty fall on a Thursday afternoon, and he knew Food de Pine was running on the Friday. He had stitches in his face, he was bandaged up, he looked like the Phantom of the Opera. He got back on board Food de Pine, and that horse bolted up on debut. He came off that horse and said, he's the only reason I'm here today riding through the pain barrier is to get aboard Food de Pine, and I just think that's a massive tick in that horse's box.
Absolutely. This horse who as we said, won in Belgium before he came here. He was with Phil Collington as a youngster, then changed tables. Now we're back with Phil Collington again. Be interested to see what the plan is beyond this meeting for him. It looks like he might do a bit of globe-trotting, but he looks a very exciting prospect, and he's probably the one to beat in this contest.
Yes, he's certainly the one that I'm going to follow. Some of the horses we haven't talked about. Number 1 is Al Najim Al Munir. What do we make out of this horse? 0 from 3, but second last time out.
Yeah, he's been placed on all 3 of his starts. He was third in an open behind Vizier, not beaten that far. I think he's beaten 3 lengths that day. Beaten in a maiden last time out, but the horse who beat him in that maiden was Yasmi Athba, who seems to be improving markedly and had a couple of these behind that day. So that's not a bad piece of form. Doesn't leave him with loads to find.
Now, Nadim Al Mulk Al Khalidi is sired by Laith Al Khalidi, who sired the 1-2 in our last race. This horse is 1 win from 2 runs and disappointed after winning on debut last time out.
Yeah, he beat Vizier in a course and distance prep for this contest. Looked pretty impressive when meeting 15, 1 by 2 1/4 lengths. Did look a little bit wayward though, and as you said, only second last time out. Not that that's a bad performance, given he was beaten by Food de Pine. I'm not sure I'd say that was disappointing.
No, Food de Pine is horse number 3. We've spoken about that, so we'll move on to Kalia Al Dam, who is horse number 4. 0 from 8, one of the very few maidens in this contest.
Yeah, he's a maiden after 8 starts, and the balance of his form leaves him with loads to find.
Yes, and he will need to step up massively to win here. Angad Al Khalidi is another one who comes here with no wins to the name, but only the 2 starts, and built on the first run to finish second last time out.
Yeah, had Tagruda 3 lengths behind that day, went second to Hafidak Ala Al Khalidi last time out, but clearly not easy to see him turning the tables.
Yes, but certainly with a promising run for a second start. I thought they built on his last run on that occasion. Had Fek Allah Al-Khalidi is horse number 6 on your race card. That won last time out in meeting 33.
Yeah, that was beating Angad Al-Khalidiyah, having finished behind it at meeting 25. So Hafadak Allah Al-Khalidiyah appears to be progressing pretty well and looks a big danger here, I would say.
Vizier is a horse I can't really get my head around. He's rated 95, has had 2 wins this season, but again, doesn't really blow me away.
No, he's very consistent, but I'm not sure we see a huge amount of improvement. Beat Shamak Al-Riyad half a length and Al-Najm Al-Munir in a 1600-metre open at meeting 21. Only 4th last time out behind Fuda Pine, but has place claims on the balance of his form.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Have you got an eye catcher for us?
It is the final race of the day, and my final paddock pick is number 11, Yazmi Athbar. He's stunning, dapple grey, everything you want in an Arabian horse, and I would really love to see Lucas Gaetan get a winner on the big night. And wouldn't it be brilliant to see Luis Morales have a hat-trick?
Thank you very much, Shamila. I don't know whether this is a positive or a negative, but our producer has just been in my ear saying that wins. He's confident that Yazmi Athbar will win, but he's also struggled today, hasn't he? Has he had a winner yet?
Well, Yazmi Athbar is a very interesting runner. Beat Al-Najm Al-Munir and Angad Al-Khalidiyah when winning maiden a length and a half and 2.5 lengths ahead of those last time out over course and distance. It's definitely going the right way. Sports the same colours as Fuda Pine and gets the same rating by the handicapper, interestingly, for winning that maiden last time out.
Mubarizat Al-Khalidi is horse number 10. That's 1 win from 1.
1 from 1. It was a course and distance fillies maiden at meeting 26, beating Al-Anud by 3 lengths, but plenty of improvement needed on that against the boys here.
We do have another page of runners here. We've got Rakud Al-Anzari, who is horse number 12 on your race card. He's coming here looking for a 4th win on the spin. Has to be dangerous.
Has got about £10 to find on the ratings. There's a 1400 maiden winner, and then one over course and distance in a fillies open, beating Al-Anud by half a length with Tagruda 5th. I don't think that form's quite good enough, but obviously she's won 3 from 4, so you can't underestimate her.
Shibal Gouda won back in meeting 1, but has been duly outclassed since then.
Yes, well held and better races since, and was beaten 16 lengths by Fuda Pine last time out.
Barak Al-Azam is horse number 14, 92 rated, hasn't won this season. Is it form overseas?
Yeah, it has a win to its name and consistent this season, 2 third places, including to Nadam Al-Mouk Al-Khalidiyah at meeting 15 and was in 3rd to Fuda Pine last time out, albeit beaten 8.5 lengths.
Saka Al-Zamili is horse number 15, rated 80, won last time out back in meeting 35.
It leaves it with £20 to find with the top rated pair. A 1200 metre maiden winner last time out. Has plenty of speed, but looks out of his comfort zone in this contest.
This is Nadim Al-Mouk Al-Khalidiyah in short here. A really nice looking individual, quite small, but that's not concerned for these Arabians, and looks to be built for this dirt surface with that high behind and strong back end.
Yeah, not the biggest, but well put together, Nadim Al-Mouk Al-Khalidiyah. Only had the 2 runs, 1 first time out, and was pushed Fuda Pine fairly hard next time.
Kalia Al-Dum is horse number 4, a very small, power-packed individual, and horse number 5 is Angad Al-Khalidiyah. This horse would have a big chance.
Yeah, I had Tagruda 3 lengths behind last time out. There are a couple of form lines that suggest the same chance as 2 or 3 others. Needs to improve a few pounds to be going close here.
Got the earpieces in as well. You see those bright yellow ear plugs in to make sure the horse stays as calm as possible. We've got another runner in behind it. This is horse number 6, Hafedkat Allah Al-Khalidiyah. This horse is 1 win from 2 and is looking keen as mustard to get on with things.
Yeah, beat Angad Al-Khalidiyah last time out, improving markedly from the debut effort. And it's hard to see that form being turned around. Needs to find a bit more to win this, but I would fancy it to confirm form with Angad Al-Khalidiyah.
Vizier is horse number 7. This is the one that I struggled to place, but it's winning form this season, so can't be discounted.
Yeah, it's always there or thereabouts. He was only 4th behind Fuda Pine last time out, though, having beaten Shamak Al-Riyad half a length before that.
And you can just see a atmosphere continues to build before our finale here. We had such a great race before, such a great appetizer. Now we move on to the finale. Fans, young and old, enjoying the action. I'm sure he's more interested in the cars, to be perfectly honest. And as we see the rest of the crowds gathering up in the parade ring for our finale contest. There's plenty of horses who have a good chance in this, and plenty of horses who will give Food de Pine something to worry about. I know where my mark is. I know where I'm following. I think Food de Pine is an absolute good thing today. I think this horse is going to build on that experience and go further on today. Let's have a look at Food de Pine winning first time up here at King Khalid Racecourse, and just look at him cruising on the rail, looking nice and comfortable while everything in behind is flat to the boards.
Yeah, the front pair pull 8.5 lengths clear of the other the two behind. They reoppose again, but Food de Pine looks all classy, wins there. In fairness, he doesn't win by very far in the end, but he travelled like the best horse in the race. The question with him is, does he have stamina limitations here? Because he looked like winning this very easily, and then Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladia keeps running at him and gets within half a length of the line. Could be close between them again.
I think the idea of this horse having the experience here will help him. There's a lot of bumping going on in this bit of footage, but this is Nadim Al-Mulk Al-Khaladia finishing first in early July.
Yeah, this is Nadim Al-Mulk scoring by 2.25 lengths. Did look a little bit wayward in the closing stages, just drifted out on the track. When asked to put his race to bed, he looked like he's going to win comfortably, and in fairness, he does win comfortably at the end of the day, but he just wanders around a little bit. But we saw from his run last time out that he raised his game against Food de Pine, and he has to be a big challenger again.
I love this riding style, right up by the ears, making sure the horse is trying to keep his head down as much as you can. The next horse we're going to look at is Yazami Atbar. This is this horse winning in early August. This is the horse that I know a lot of people in our production office think is the winner today.
Yeah, this is Yazmi Atbar winning a maiden on just his second racecourse appearance and first run of the season. Beats Angad Al-Khaladia for the back of the field here, and Al-Najm
another Al-Khaladia in behind. I can guarantee it's another Al-Khaladia in behind. And he switches the tail as well in the finish as well, which is another little bit of a concern. And we see Vizier. This is a horse I cannot place, but this is not bad form, winning in mid-July.
Yeah, this is Vizier getting his head in front. He's been very consistent. This isn't the strongest of contests that Vizier is winning. Beaten Shamak Al-Riyad. Again, we see Shamak Al-Riyad in the previous bit of footage as well. And Al-Najm Al-Munir also behind him on this occasion. All out to hold on, but usually gives his running and should be pretty close up in the finish, even if he's not good enough to win.
And our video team, again, there'll be steam coming out of the computers because this is Hafek Allah Al-Khaladir beating Tagruda, who had to go very wide on this occasion.
Yes, beat Angad Al-Khaladir here with Tagruda also in the race. That was at a 1400-metre open last time out. It's a good performance from Hafek Allah Al-Khaladir, but a bit more required based on the collateral form lines. Tagruda's a little bit too close there for comfort.
Yes, it's a little bit too tight. We don't think Tagruda's got the form to win, but if she does, I will be going mental. Rory, who do you like in this contest?
I am a little bit concerned about the trip for Food de Pine. If it was a 1400-metre race, I think he'd win it by daylight. I think it's going to be a tough race for him, but I think if he uses his speed to try to get away from these, he can hang on and win.
So are you going for Food de Pine then? Am I pinning you down?
I am going for Food de Pine.
Hey, he's joined me finally. We've joined forces for the last. That's never a good thing. So Food de Pine for myself and Rory. Shamila loves Yazmi Atbar. That's horse number 11. So horse number 11 for Shamila and horse number 3 for Callum and Rory. Let us know who you liked in the comments. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, cheers, gentlemen. We arrive at our feature, don't we? And I've got to side with Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir to reverse the form with Food de Pine. I thought he ran, Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir, that is, a fine prep for this race. 2 starts back at meeting 15 to some time ago now, was a winner by 2.25 lengths. And I thought it was just sort of a freshening up exercise against Food de Pine last time out. Not that he wanted to go on a win, of course, but I think this has always been the target for connections. And I think Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir will reverse the form with Food de Pine. Interesting the draw as well, that the 2-runner is on the inside of Food de Pine now. And as we've seen on a few occasions tonight, that the 1 mile shoot joins up with the round course after a furlong. So the first furlong could be as crucial as the last furlong here. And for me, it's Nadem Al-Mok Al-Kaladir, who I expect to reverse the form with Fou de Pine. I thought Rakud Al-Ansari deserved a mention. 3 from 3 so far this year, green and white colours. Drawn out in 12, rated 90, so has a little bit to find on the leading players. But I thought that definitely deserved a mention here, Rakud Al-Ansari. So we're about 5 minutes to the off here. And for me, it's Nadem Al-Mok Al-Kaladir. What an excellent shot that is of a photographer. There's a few colours we need to double check as well, because Kahilia Al-Daham has the same colours as Vizier, and Kahilia Al-Daham has the blue cap, and as you can see there, the yellow cap sported by Viz here. Let's return to the studio for a moment or two.
From above that Fou de Pine has been scratched. Keith is in the YouTube chat yet again, giving us all the extra information. We had no word that Fou de Pine has been scratched, but we hadn't seen it in the circle, and there's only one horse for the Atbar Racing stable running, and this would be crazy for Phil Collington, who had the same thing happen last year in this race.
That's amazing, really, because the other horse in the same colours is in the Gaitan stable rather than Phil Collington's stable. Phil's just got this fella back. He'll be absolutely gutted, having brought a horse out of here last year and missed a run, to have exactly the same thing happen again.
Well, the first person we have to thank is our guys up in the sky, but also Keith in the YouTube comments, keeping us up to date. There was all that was going on. We didn't get a chance to see much in that situation, and we hadn't heard anything from the course, but that is true. Fou de Pine, the horse who I've been talking about all week, has been scratched just before the off here in race number 8. So I'm going to have to give you a different selection, which means I'm going to join up forces and go Nadem Al-Mok Al-Kaladir. I'm going to go for horse number 2, the horse drawn inside. I'm joining forces with Mark. I'm saying the Fou de Pine form is super strong. Are you going to go with me or against me?
Well, given a second chance to go against you, I will go with Yasmi Athba in the same colours as Fou de Pine. It seems set in the stars, doesn't it?
Written in the stars indeed. So with just a few changes to the selections there, Rory will be going for Yasmi Atbar alongside Shamila and our production team who are keen on that horse. That's horse number 11 on your race card. I will be teaming up with Mark Francis and going for Nadem Al-Mok Al-Kaladir, which is very happily to be described as Nadem Al-Kaladir. Mark Francis, back to you. All drama here.
Yes, Callum, it's certainly a shrewd second selection from Rory to jump ship to the other runner, Yamzi Athbar. But Nadem Al-Mok, for me, it's disappointing as a contest, isn't it, to be losing Fou de Pine? And it would have been interesting to see how those two would have matched up. So, as we were saying, the 4 runner here, Kahilia Al-Daham, has the blue cap, same ownership as the 7 who has the yellow cap. Of course, plenty of Al-Kaladir runners. Yamzi Athbar has the yellow cap, but of course, only one of those colours involved now. With the inverted Vs, Angad Al-Kaladir has the yellow cap and Mubarizat has the blue cap. I'm just waiting to get a shot of Hafadak Ala Al-Kaladir and Nadem Al-Mok Al-Kaladir, who one would presume that they retain first colours with black caps. So about 90 seconds until the official off time here. What a excellent night it has been here at Taif Racecourse, dating back to race number 2. Ibn Al-Arim was very impressive. Fended off the challenge of Lila Alem, whose colours were going very, very well earlier in the card. Tabor Fail, a very, very impressive performance. Commissioner King, of course, will have big targets awaiting him come Riyadh season. And Houghton of Youth, who got that deserved success, I feel, a little earlier on. But no doubt about the star of the show in our previous contest, Asfan Al-Kaladir, where we see a possible rival to him in the future emerging from this 3-year-old contest. Who shall see? I'm sure that Asfan Al-Kaladir needs some new challenges because he's now 12 from 12 and needs some fresh challenges. Perhaps an Al-Kaladir can provide that. Possibly Nadem Al-Mok Al-Kaladir. But none of these have got the record that Asfan Al-Kaladir has got. The scratch, as we mentioned, is Fou de Pine. As we're loading. Blue cap there of Mubarizat Al-Kaladir. Shibal Gudar was just playing up in stall number 13. Down to 5 greys now as well, as we normally see in Arab contests. Mubarizat Al Khaladir just proving troublesome for the stall's handlers. Kahilia Al Daham has gone into 4. Here comes Rakud Al Ansari, who I'm surprised to see in the places. It's run very well this year, but it's a big step up for that one. Somewhat Jubbont similar silks for Tagruda. She goes into 9. Sakir Al-Zamili has also gone in, so we've got about 5 empty stalls boxes at the moment. In comes Shamak Al-Riyad, who's in a much paler green jacket than is advertised in the race card. Here's Hafidek Allah Al-Khaladir. There are 3 left to come forward. Here's Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir into 2. Al-Najim Al-Manir also with Angad Al-Khaladir. Just rearing there was Kahilia Al-Daham. Jockey's come off. Also restless is Shamak Al-Riyad, who is almost over the top of stall number 8. And the work rider just making sure that everybody's okay. So we're in for a very minor delay here. Shamak Al-Riyad, who was playing up in stall number 8. Looks as though Kahila Al-Daham has calmed down. Tagruda also just interrupted. Too sure what's happening out the back of the stalls, but you can see there that Mohammed Al-Daham is off Kahilia Al-Daham. And she is being reversed out, is she? Looks that way, doesn't it? So are they going to go without Kahilia Al-Daham? That's what's up for grabs. King Faisal Cup of 2023. Spectators watch on. Hearing that the 4 is withdrawn. Or is it? We shall confirm in a moment, because there's the jockey, who I think wants to give his mount one more chance. The jockey's loaded into stall 4, but without the horse. So also coming out is Shamak Al-Riyad, who got upset in the stalls. So the field rather gets smaller by the minute. So we're already without food. The pine. So Shamak Al-Riyad has come out the front and been cleared. So they have loaded Kahilia Al-Daham in. Hard to see from the aerial shots, but once they're released, we'll have a better idea. So Shamak Al-Riyad is definitely not with them. In the circle behind the stalls. Quite difficult to see, isn't it? I can see Mohammed Al-Daham in 4. Those folk have a better shot. Looks as though Shamak Al-Riyad has been reloaded. They've double-checked him over. Looks to be okay, and they're off and racing. So no late scratches, bar the 4 Fudapine, who is a non-runner. Blue Cap slowest out was Mubarizat Al-Khaladir as they complete their first furlong. Through the centre, it's probably Rakud Al-Ansari has the overall advantage with the yellow headgear. Towards the inside of that one, we have Shamak Al-Riyad, and also much towards the inside. Now darting away to the left is the black cap of Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir. So towards the inside, Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir with the inverted B. The grey horse with the white blinkers probably has the overall advantage to the yellow cap in the centre, and that's Vizir. These are the first 2. Also there is Yasmi Athbar. Towards the outside is Bayrak Al-Hizam. Back towards the rail is the green cap of Rakud Al-Ansari. Looking towards the back of the field early on, Shibal Gudar was slowly away. So too was Mubarizat Al-Khaladir. And also with plenty in front of them behind is Tagruda. Rounding the turn then, 53 kilometres an hour. The inside is Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir. First challenger is Rakud Al-Ansari. These are now going on then with the yellow cap of Vizir, who begins to back pedal. Al-Najim Al-Manir now making a bit of ground on the outside of the yellow cap of Angad Al-Khaladir. As they enter the last 400, it's still Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir. They're coming wide off the rail now, and it's slow motion stuff. On the outside then, Rakud Al-Ansari will have first crack. Staying on up the rail is Al-Najim Al-Manir, and looks a lively danger here. Al-Najim Al-Manir begins to draw alongside up on the rail of Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir, who continues to find a little bit more. Staying on from out of the pack is Angad Al-Khaladir. It's Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir. Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir holding on. Nadem Al-Mok Khaladir wins from Al-Najim Al-Manir, and it was tight for the minor placings. Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir, well, without his old foe, Fuda Pine, has gone on to win, won the trial for this race, and has won the King Faisal Cup itself from stall number 2, just jinked as they enter the final 7 furlongs and joined up with the round course, but was pretty straightforward after that. Looked a little legless, all weary on the turn, but found another gear and used the engine that he had to see off the late challenge of Al-Najim Al-Manir, who's run a creditable race in second, but once again just found one too good. Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir wins by about a length and a tail to Al-Najim Al-Manir. Staying on out of the pack was Mubarizat Al-Khaladir, and then came Angad Al-Khaladir. It's a 1-3-4 for Al-Khaladir stables. Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir, the winner, in a time of 1:53.27, wins our final race, one of the biggest of the night, the King Faisal Cup, and what a day it's been.
It's not a day racing in Saudi Arabia without a winner for Adel Al-Faradi, who does the business on Nadem Al-Mok Al-Khaladir, who has boosted the form of, you guessed it, Fuda Pine.
Yes, it's rather ironic with Fuda Pine being withdrawn just before the start that it's the horse that he beat narrowly last time out that goes and wins the race.
Yes, it is the horse that he beat narrowly, and this horse showed a little bit more maturity in the races today. I thought it was fascinating the way the horse decided that this was the race he was going to win. He seemed to have much more get up and go about him this time, rather the last about where there was a lot of running around and not much final product.
Yeah, this was only the third start of his career. He was a good winner from Vizir in the prep for this race at meeting 15. and then stepped forward to give Foodapine a real fright last time. Off the bridle a long way out, but kept fighting for pressure and did it a lot more easily this time around.
Let's talk about Al Najam Al Munir, who came second in this contest. Really battled away down the inside and looked to be throwing a challenge down right at the right time, but probably shaped like he needed a bit further.
Well, I think that the winners probably responded a little bit when he got that challenge on the inside. And it's rather ironic for those who fancied Yasmi Athba, who actually beat Al Najam Al Munir length and a half last time out. And Yasmi Athba spat the dummy out before halfway today, having travelled okay for the first 3 furlongs. Suddenly went backwards really quickly. And I thought he might have gone wrong at one stage, but just looked like he wasn't interested in racing today for whatever reason.
We talk about the attitude of these Arabian horses, and that's clear to see. Sometimes they just don't feel up for it. One man that did feel up for it was Adel Al Faradi, who has got back into the winner's enclosure after a quiet week he's had so far. Let's be honest, he's only had 2 winners this week. That's not normal for him. He'd like to have more and like to be challenging Camillo Ospina at the top of the Jockeys Championship.
Well, every time Camillo gets one back or goes one clear, he tends to pull that winner back within a day or two, and he's done it again today.
Yeah, they're back level at the top of the championship now. Am I correct in saying that?
They are indeed, yes.
So it's tight at the top of the Jockey Championship here in Saudi Arabia, and King Khalid Racecourse has been treated to a stunning finish of our feature race, the King Faisal Cup. What a race. 500,000 Riyal to the winning owners, who are the same winning owners who had the last race winner as well, Afstan Al Kaladir. So they're $1 million Riyal up. Not a bad day at the office at all.
And a bit more than that besides, because they're first, second and third in the previous race, first, third and fourth here. So a big prize money day for the Al Kaladir stables. An excellent day's work.
As we can just see the replay here, and it's a very positive ride from Adel. He said, I'm going to take this, ride it like the best horse in the race and say, catch me if you can.
Yeah, it got to the front very early. We just lost pictures there as we're looking towards the ceremony. We'll pick up that in a second or two.
I'm sure these reactions will be just as good as the last time as well. We've got a different jockey up here this time, Adel Al Faradi, who is over the moon with this success. And the last time we saw the trophy nearly hanging over the edge of the balcony, so I'll be interested to see whether we risk it with an even bigger trophy. Shamila, I know this is one that you really like.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't complain if I had to go home with that trophy, that's all I'm saying.
Certainly not. I wouldn't complain at all either. But the one thing we do have to acknowledge is the fact that just how powerful this organisation is, just how powerful this stable is in this breeding operation, who continue to churn out winners in these Arabian races. When they're not winning races, it's a genuine shock.
It is indeed, and yes, it's a tremendous operation.
And what a fitting way to signal the winners of our feature race than the national anthem as we see the winner of the King Faisal Cup. Such a wonderful moment here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, the atmosphere is tremendous. We talk about the atmosphere at Ascot, at Cheltenham, at those big tracks. This is absolutely tremendous on the biggest night of racing for the whole Taif season.
Yes, and the Taif season have not disappointed, and this meeting has not disappointed. I know Tom Collins will be pulling his hair out that he's not here, but Rory, you've drawn the lucky straw there. How much have you enjoyed it over these past couple of weeks?
I won't deny it, my first day was really tough, but it's been absolutely fantastic since then, and this has really been a tremendous culmination. We're seeing the replay now.
As we see the start of this race as they break away again, we see number 2, Nadam Al-Mok Al-Kaladir, cut out the early running. There was certainly a challenge laid down by Shamak Al-Riyad with a horse that tried to get involved nice and early, but wasn't able to lay up with the early pace. This was my immediate concern. We've talked about this shoot before at the mile start. When they come around and join the racecourse proper, horses without anything on their inside can sometimes try and dart down that chute. Fortunately, the winner didn't do that today.
No, he just shied towards it a little bit, then got back on an even keel very quickly. You see that Vizier tried to go up and challenge earlier. You also had a strong chance for quite a long way from the unfancied Rakud Al Ansari, who just won a maiden last time out. That was up there for a long way before fading late on.
Rakud Al Ansari, I thought, ran a mighty race. You know, had 3 wins on the spin. I thought, oh my goodness, he's going to make it 4 out of 4. And no one selected him, but he just flattered to deceive in the end. Came there strongly, but wasn't able to do the business in the end.
No, as I said, up there for quite a long way and looked the biggest danger early in the straight, but perhaps doesn't quite have the stamina for this 1,600-metre trip.
Yes,
Certainly
I imagine
sort
a
of
drop back to 1,400 is going to be exactly what the doctor ordered. And we see a lot of horses coming from off the pace, but they have not got the ability to match Nadam Al-Mouk Al-Kaladir, who's got first run on these and uses that to his advantage.
Yeah, does drift out towards the centre of the track, and looks like he's going to win this fairly easily at this stage. But the fact that he's drifted shows that he's tiring, and you'll see that Al-Najm Al-Munir on the inside gets a good rally out of the rail. Briefly looked like he's going to throw down a very, very big challenge, but can't quite get on terms with the winner, who was the winner on merit on the day.
Yeah, he gave a cheeky drift as well. Halfway down the home straight, seemed to shy away from the rail a little bit, which wouldn't have been able to help him at all. But it was a super, super race. But we're joined by Shamila, who's a super, super broadcaster. Welcome up to the main set, not the mini set anymore. Welcome to the main set. How are you doing? How's your day today?
My day was fantastic. It's a little bit breezy up here. My hair's flying all over the place, and I've been run off my feet today, but I love it, and I love to see so many people here enjoying the racing at Taif Racecourse.
Plenty of people enjoying the racing, and Rory, you enjoyed the racing. Give us your highlight today. Who was your headline maker? Who blew you away?
Yeah, well, my highlight was in the 2-year-old fillies Taif Cup. I thought that Taiba Fail, looking at her debut when I thought she looked a superstar, and she confirmed that in no uncertain terms. We've seen some really competitive racing tonight. This race wasn't competitive at all. She absolutely blew them away in a fantastic time.
Let's have a look at that contest right now. She did truly blew them away. Look how far clear she is on the turn. She's cruising at this stage. She's going further and further away. You talk about the last time out where she was obliterated the clock as well. She's done exactly the same thing here. She ran a time faster than the boys.
She went faster than the boys today. 1:29.16 today for the 1,400 metres. She's done 1:15.65 for 1,200 first time out. She's clearly very precocious, but she is very, very fast as well. And the question now is whether she can, make that speed go a little bit further, but whether she can stay a mile down the line, or whether this is always going to be her kind of trip.
I thought she was the most exciting juvenile on the scene today. She made such a big impression in her last start, and it's often hard to meet those expectations, but she was able to meet those expectations today and do it in some style, just powering away from her rivals.
Yeah, when you put up a big rating on your debut, you don't always take a big step forward from that, but she's clearly stepped forward again, and the fact that she was well away from her rivals from an early stage shows that she's a star. She won by 12 3/4 lengths in the end against top-class fillies.
And the great thing about this contest is how well she did going further and further away from the field. She's done a really mighty job there and won a really good race. But the good thing about the contest is that she did it to very good fillies. This wasn't an ordinary race. This wasn't a normal contest. This was an ability to really show in this fantastic race.
Yes, she's not the biggest in the world. It'll be interesting to see how much she develops next year. But I'd love to think she's going to be a superstar going forward into next year's season.
Now, that's not the only highlight we've got to look forward to. Shamili, you've come up to the big set. You've got to give us a big highlight.
3 words for you, Asfan Al-Kaladir. I mean, I was slightly worried when they were just coming around the home turn. I was like, oh, is he in the right place? Is he in the right position? But I don't even know why I was worried. I mean, I feel like you could stick him in a thoroughbred race and he would win.
Well, let's have a look at that race right now, because Asfan Al-Kaladir was mightily impressive. Just look at the way this horse finishes the race, because it looks in trouble here, Shamila. You're absolutely right. This was a time when you must have been concerned.
Absolutely. I mean, they were head-to-head. It was kind of touch and go whether Asfan Al-Kaladir was going to come up at this stage, but I mean, he's such a strong Arabian horse, like I said, and there's just no beating him. I mean, is there a horse out there who can beat Asfan Al-Kaladir?
Well, I'll keep banging the drum, and I'll keep saying, if you think you can beat Asfan Al-Kaladir, come here and take us on. Come to Saudi Arabia. We've got the best dirt racing in the world. We'll go to Riyadh and we'll have some top-class turf racing too. Come along and try your hardest and see if you can beat our superstar, because Asfan Al-Kaladir is just that, an absolute superstar. Rory, what did you make of this performance?
I thought it was a terrific performance. Again, he smashed the course record by 3 seconds. beat his full brother and last year's winner, despite looking in trouble before the home bend. Really kicked in and showed his class. And the previous course record winner was back in third, still beating that old course record.
Yeah, smashed the old course record, and the times all the way through were just phenomenal. My personal highlight has to be Commissioner King. I am a tall man. You can see me against these small people. I'm a giant. However, this horse makes me look minuscule. What a monster. Let's have a look at this performance right here from a horse who's going to be aimed at the Saudi Cup. This was first time up at King Khalid Racecourse. How impressive was this, Shamila?
It's not often I'm speechless, Callum, but I mean, even when I was looking at him in the parade ring, he was towering over all of the other horses. He just stood out so much from them. You can tell that he's a champion.
He is a champion indeed, and he will have a champion schedule. They're going to go to the Saudi Cup. They're looking at the King's Carnival as well, if I remember correctly, through that interview. Thank you very much for getting that information, Shamila, from the racing manager and from all those involved. But Rory, you've seen this horse, and you and I are seeing this horse for the first time. I was blown away just by the manner of the victory. We know Final Destination is a good yardstick, a very good form line, but he couldn't get anywhere near Commissioner King today.
Well, the thing is, he ended up getting reasonably close at the line, but the winner put the race to bed with a turn of foot off the home bend, and then being short of a run, he got tired in the last 200 metres. He's actually a lot better than the bare result, and when he's fully fit next time, he will show that.
And now, Rory, you've come to the end of your stint. You've got the Saudi traditional music in the background. It's really all for you here. This is all your big celebration. Tell me about how these weeks have been. You've been here 2 weeks. How have you found it?
Yeah, it was a real baptism of fire for me. Getting into the form, it takes an awful lot of effort. There are a lot of form lines, a lot of horses every meeting, but it's been a real pleasure getting into that with you. And the last 10 days have been superb.
Yeah, the first 2 days, we were a little bit on the road. We were caught off guard. However, when we got into the contest and we really started to get involved in the racing, I think these last 3 days have just been a true pleasure. And you talk about team effort. Shamila, you are running around. You have to drag a cameraman with you. That's part of the team. The production team in the background, they're all part of the team. The VT team have been the headline so far today. Winners, winners, and more winners. Guys, we should just follow what they do.
I'm worried for my job, to be honest, Callum. I mean, we could be replaced at any second.
we could lose at any second. I know Abdul Rahim is really keen on taking my role. I know he's very keen on taking hold of the microphone and getting a chance in front of the camera. And I keep saying, no, Abdul, no. I can't work the computers, so you need to do this job, unfortunately. However, one of the things I've noticed this week has seen the quality rise to the top. I think Roberto Ramos has struggled, and that's nothing against him as a rider. I think the other riders have truly lifted their game today, and that is something that I'm excited to see going on next week, because we don't stop racing yet.
No, absolutely, and I'm so happy to see Luis Morales have a double today, because he's been quite quiet, hasn't he?
Yes, he has been quite quiet. Rory, were there any surprises jockey-wise that you've seen?
Not really. I mean, I've just been learning my way with the jockeys in the last couple of weeks. What I've been impressed with is the depth of talent in the jockeys' room. It's not just 1 or 2 star jockeys. There are at least a dozen jockeys capable of getting the job done, and we see that on a daily basis with a spread of winners.
A spread of winners indeed, and plenty more to look forward to as we go through the weeks and months. One of the things I finally have to ask you, Shamila, Afghan Al Khaldir, where do we see this horse next?
Well, actually, I wanted to mention this. Sheikh Mutlik, if you're watching this, please, please, please send him to the Kahela Classic on Dubai World Cup night. I don't know what your plans are for him over the rest of the Saudi season, but please get him to Dubai.
Please get him to Dubai. We'll miss him here, but please get him to Dubai. Rory, one more thing for you. How excited are you to get right back here in a couple of weeks' time?
Well, my wife might be watching this, so I'm very excited to get back home, see my wife and children, and then I can look forward to coming back here for another stint.
So we're looking forward to having you back. It'll be Tom Collins who will be back next week, back amongst the winners. He had 5 winners on his last day here. We'd like to thank everyone here at King Khalid Racecourse. It's been a magnificent display tonight. The racing has been top-notch. The facilities have been top-notch. Everyone has had a wonderful time. And Afghan Al Khaldir, you are so good.